Okay, so very good morning to all of you. People online, good morning as well. Okay, so I think people have started to settle down. I'll be just brief. Today we are starting with the section on polity. I'll first tell you how the classes are structured and how the breakup of the topics is going to be. Okay. So today that is the day one. We are going into the philosophy of the Constitution. Then, of course, when I say philosophy, so the basic topics like preamble, union and the states, citizenship, fundamental rights, directive principles of state policies, fundamental duties. This we'll have a look at. We'll also then have a look at the amendment to the Constitution and the basic structure. Right? Now, there is also two small topics which also overlap with modern history. One is the historical underpinnings. So if you see a handout or the skeleton, you will see it at the end. Okay. And of course, here only in the philosophy and the preamble, we also have another topic, that is the making of Indian Constitution. Right? Then we move on to other aspects and other areas. For example, we talk about the center-state relations. And here we'll go into more detail about the parliamentary system, the federal provisions. And then here only, for example, emergency, the executive. In the executive, then of course, president, vice president, governor, so on and so forth. And then also another very important section where from which you will see a lot of topics in parliament, and within parliament we know parliamentary committees. Here also a lot of nuances and details. For example, money bill, okay, the passage, many confusing things. So generally parliament is a big topic, and every year you'll see around 3 to 4 or even more questions from the topic of parliament, right? So these are the portions which I'll be taking. Then there are portions judiciary, local self-government, so with judiciary tribunals, local self-government, and a section on bodies which means both constitutional as well as non-constitutional bodies and other miscellaneous topics. Okay, these are the portions sir will also take. Sugam sir will take these portions. I'll be taking up this chunk, okay, of polity, right? Now today, because this is the first class of polity, this will revolve more on the philosophy part, okay, some of the basic concepts part. So those of you who are thorough with polity will also enjoy. You'll also be able to revise more. Today the major focus will be on covering these parts, and then with subsequent classes we'll also be building on the other related aspects. Okay, this is the idea. Now when we are looking at the questions on polity, for example, few things we need to also know. So for example, if you have looked into the PYQs, the recent questions, etc., so the questions which are for example, direct. Okay, so any source that you are following, at least these questions and these application based questions, we should definitely try to get it right. Okay, but every year you may find some tough questions also. For example, this year, even if you look at Lokpal, there was a 4 statement based question, for example, on Lokpal, which was definitely a difficult questions, and there will be some questions which will be tricky in nature. Okay, but the mere presence of tricky questions does not mean that we ignore on the basic conceptual or simple questions, right? Philosophy always remains same, that in polity, for example, if you're getting from 12 to 15 questions depending on the year. By the way, in 2017 this weightage was very high. We had almost 22 odd questions from polity. Okay, and even if you see the paper of 2017, it's a very landmark paper because huge polity questions were there. Most of the questions were from the topic we are doing today, right? Questions on preamble, many questions on DPSPs, fundamental duties, fundamental rights. This also, so every part that we are doing should be your focus. Now, the idea of these classes is that, for example, the classes that have been allocated, the questions that are very much recurring, repeating, the kind of traps, the kind of questions, I will be telling you how to do that, how to attempt that. We'll try to be very active in the classes also, okay, so that you get the maximum retention from your classes. Second thing is, whenever your class ends, whatever topic we have done, you are requested, for example, even today, while I'll be doing these parts, I'll not be focusing much on the historical underpinnings, because again, this is a topic I would want you to read and then fill up your skeleton later on. Okay. Similarly, for the making of the Indian Constitution, only a very important aspect, for example, what you need to know about the Constituent Assembly. Okay, but then there are many factual details, right? Who are, for example, the members of the drafting committee. Now, in the last 10 years, we've only seen one question has been asked from this topic. Okay, of course, that does not mean we should ignore it, but there are factual aspects. Now, there are major committees, there are minor committees. We have a total of 22 such committees. This is a factual part. Slowly and steadily, you should get better at it. Okay, so which right now is beyond the classes or beyond the scope of the classes, because we cannot go into the factual details, at least in these manners. I'll share or I'll tell you that this will be a homework and this is how you should do these topics. Fine. Historical wale part, maybe today, if time permits, I'll just give you an idea on how to fill it. But I think this part you've also done with modern. Okay, there would have been some overlap, right? So which is why the idea is to have a, of course, in modern Indian history, the focus is more on the historical point of view. From the polity point of view, at least you should know the Charter Acts, what changes have happened, for example. Similarly, you should also know that what Government of India Act changes have come, right? So these are the few points that one has to keep in mind, right? So that is one aspect. Then, talking of this part, right? In this part, in the recent times, one more thing I'll also add is certain philosophical questions are getting asked. This is a new trend. Okay, talking of philosophical questions. So, for example, if you look at, how many of you, I think most of you are aware of these two NCRTs, right? One is political theory and one is the Indian Constitution at work. Here, especially in this, whatever tables are there, for example, very simple comparison of first past the post system. If you read this book, okay, versus, for example, the majority system, etc. So even this can be turned to a question, right? For example, if you're looking at political theory, UPSC has asked you, for example, what is liberty? Okay, and when I say what is liberty, even other simple concepts, what is equality? Okay, and they will ask you a definition that maybe you are not very well aware of, because even if I say liberty, liberty can also be positive and liberty can also be negative. There has been an evolution in the concept of liberty, for example. So even the philosophical part becomes important. We have had questions even on terms like what is a state. Okay, they've not asked you what is the government and a state, but they've even asked, to the extent they've asked you, what is the commonality between Marxism and Gandhism, right? Which by definition a student of general studies ideally should not know. Okay, somebody who has had a background, let's say in sociology or let's say political science, they're expected to know, but they have asked you this. So the initial part, let's say the initial 1 hour today of the lecture, I'll be first focusing on the major concepts from this book, Political Theory. Okay, which is why the very first page that you have is political theory. So there are some terms that are mentioned in the boxes. I'll cover that. but then I'll also go beyond that. I'll also cover some ideologies that you should have a basic understanding. Whenever a question is asked, at least your mind should be able to think. Yacha, this is the part I need to be know. Okay. So this is how we're going to start. I think people online by now you have had an idea. Yes, the judgments, for example, which again pertain to my part. Okay, I will be taking up, so don't worry on that front. Right. So, for example, whatever we are discussing, not just the Supreme Court judgments, I'll also be giving you a lot of examples so that you can remember things. Right. But that part you will see, of course, even in preamble, we'll see some judgments. But please remember, the level of detailing in prelims, of course, I'll tell you judgments and some important constitutional amendments, but you are not expected to remember and cram everything. Okay. Because if we go on, and even for example today we'll do basic structure, there also I'll tell you at least 5 or 6 cases and how the evolution has happened. But if you look at your paper, they have not asked you Supreme Court cases in detail. Okay, that has not happened. At max, we have very recently in the paper, if you see the case Putta Swami case, okay, they had asked you. So while I'll tell you, but then also we have to draw a line to which extent we have to do that. Okay, so don't worry on that front. So let us start. I think all of you would have settled down by now. We are going to start with the initial part. I am putting the heading as political theory. Okay, and now there is some concepts which I'll tell you. How to follow this is whatever terms you are seeing, if there is any keyword for which stands out for you, you will just jot down the keywords actively here. Okay, if there is something which I think is very important, I need to at least tell you the definition, I'll do that. But largely, at least on these parts, we will try to have some running notes. In some portions where I feel there is a need that is there for making you write some things, I'll tell you. Okay, so we are starting with this part on political theory. I think most of you are sorted here. So by the end of the topics, then we are done. So then you will have a list of these amendments, etc. Amendments, so the major ones that you need to know will be on your tips. 42nd amendment, pay, I will share a small handout with you because it is the mini constitution. There is a lot of things that are to be discussed on that front. Okay. Okay. So we are starting with political theory. Okay. And here, few things I have to tell you first, and then of course we go into the other aspects. I have to explain just to you the medieval times so that the background of the modern times, etc., is easier for you to understand. Now, when we are talking of medieval times, right, here we had feudalism. Okay, for example, the church dominated. There was no right to property. Okay, in fact, there were no natural rights also. Instead of natural rights, what did we have here? Divine rights. Divine rights are, in fact, all of these were conferred onto the king. Okay, so what is feudalism? So they were serfs, they were vassals. Okay, and in feudalism, again, of course, a lot of exploitation used to happen. People did not own the land. Okay, church was dominating, right? And divine rights were there. What is the meaning of divine rights? That, for example, it was said the king was the embodiment of the divine, and king held all the rights. This is important to know because from here you will see a change that will come in the modern times. Modern times are known as modern because, of course, there will be rationality, renaissance. Okay, so rationality will be there. People will start to question the old beliefs. Okay, now very important thing that will come here is the concept of sovereignty. Okay, what is the meaning of sovereignty? Supreme power, both in internal as well as external matters. Supreme power in internal and external matters. Now, if we look at medieval times, the problem was if the church was dominating, if the king had divine rights, okay, the political entity was not very powerful, right? So here in the modern times, you will see ultimately sovereignty being a very important part. Okay, we will see the rise of state. Okay. Now, when I'm saying state, we are talking of states. What is state? State is simply a political entity for which you have four components, right? So we have a population, you have the physical space, that is the territory, you have government, and you have sovereignty. Even this basic aspect also they've asked you, what is the state? In that definition, UPSC did not mention sovereignty, but they use the term supreme indivisible power. So they can also flip the words. That is something you have to understand. So again, coming back, modern times, of course, there is rationality, there is renaissance, there is a revolution that will happen. Sovereignty will become very popular, okay, and there will be an emergence of a state. State is a political entity which would have a population, which has a territory, which has a government, and which has sovereignty. Now, whenever we do state, we should also contrast state with a concept known as nation, right? So, if I say nation, nation comes from the word nasi, N-A-S-C-I, which simply means it is a feeling of oneness, feeling, right? It is a feeling of oneness, it is a feeling of belongingness, which can be because of shared culture, shared history, language, experience, etc. This is a nation. And we just saw another term, state. Now, the feeling can be with many sections, okay? Even right now in the today's modern world, the concept of nation exists, okay? But if some people think of themselves as united as a nation, it is not necessary it will be a state, yes or no? Because for state, there are other components also, like all the four components. When I say nation, for example, if you think of Kurd, okay, Kurds want a Kurdistan, but the population of Kurds in the Middle East is distributed in various countries. So they are not organized as a whole, they are not living in one territory, but they are distributed, for example. So we can say that we can have a nation, okay, but it is not necessary that the nation will be a state. So nation comes from the term nasi. Nasi simply means the feeling of oneness, belongingness. It talks about a culture, it talks about a history, right? That is one basic aspect here. What is a nation? Okay, a very simple example can be Kurds, okay, which are distributed in different parts. For example, some of them can be in Syria, okay, or maybe in some of the Levant regions, and this is what is ultimately your nation, right? Simply the feeling of belongingness between a people which can have shared identity, culture, history, belongingness. That is the first part. And again, to reiterate, what is a state? It is a political entity which has four characteristics. It would have a population, it has a territory, it has a government, and it has a sovereignty. Now, in the definition of state, I have a term known as government. So you tell me which is a bigger entity, state or government? State is a bigger entity, okay. So this difference also should be clear to us. What is the difference between state and government, right? So if this is the abstract, for example, concept, government becomes the physical manifestation, right? Similarly, if I look at the government, and this is ultimately the machinery, right? The machinery whose objective is to ensure governance, right? So for example, we would see governments keep on changing, the concept of state remains same. Even if you read the Bare Act, the Bare Act mein likhega, the state shall not deny or discriminate, then the mention is of state. So these two terms are different. Of course, there is a term that is state, there is a term that is government. Okay. Now, in very simple terms, government is constituted of, क्या होता है government में, क्या होगा? Would you have executive? Would you have legislature? Would you have judiciary? All of this is a part of government. Okay. Very shortly, we'll also have a look at Article 12 of the Indian Constitution, which tells you what is the state. Okay. What all can be a state. No, overall. Abhi, you are also confusing with that idea, right? कि आप सोच रहे हो कि sir, separation of powers. I'm thinking of government as the executive. Overall, from a philosophical sense, we are saying this, that when I say government overall, okay, even in judiciary, the administrative part of that can be a part of state, right? So, abhi, this is the overall broad definition, okay, that when we are talking of the organs, we can divide it into three different parts. And in this, the moment you see this triangle, you can also remember a concept known as separation of powers, which is of course highlighted by initially Montesquieu and also spoken by John Locke. John Locke happens to be the father of liberalism, and UPSC in 2017 or 2018 also asked a statement of Locke without quoting Locke, and that was a difficult statement at that time. We'll also come to that. Okay. So what are we saying? We have seen a nation, the feeling of belongingness or oneness. We have seen what is the state, having four entities. Within a state, you have a government, right? The government basically is the physical manifestation. It is the machinery. Main objective of the government is to ensure governance, right? And there are three wings right now. We will, of course, in the course of your lectures, you will see this in far more detail. What is an executive? What is legislature? What is judiciary, right? So when I look at legislature, the basic aim of legislature is to make laws. Executive is to implement laws. Judiciary is to adjudicate. And why would you want these three wings to be separate? Okay, one thing is efficiency, to avoid conflict of interest. Somebody also used the term checks and balances. Please remember, these two are two different concepts. Okay, when I say separation of powers, right, this is the ideal case when each wing has their own work. In India, do you have strict separation of powers? No. In India, instead of strict separation of powers, we go for checks and balances. And when I say checks and balances, which is also why the executive can also play the role of, you know, delegated legislations. Okay. And also sometimes judiciary. For example, if you think of governor and think of a pardon, right? Similarly, judiciary can also pronounce on constitutionality of executive as well as legislature, right? So this I will come to when I will be discussing federal provisions, and then again we will distinguish two terms. One is separation of powers and one is checks and balances. In India, you will see checks and balances, right? We do follow separation of powers, but not in the way that, let's say, traditionally US would do. US here is United States. We'll also today make some comparisons with US. Okay. So till now, this is there. We've just seen, for example, what is a nation, what is the state, a very basic understanding we have. Now, we have a term known as constitution. Okay. Now, for constitution, some basic things that you know is, for example, what is constitution? It is, for example, somebody can say it is the fundamental law of the land. Okay. Or let's say the supreme legal book. Right. So it is the codification of these laws, the fundamental rule book that we have. Now I want to ask you, what is the purpose of the constitution? So for example, if the question is directly what is the objective of the constitution, okay, the main thing is it does limit the power of, so you can write state or government, we can say this. Now this is very important to understand in the modern sense, that the constitution limits the power of the state. Okay, limitation on the power of state. Now, to understand this, please understand, you have individuals, people, and we have a state. There is something known as a social contract. This is also a hypothetical contract, right? Now, the people, so the people, for example, they have given a lot of their own, they have given up a lot of their rights to the states. And states, in that sense, will ensure the liberty of people. It will ensure that if, for example, the state was not there, there would have been anarchy. Okay, normally this term is also known as the state of nature. State of nature kya hoga? It is anarchical. There is no order. So people give some of their, voluntarily people give some of their liberties, right? They know 100% freedom they will not be able to have. Okay, but why are they doing it? So as to ensure, again, आप सोचो, life, liberty, for example, property. So it's kind of a give and take mechanism, right? Individuals wants from the state, for example, why are we paying taxes? You want better governance, right? So in that manner, you have a social contract, right? There are two things. We are saying constitution will define the powers of the state. If the constitution does not define the power of the state, what is the challenge? The state can become authoritarian. This term you can also see, you can see a term like totalitarian. If I have to use Hobbes' word, I'll say the state can become a Leviathan state. Even in normal newspapers, you will see these terms. Authoritarian, totalitarian, Leviathan means the state becoming very powerful. If the state becomes very powerful, it will trample individual rights. So individual will be sacrificed for the state. Is this a good thing? It is not a good thing. In fact, now if you go back, medieval times where this was happening, the state was very powerful, the king was very powerful, people did not have rights. Whereas in the modern times, the fight for rationality, Renaissance, happened because of humanism. People wanted to have their own rights. People wanted to have their own property. Yes or no? So when I look at the constitution, the idea, the constitution will also try to limit the power of the state. Can I say that? And when it tries to limit the power of the state, it prevents the state from being authoritarian. Can I say this? Prevent the state from being authoritarian. What is the authoritarian state? Where the individual rights will be trampled, they will be taken away. Okay, and we are not saying that rights will always be absolute. Rights will have reasonable restrictions. But the point is, if the state becomes all too powerful, this will create a challenge. Yes or no? Right? So constitution is the fundamental law. We agree. It is a supreme legal book. Right? The objective of the constitution is to limit the powers of the state. Right? Can we say this? To prevent the state from being authoritarian. Till here, I think you are able to understand. Right? There is a social contract. So the individual is there. There is a state. There is almost a give and take. And we have to ensure there is a proper balance between the two. Now, if we look at the constitution, right, one more thing you need to know, merely the presence of the constitution, will this guarantee the limiting powers of the state? No. For that, we have another term, that is constitutionalism. Okay. So constitutionalism tells us here the core idea is what? One is, of course, merely the presence of constitution is not enough. So it is simply abiding by the principles of constitution. And when I say abiding by the principles of the constitution, can I say constitutionalism ultimately will also lead to a limited government, right? So the focus is on this limited government. You will see this term many times asked. But you have to understand how this philosophy is coming in. Limited government. Why you want to limit the state, or let's say the government? Because if you do not limit it, the problem will be with the people. Their authorities will be taken away. Which is why if you look at COVID-19, COVID-19 mein term became very famous. Surveillance state. What is a surveillance state? So for example, let's say through certain apps, etc., it will, and the problem is if all of your data, all the sensitive data is with the state can become potentially authoritarian, totalitarian. That is a threat. So surveillance state is also a challenge in the times. So you will always try to balance both, which is why even when we do Article 19, this balance is very delicate. For example, when I say Article 19, your freedom of speech and expression, let's say you have, okay. Article 21 says what? Right to life, liberty, right? And the state also has to ensure security. State has to maintain law and order. So this balance is very delicate. In some cases, for example, we still have laws like sedition, right? We still have, for example, capital punishment. In many cases, for example, if you see, there will be internet shutdown. If the internet shutdown happens, in that case, what is there? The state's right to ensure law and order overtakes or supersedes your right to have the freedom of, let's say, access to internet. But that will also be tested by the courts. It cannot be malified. It cannot be indefinite, right? Uske liye, later on I'll tell you, there is something known as the proportionality test, right? The quantum of the exercise, or let's say the executive action, should not be more than the requisite amount. Agar usse bahut zyada hai, then what is the issue? It is violating the principles of natural justice also, right? So constitutionalism is simply abiding by the philosophy of constitution. So here also, when we understand constitutionalism, we can also, for example, talk about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. And he, of course, also mentioned that the societies which are fundamentally undemocratic, if you simply impose a constitution on them, it will not be a fruitful exercise. Why? Because these societies do not follow constitutionalism, right? So for example, whenever we'll quote Dr. Ambedkar, we'll also try to see that he will talk about, for example, justice. For him, justice was what? Not just political. Very important was social, economic, and political. This was equally important. And all of this is rooted in the idea of constitutionalism, right? Now, what needs to happen for constitutionalism? You need rule of law, right? To have constitutionalism, there should be, we have another term, for example, rule of law. Why should there be rule of law? Any idea? Right? So when I'm saying rule of law, let's think what is the opposite of rule of law. If there is law is not there, let's say. So might is right. The people who are powerful, they will have their own say. Whereas if I say rule of law, at least there will be no arbitrary action. If there is arbitrary action, again the courts can inquire into it. Okay. In fact, we'll see this in more detail when I say discuss Article 14 with you. Equality before law and equal protection of laws. So when I say rule of law, main thing is to prevent any arbitrary decision or any arbitrary action, right? Second, to ensure equality, right? Ab yahan pe what we have written equality. In some time I'll also tell you likes to be treated alike, unlikes not to be treated in the same manner. This is also an Aristotelian concept, right? You should not treat everybody equally, but that is in a very specific circumstance. Okay? Because you know there is a term known as equality, there is also a term known as equity. Two different terms. Okay? So you have a constitution. Constitution is the fundamental law of the land. What is the objective of constitution? Ultimately to have a limited government. What is constitutionalism? To embody the philosophy of constitution. So that is also why even constitutionalism will support the idea of a limited government. How will constitutionalism happen? It is through rule of law, right? Till here, are you able to understand? Now, just on this front, if you look at the most, I think, recent update of Polity Lakshmikant, there's also one big, don't remember the scholar, 8 elements or principles of constitutionalism, right? 8 elements. We have discussed one of them. One of them was rule of law. There are few more terms that are mentioned here. For example, one is popular sovereignty. Okay? You know what is sovereignty? What is supreme power? And when I say sovereignty, it is both in internal matters as well as external matters. Now, any idea what is this term popular sovereignty? Where do we see it in the constitution? Think of preamble, we the people, that creates a legal fiction. So here, for example, we see this, the ultimate source of authority is we the people. So even this can be a part of constitutionalism, that it is ultimately the people having the power. This is known as popular sovereignty. And people have given the power to their elected representatives to have the government. This term is known as popular sovereignty. If you go back and look at your CSAT passages also, in the past UPSC has asked you passages on what is a state, what is the constitution, constitutionalism, popular sovereignty, rule of law. In Sappe you will get a passage in CSAT in the previous papers if you have a look at. Okay. One term is, abhi right now we are just familiarizing us with just these terms. As the classes move on, you will get a very good clarity in all the words etc. that are mentioned in the constitution and the discussion around it. Okay. Now, one very important element of constitutionalism happens to be the rule of law. See, you have to have a democratic government. Okay, talking of democratic government, think of other types of government which are not democratic. Soch ke dekho. Think of, let's say, ancient times, right? So if you think of Socrates or Plato, did they like democracy? Not at all. They disliked democracy. Then you had oligarchies, right? The rule of very few people. Here we are seeing a democratic government, and we are seeing very two important words: responsible government and accountable government. Responsible government, which Government of India Act comes to your mind? Even 1935, responsible governments. Okay. In fact, if you think of the provincial governments, there were elections in these parts. That is what later on became the electoral college for a constituent assembly. Okay. You want to have a very responsible government. Okay. Here also, if I want, I can make a distinction between two terms. One term that you know, don't worry, this also classification we'll see later, but just for reference I'm telling you. Oftentimes a debate comes in, should India adopt a presidential form of government? What is the form of government that we have right now? Parliamentary. What is one single line, the philosophy of parliamentary form of government? Collective responsibility. For example, if I look into Article 75 subclause 3, I will understand this parliamentary form of government is about what? Collective responsibility. Whereas what is presidential form of government? Which is more stable? Presidential is more stable. यहाँ पे भी the moment there is a no confidence motion that is passed, or for example the budget, if it is getting defeated, this will create a challenge. So this is unstable. But which of the following is more accountable, more responsible? It is parliamentary. Parliamentary is more accountable, which also tells you the idea why India went for parliamentary form of government, to protect the diversity of India, right? So when I say democratic government, what is democracy? Chalo, somebody says for the people, by the people, of the people. Main keyword kya hai? People. Empowerment of people, right? So in constitutionalism, that is why we are again saying har cheez mein aap dekhoge individual pe there is a lot of focus. There is a lot of focus on people, right? So when I say democratic government, of course people have the power to change let's say they are voting in every 5 years, yes or no? So that can be a part. There is a term that we just also saw, separation of powers. Think of Montesquieu, right? There's also another term that is known as checks and balances. This also we will see as we move along. Now, an independent judiciary is very important, right? Now, talking of independent judiciary, if you look at India, I'll tell you 3 articles, which of course you can think of judicial review also. Can I say Article 13? Can I say Article 32? And can I also say Article 226? If the judiciary is independent, it can pronounce on the constitutionality of executive, Hayana, as well as the legislature. Today only we'll see writ jurisdiction, which is wider, and the differences, etc. There is an Article 13. Anything which is violative of the fundamental rights will be void, right? There is Article 32. What is Article 32? Right to constitutional remedies. And then there is Article 226, high courts. Okay, but abhi ke liye, even if you do not remember this, because this you will reinforce, I'll reinforce again and again. When I say that you have an independent judiciary, right? Why this is very important? Kyun? Right? Now, of course, last year there were many articles on 50 years of India's emergency. Emergency was which year? 1975. Few years back, UPSC had asked a question: which of the following is the best safeguard to democracy? In that, one option was committed judiciary. नहीं, किसने क्वेश्चन देखा है? Committed judiciary, right? चलो here नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ अभी. I'm just trying to tell you certain terms, right? Now, normally when you hear in normal language, आप सोचते if I'm committed, then that's good. ठीक, हम बात करें पढ़ाई की, ठीक? So, higher commitment is good, yes or no? But the issue is, in the emergency times, committed bureaucracy or committed judiciary was used, committed to the government of the day. That means they were very biased. इसीलिए term use करते हैं. The better term. So committed judiciary or committed bureaucracy is not a good term. What is the good term? Independent judiciary. Right? And when you look at judiciary, which is why constitutionalism, to prevent the tyranny or taking a power of the government. If the government wants to take up a lot of power, you want to have a very proactive judiciary. Right? Now, today only I'll tell you that how judiciary even overturned 39th Constitutional Amendment Act through the Indira Gandhi case. Okay, and in fact, during the emergency, there were certain acts which tilted more power to the government. But later on, and even the Keshavanand Bharati case, and later on, like we see 1975, and even later on, you require a very independent judiciary to commit to the values of the constitution. इसलिए बहुत जरूरी है. We want an independent judiciary, but if you get the term committed judiciary, that has a negative connotation to it. But if you simply go by the English definition, nahi sir, humne to padha hai, I have to be very committed to my studies, then you will make a mistake. And they had asked you this question. In fact, in that question, the very first statement was committed judiciary. And the last statement was, the last option was separation of powers. Okay, so that is just a point I want to tell you. Constitutionalism, civilian control of military. What is the meaning of civilian control? Now here also, if you just read this statement and if you look at your neighbors, do we get the idea? Right? So if you look at even Pakistan, for example, or even let's say Myanmar, let's say military junta, right? The military, the moment military takes over the day, the affairs of the administration, that will not be very pro people, right? The defense expenditure, maybe they can overshoot, but not day-to-day affairs. So ultimately you want civilian control of the military, right? Police governed by law and judicial control, right? This is there. So law, and last is respect for individual rights. And so on. We have said if your rights are being taken away, then only the state becomes authoritarian. If the state suppresses all the rights, that also was that happened in emergency, by the way, right? So if I look at some of the popular or some of the points, elements, normally you will find only this, but right now in the recent edition they've also mentioned some of the 8 points. That is why I've included it. इसको बस एक बार आप read करोगे, all the points logically make sense. And on this also, some time back, if you see the PYQs, they've also asked you which of the following helps in rule of law. Okay, or now a possible question can be which of the following would be an element of constitutionalism. That will be again a very much application oriented question, right? So this is one thing to know. Okay, so till now what have we seen? We have seen a state, we have seen a nation, we have seen a constitution, we have seen constitutionalism, we have seen rule of law, and in constitutionalism we've also seen what are the major elements of constitutionalism, right? Now some of the last remaining aspects of this, I think till here we were able to follow up. And below the boxes also, now if you have some space, if you want to utilize it, you can, depending on whatever you want to fill in. I will tell you about certain ideologies because that also has been asked. So for example, I am writing certain ideologies. Okay, and if we spend around 4 or 5 minutes on just this area, even the basic conceptual parts will also be very clear to you, right? So when I'm looking at liberalism, okay, in liberalism, so broadly speaking, the initial part of liberalism started with classical liberalism, right? Here only the features I'm writing, most the features are self-explanatory. I'll also tell you still. It talks about a minimal state. See? Another term that they use for a minimal state is known as a night watchman state, right? Second, if the state is minimal, will the people have maximum liberty, right? So here, if the state is minimal, their focus most is on individuals' rights also plus liberty, right? Now let us just first understand this. The moment you are able to understand this, even you will understand socialism, and you will also understand what is the issue with Marxism, okay, especially on this ground. Now in liberalism, let's say we are saying we have individuals. Liberalism, the main idea of liberalism is what? Focus is on individuals, okay? So this individual can do business. If they want to do business, they want to acquire property, right? Which is why they will support a lot of property, which ultimately later on will flourish, and there will be capitalism, right? The economic philosophy of liberalism is known as capitalism. What is, in one word, if I have to summarize capitalism, it is ultimately driven by profit. अब this individual wants to have maximum liberty. I'm not saying unlimited, maximum liberty. For that you need a minimal state. So state allows the individual to do most of the things, but the state will only put very limited restrictions, right? Now talking also of restrictions, this is an individual. So here, for example, if I talk about J.S. Mill, his idea is what you finally see today as reasonable restrictions. So if the question is, and this was a philosophical question, that if I say liberalism wants to maximize freedom of speech, okay, like we have to have a limit, there has to be a limit. How does this limit come in? There are two things he will say. You have self-regarding actions and you have other regarding actions. Now, as long as your actions are only limited to you, for self-regarding actions, you can do anything what you want. But the moment your liberty, it takes away my liberty, this is where you draw the line. So for other regarding actions, there is a limit. Whereas for self-regarding actions, which is only bothering you, right, there is no limit. This ultimately, let's say this ultimately becomes what? Reasonable restrictions. Even when we read about Article 19, one of the Article 19, for example, Article 19(1) subclause D, it says freedom to move anywhere in the country. Is there a reasonable restriction to that? Batao, what is the? So one is inner line permit. One also is very important, tribal. So for example, you have seen instances of, let's say, a foreigner going to an Andaman and also interfering with some of the tribal customs. So even the government can stop your movement, right? So this freedom cannot be unlimited. So coming back, we are looking at classical liberalism. Classical liberalism goes for a minimal state. So state आप पे ज़्यादा रोक टोक नहीं लगाएगा. The state will not put much restrictions on you, so that you can do your business, you can do freedom of speech, etc., everything. This freedom will help in your development, right? There is a minimal state which supports capitalism, right? So you have individual rights, liberty being maximized. What will be a problem here? Problem hogi, it does not take into account people's privileges. In classical liberalism, it simply says that if you're hardworking, you get all the money, you do whatever you want. And it simply says if you're not that hardworking, you will be not having enough money. So this actually supported exploitative practices. Now think of industrial revolution, right? So here the capitalists who own the land, right, they were able to get the maximum profits, but it is the workers who were getting very few, very limited wages that led to exploitation. Or यहाँ पे state was minimal, state could not intervene much. So the problem was in liberalism, what started to also happen, especially in the classical liberalism, rise of inequality. So whenever I say socialism, it emerged as a reaction to the increasing inequalities. It was a reaction to the increasing inequalities. Now, when I look at liberalism, liberalism tries to ensure equality of opportunity. People have the opportunity. Because you do not recognize the privilege, so jiske paas already, if somebody is, let's say, more talented, somebody already knows the resources, they will be in a very good position. So equality of opportunity leads to what? Can lead to inequalities. हाँ है ना, बताओ. Whereas when I look at socialism, socialism says we want to go for equality of outcomes, right? Outcomes, whatever you do, final part will be same, right? So if somebody is even working 10 hours, or somebody, let's say, hypothetically speaking, working 8 hours, he was still getting the same goods. अब बताओ इसमें problem होगी. Here also you'll have problems. The problem here will be it does not support, no incentives for working hard, no innovation. This will go down. But the good thing is there will be social justice. Right now, so this is the idea of socialism. It tries to what? It tries to increase the role of state. Ab state minimal nahi hoga. In socialism, the state will also have a proper welfare role. State objective is to minimize the inequalities, but in doing so, it can also have certain problems, like there is no innovation, there is no incentives, right? Now, when I look at Marxism, right? So you have to think it. I'm not going into too much that how many types of socialism were there. आप ये सोचो, it is just a type of this. Okay. In fact, for Marx, right? After socialism, for Marx, what would happen is Marxism. Marxism, for us, for general studies, only a couple of things to remember. One is the goal was to have a stateless society. Kyun? Because for socialism and even for Marx, state is the instrument of bourgeois, which means the propertied class. So for them, you have the goal of stateless society. You do not want a state. That is the final end goal. Second thing, Marx also support violent means to achieve this. So yes, ultimately in Marxism, you will see dialectical or historical materialism. There is a goal of stateless society to have social justice, okay, and to go for, even he would support violent means. This is the idea of Marxism. Now, if I look at Gandhism, is there any similarity between Marxism and Gandhism? Yes. So, for example, the similarity, if I say, and if I look at Gandhism, the ideal state for Gandhi was Ram Rajya, and here this was a stateless society. Gandhi believed in centralization or decentralization? Decentralization. Which DPSP can I quote? Okay. He supports a stateless society because he wants ultimately the people should be empowered. So in that sense, he would also support a very much vibrant democracy. Ultimately, power should be with the people and not with the state. That is Gandhi's idea of Ram Rajya. And lastly speaking, for Gandhi, he supported peaceful means. Right? Marx had supported what? Violent means to achieve their ideal state. Till here, are you able to recall or you understand? Okay. Now, if you understand this, I'll also then go into certain nuances on certain terms like liberty, equality, rights, and duties. Now, which also will tie up to our knowledge of liberalism as well as socialism. Okay. Now, till now, just for a quick recap, we have seen liberalism, we've seen socialism. Within socialism, there is Marxism, and we have seen Gandhism. What is the end goal of Gandhism? Stateless society, Ram Rajya. But this will be done through peaceful means. What is the end goal for Marxism? Stateless society, but even supports violent means. What is the idea of socialism? To remove the inequalities, to go for social justice. Okay. Here, the role of state is going to increase, right? And the individual will reduce. Socialism mein, instead of individual identities, we go for collective identities. Okay. In liberalism, generally speaking, what is the idea? You want to maximize the liberty, you want to minimize the role of state so as to promote more and more business development. Okay. Now, for example, you have terms like liberty. Now remember, liberty, there is something known as negative and positive. And this is also what you will see in the Indian constitution as well. But you have to understand what these things are. What is negative liberty? What is positive liberty? Okay. When I say negative liberty, okay, here we are limiting the powers of the state. Okay. So agar ek statement, even in the books that you would read, sometimes they write liberty is the absence of restraints. Is this right or not? Liberty is the absence of restraints, right? When I'm saying negative liberty, you are limiting the power of state. If I flip it, अगर मैं state की powers कम कर रहा हूं, individuals' power will increase. Here also think of this, think of individuals and think of state. If the powers of state are increasing, it will encroach on individual powers. So one aspect, when I say negative liberty, the idea of negative liberty is what? you are limiting the power of state. If you limit the power of state, what that means? Individual powers are increased. Then what is positive liberty? अब यहाँ पे in this case the state, right? अब इसको भी याद करने के लिए etc. I'll tell you, for example, many of you may have heard about. There are other philosophers which I'm not telling you, otherwise it will be difficult. T.H. Green, etc. Many others. ये याद रख सकते हो. अब देखो, state, can the state create hospitals? Can the state create educational institutions? So conventional definition was, आप state के role को reduce करो, then your individual freedom will increase. Now in positive liberty, if the state creates hospitals, education, or any welfare activities, that will increase liberty of people. And this can be also said in another term, it allows for development of people. This allows for development of people, or it helps people develop themselves fully, right? So there are two ways in which we can classify liberty. It can be negative, it can also be positive. When I look at negative liberty, what do I say? It is limiting the powers of the state. Whereas if I say positive liberty, what do I say? You are increasing the role of state, but this increasing role of state helps you to develop, okay, or opportunity to develop oneself fully. This was the statement asked by UPSC. Opportunity to develop oneself fully. Hmm. 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 नहीं, absence of restraints में here if I say absence of restraints अगर होगा तो then the people will have more opportunities to develop themselves. Negative का sense, it is negative does not mean negative per se. Negative simply means you are limiting the power of state. This is the conventional classical liberal definition. But even this is true. Even this is true. Okay. If you have to choose between them, if this question, if you see, even this is a more broader definition. This is a more modern definition. Okay. So both things are there. You can have absence of restraints, that will also increase the freedom. But if you look at this aspect, positive liberty, even this, if you allow for development, because ऐसा तो any state will necessarily reduce the freedom, state can also increase the freedom. If there is opportunity for capacity development, okay, for building, let's say, the skills of people, it will also lead to more and more liberty. Think of poverty reduction. तो इसीलिए एक ये भी definition बनती है. So when I say liberty, you should know two things. One is positive liberty, one is negative liberty, right? Now, second thing you also need to know is rights. And whenever we see rights, think of also duties. अब देखो, what is just one line, what you would say, what are rights? Chalo, somebody says claims, that is also fine. Any entitlements, okay? So for example, I'll just take the example of fundamental right, okay? Rights can be fundamental, but are these the only type of rights? Nahi. Now, I'll tell you different types of rights. For example, can we have natural rights? Can we have legal rights? Can I have constitutional rights? And can I have fundamental rights? Now, one by one, you need to understand all the four. When I say natural rights, पहली बात, natural rights is not a very old phenomena, it's a more recent phenomena. Natural rights का मतलब क्या है? Just the fact that you are a human, right? Or just because you are born, by that part you have rights. Okay. In fact, if we want to go into the history of natural rights, the only thing to remember is earlier what was existing? Divine rights. पहले people did not have any rights. It was the king who was the embodiment of divine. King के पास rights होते थे. So John Locke contested this claim. John Locke said, people have rights because they are humans. And everybody has natural rights. State does not give the natural rights. Natural rights, log ke paas khud, people have these natural rights by themselves. So one term is natural rights. Now, the best way to understand this in the modern terms is to know Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, right? UDHR is Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, why did we have a UDHR? Because of the experiences of World War II, the kind of atrocities that have happened. So finally there was a UDHR. But UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, inspire kahan se hota hai? Natural rights se. And when I say human rights, even this is a very contested idea. Who is a human? Should a terrorist also get these human rights? Yes or no? This will be because somebody's terrorist can be somebody's freedom fighter. This will be debated. But one term is natural rights. Okay? And natural rights are inspiring Universal Declaration on Human Rights. First thing. अब आते हैं legal rights. This is easy to understand. Okay? Anything which is mentioned in any statute, act, or a law. Okay? So for example, you go to buy a particular device from Amazon, right? But this device is not functioning very well. Can you go to a Central Consumer Protection Authority? Right? So how are you getting this right? Central Consumer Protection Act. That is a legal right. Yes or no? So this I think is not very difficult to understand. Then you have a term constitutional right, and I have written separately fundamental right. Okay? अब देखो यहाँ पे main thing to understand. First I'll tell you fundamental right. And of course we're talking of India. So fundamental right will be anything which is there in the Part 3 of the Indian Constitution. What will be a constitutional right? Anything outside Part 3 but in the Constitution. I hope you know the Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Well, what is Part 1? So, ठीक है. Although till now UPSC you did not use to ask these questions, but there is one question. If you look at 2 years back, they've even asked you factual details of parts. Okay? So schedules and parts etc. very factual in nature, but one should at least go back. So parts try to look later on. So I'm saying a constitutional right is outside Part 3. One of the best example of this is, let's say Article 300A. Okay? Ab dekho. Right to property, was it a fundamental right at any point of time? Yes. Which article was that? Earlier there was Article 31 which guaranteed right to property, but this was repealed by 44th Constitutional Amendment. Now it has become a 300A, right? Right to property. So you have different terms. One, you have a natural right, you have legal rights, you have constitutional right, and you have a fundamental right. Now the point is, somebody can also say, sir, if a right is present in the Constitution, can I say fundamental right also to be constitutional right? वैसे तो conceptually speaking, yes, because if you think of a bigger diagram of a constitution, within that you have these rights. But what is so special about fundamental rights? So fundamental, can I say justiciable? Right? So for violation, can I go to the courts? And if you think of Article 32 in that matter, so remember these 4 fundamental rights are there. You have constitutional rights. Court, but point is in the fundamental right. Here, for example, agar hamara Part 3 mein, if there is something that is violated, you have Article 32, right? Whereas for other rights, constitutional rights, etc., I can also take up Article 226. That is why we say it has a wider jurisdiction, right? So one is fundamental, one is constitutional, of course one is legal, and one also is natural rights, which also supports the idea of UDHR. Okay? So rights you are understanding. Then there is a term known as duties. Okay? What is a duty? Is it an obligation? नहीं, normal English. What is the meaning of a duty? Certain obligation, something that has to be done, right? Now, normally you look at rights and duties in a different sense, but you should be able to look at it from two lenses. Again, now think of, अब देखो liberalism में you're talking of more of individuals, so you'll talk more of rights and less of duties. Whereas in socialism, you're talking more of collectivism, more of group based identities. Here the focus will also be on duties, right? So if I'm talking of liberalism, so here for our reference, we can just simply talk about rights. You can even write greater than duties. For socialism, in ideal sense, there is a continuity between both of them. The rights and duties will be there, complementary, etc. And main thing is they will focus more on duties, right? In Indian sense, if you look at, okay, so for example, if I look at Gandhi, Gandhi will say both of them are supporting each other, complementing each other. You have rights because you have duties because you have rights. But this is Gandhian view, okay? So I'm writing just for our reference, these are complementary in nature. Because if you just isolatedly read about duties, you will not make much sense. Duties आपको तब अच्छे से समझ में आएगा if you look into two separate political systems, which supports more and which is supporting less of it. ठीक है? Talking of fundamental duties, which part of the constitution? Part 4 is DPSP, right? Which committee should you remember? So we'll again see this in when I do the section. Okay. And then which amendment has happened? This is a very short topic of duties, but the conceptual part should be very clear to you. What is a right and what is a duty? Okay. So keep that also in mind. What is a right and what is a duty? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. नहीं, अगर if the parliament wants to implement any of the FR, you are saying to implement it, can it create a law? हाँ. Hmm. हाँ, that is separate, but then you will confuse the whole part. We have put them in the constitution and we have given them highest degree of protection. अगर कोई भी violation होगा, so this will lead to, this will actually, if I look at fundamental right, the idea is to prevent the tyranny of government, right? अगर if you are thinking कि सर हम parliament को छोड़ेंगे या देंगे, तो फिर होगा क्या ultimately? State will slowly and steadily take away the rights. That is why such a high level of protection is given. आप सोचो from that angle. Otherwise, then आप सोचो, then what is the need to have a constitution? हाँ, वो है. In fact, इसी पे अभी I'm not elaborating. The same right to property is also having a legal basis and also having the constitutional basis. 2017 में क्वेश्चन आया था, the question which we are saying to vote and to be elected, which was a very controversial question. And उसपे some people were saying it is a legal right, some people were saying constitutional right. In the NCRT, for example, if you look at the UPSC went with constitutional right, but you can, if you look at from the legal precedent, many judgments, you will still get confused in that. No, but हमें we have to go for UPSC's interpretation in that, right? Even if you look at Indian Constitution at work, वहां से उन्होंने line से जो उठाया था, so they finally went with it is a constitutional right, it is not a legal right, okay? But if you look from a legal point of view, आप confuse हो गए उसमें आगे जाके. Yes. फिर से बोलो, फिर से. complementary as per Gandhi. In fact, have all the provisions of Gandhi ji seen the light of the day? Not really. Take. So here, this is only what we are saying, only complementary as per him, right? When we created the constitution, the main focus was to create fundamental rights. Okay. Then we had DPSPs, and then later on we had the part 4A that was added, right? Based on the committee, Swaran Singh committee recommendations. Okay. And that was basic idea to add them was to instill civic sense. जो आप देखते हैं ना आजकल, civics culture, civic sense. No, the point civic culture is also mentioned. One of the basic things to add here was civic culture, right? But in that sense, we were not a socialist constitution to ensure कि नहीं, if your rights are only there because you have duties. That was not the point that the makers wanted to make. That is why it was added later. No, it is not necessary. And which is also why there are different political systems. In some systems, they will prioritize duties even more. In fact, if you look at authoritarian, fascist or totalitarian systems, वहाँ पे duties will be far more. हो सकता है rights हो ही ना. They have to do everything as per what is the command of the state. For example, there is a very famous Mussolini statement. Mussolini सुना आपने? So nothing above the state, nothing beyond the state, nothing against the state. तो वहाँ पे क्या होगा? Everything is duty. There will be no rights. Yes or no? So this will depend on the political system. I hope we are able to make sense. Okay. Now, the last, फिर से राइट नहीं करेक्ट, आई गेट योर पॉइंट, आप आगे बोलो. हाँ, वो this will depend on the question, which is also why constitutional and legal may there can be an overlap like we discussed. Okay, so even the same question that we were discussing, अभी देखेंगे इसको आगे से. हाँ, for constitutional remedies will are they वो part 3, उनका क्वेश्चन अलग है. His question basically is saying that in this part, if you don't have the law, वो सही है, but point is if you have not made a law for that and if that is being violated, right, that is your question. तो उस पे it will depend on how the question is being framed. ठीक है, इसमें भी we will see this as the rights will come in. वायलेशन ऑफ राइट्स के लिए क्या रेमेडी बनी हुई है, क्या होगा, आगे देखते हैं इसको. ठीक है, ओके. आई थिंक द लास्ट कॉलम remains is equality. Okay, what do you think will be a meaning of equality overall? No, if I say equality, can I say absence of privileges? Can this be one definition? One is this basic definition, what is equality, known as absence of privileges, right? But the point is, will this always exist? Nahi. Even if you look at Article 14, there are some people who are outside. For example, if you look at president, etc. If you think of the concept of immunity, this will go against the concept of equality. So inequality, sometimes there can be exceptions. Okay. Second thing, and this exceptions we'll do in Article 14, some of the posts which are exempted, but just for reference, abhi ke liye, one basic term is equality means absence of privileges. Philosophically or hypothetically speaking, everybody will be treated equal. But if you treat everybody equal, what is the problem? The people who already have certain advantages, they will now have more advantages. So this can also lead to inequalities, which is also why when we say equality, a better term is fairness, because fairness is tied to the idea of justice, right? Justice, we say justice is fairness. For example, more than equality, we use that sometimes the term equity. So ये same चीज है. A better term which tries to look into the social, political and the economic aspect is this. So just abhi ke liye just remember this term. What is the basic meaning of equality? That is absence of privileges. There can be certain exceptions, which means certain people can be treated differently in certain matters, right? Whereas a better term overall is a fairness, which is having the concept of justice ingrained in this. ठीक है, ये सारे टर्म्स अभी आगे देखेंगे. What is affirmative action? We'll see article 15, article 16, etc. We'll discuss them there. ठीक है, till here are you able to follow, right? So what have we seen in the very first page overall is we have seen basic terms like what is a nation, what is a state, what is the constitution, what is constitutionalism, what is rule of law, what are some of the elements of rule of law. Then we have seen certain values. Okay, we have seen values like we saw liberty, equality, rights. Okay, we also saw certain political ideologies. What is Marxism, socialism, Gandhism, liberalism, and in that how the relations are there. Okay, so for example, if we talk about a certain part that where you have more liberty, right, where you have more duties, more, so all of these aspects we've had a look at. Okay, so that is one. And I think democracy, if you have not written it yet, what is democracy? Simply in one line, empowerment of people. Okay, what is the virtue, best virtue of democracy? This is a UPSC PYQ, but I just want to know if this, what is the virtue of a democracy? Main thing is it is the ordinary people who take part in the political process, right? And anything which is related to, let's say, empowerment of people will be related to democracy. Empowerment of people, right? Ordinary people who take part in the political process. And यहाँ पे ये चीज important है समझना. Democracy, you know, has been a fight. Earlier, what was existing? Power was always concentrated in the hands of very few people. So when you look at democratic revolution, if I say a statement, this is a very bloody process. It's true. Think of French Revolution, a lot of bloodshed. Finally, so ordinary people having the power to take anything or make a meaningful contribution to a political process is a hallmark of democracy, right? But of course, we know this is the definition, hai na? So that is why for the people, of the people, by the people, or ultimately the empowerment of people is the virtue that you see in a democracy. Now, in democracy, two more things to know. Can a democracy be direct? And can it be? What is a direct democracy? People are, let's say, directly participating it, right? But will this be practical in a country like India? Nahi. Which is why we go for indirect democracy, that the people are electing their representatives and then they are making decisions for them and they are adjudicating overall. Okay? So you have two types basically, let's say democracy. There is a direct wherein, right? So this is more practical in nature, more feasible, especially for big country, again having a lot of people. The democratic exercise will be very cumbersome, very complicated. ठीक है? अब इसमें भी other nuances we'll discuss when I discuss the terms of preamble with you. Then we'll have a discuss. We'll see that. ठीक है? So यहाँ पे again this almost major things that are there in the political theory, NCERT, some of the ideologies, things that you need to know. We've had a look at. Okay. इसके beyond then going into every nitty gritty, don't go into political philosophers. Nobody's going to ask you. I'm telling you. The question between Marxism and Gandhism again happens to be an aberration, exception, and not the norm. ठीक है? For us, norm is more important. अब आप सोचो नहीं सर मेरे को हर टाइप की सोशलिज्म पढ़नी है, तो फिर there is no end to that. ठीक है? So there will be some questions, maybe in polity or geography, they are more, let's say, optional based. एक क्वेश्चन अगर ऐसा होगा, ठीक है, If you don't know it, you can skip it. Is this okay? This is your first page. People online, any issues in the first page? Plus, abhi the terms that we discussed, more of them, the more we discuss it in the subsequent portions. For example, in FR, so you will be revising it. In fact, when we move to executive, many terms that we've discussed will make more sense. And finally, when we do parliament, legislature, then these concepts will even more solidify. Okay. So here in the very first page, only the keywords that I've mentioned, you have to write just that. Main thing is to be aware about this, because one or two questions, if you look in the recent 5-6 years, you are getting every year one or two questions. The simple term of limitation on the government, they have asked you so many times in this form or the other. Okay. Now flip your page. What is the next page? The making, right? Okay. Now here the conceptual thing first I'll tell you, making of the constitution, and iske baad you have some factual aspects. Okay. First we are talking of making of the constitution. In almost 15 years, on this, two questions have come. Okay. One question was again based on who is ultimately in the constituent assembly, which means in the constituent assembly we have a representation of princely states, right? We have a representation of basically the provinces, right? So one question was basically who is there in that? Is that a direct or an indirect election? One basic concept. Second thing they asked you was a very recent question on the members which are there in this, right? Up. Making of the constitution. Who was interested in making the constitution? But the CA for us will be constituent assembly. Okay. Now, constituent assembly, it actually served a dual role. Okay. What was its primary role? Make the constitution, which it had done really well. What was the second role later on? Yes. So when the constitution, so in 26 January 1950, right? Till 1952, when the first general election happened, which was the first parliament? Constituent assembly. Ab first general elections kab hue? So from this to this part, till your elections, it also there. This is why I've just written a term, because here I'll just tell you a few keywords only in this topic. Other parts are factual in nature. So it also served the role as a parliament, whereas its primary role was to ultimately draft the constitution. Right? The first thing in constituent assembly that you need to know, it had a dual role. Okay. Draft the constitution, and second thing is it also functioned as the first parliament in the independent India. It was only in 1952 when the general elections happened. Okay. Then of course the popular will and the popular sovereignty got reflected. Pehli cheez ye hai. Second question or second thing always one has to know is the composition. Okay. Now, what was there in constituent assembly? No, that is the part of elections. So you had provinces and you had up here also no need to remember total 389. This is how much? This is almost 292. This is 89 and 4 also by the other, right? The chief these. So here factual part, if you are already recalling it, excellent. But my point is, चलो लिख ही देते हैं इसको. This is roughly 292. This is how much? 89. And you had 4. So total how much? So you had mainly provinces being reflected and you had princely states. But this is the composition. But the issue here was in the case of provinces, we see something known as they were indirectly elected. Princely states, they were nominated. This became a part of criticism of Constituent Assembly. Right? Ab dekho, if I am saying there is a indirect election, the question can be how. And second question here can be who was the part of this electoral college? Who will be a part of this? Now, if you have read your Government of India Act 1935, then you had the elections for your these provincial legislative assemblies. Although you know they had also resigned in 1937. This is the history part. अगर आपको नहीं भी याद हो रहा है, इतना याद रखेंगे. It is the provincial legislative assemblies through an indirect election composed these provinces. First fact, and second, the nomination was of princely states. So this part you need to know for two angles. One, even this whether the system of election this past has been asked by UPSC, election direct or indirect. First question, this is the question that can be there. Second question can be there is how, who is there in the electoral college. Second question. Third question will be analytical in nature, which means if the question is was the Constituent Assembly reflecting general will, batao, this is a criticism of the Constituent Assembly. Okay, because why is it not reflecting general will? It is not directly elected, right? Although iska counter we see later on that in the first general election, most of the people who are part of Constituent Assembly, they got re-elected back. Okay, so here again, just to recall, you have a dual role of Constituent Assembly. What is the dual role? They have to draft the constitution and they are also to serve as the serve the parliament. In the composition, remember, you have provinces, princely states. Provinces were elected through indirect election and the princely states, they were nominated. This will be the question they'll ask you, and even if they want to ask you separate is provincial legislative assemblies. Now third thing, so composition we know. Next we see is how was decision making done. So we will write decision making through, the keyword here is consensus. The decision making was carried out through consensus. How many committees were there? A total of 22, right? You have 8 major, 13 minor and 1. The most important committee was the drafting committee. Okay. अब यहाँ पे if you can't remember, नहीं तो just simple याद रखो, they were major committees and minor committees. Now we have seen this in certain state PCS exams. They may ask you, but this committee is chaired by, led by, etc. So when you revise this topic, this is because otherwise there's a lot of fluff in this topic. आपको जब revise करना हो, this should be your last priority. That this committee was headed by Yahoo. This also I'll show you. But conceptually, what you should know, what is the role of Constituent Assembly? Second is the composition, how it is elected. Decision is based on consensus decision making, and then you have committees. Now if you come to committees, here I'll just show you a couple of committees. Is maybe your first priority is to know this committee, drafting committee. Who is the chairperson of drafting committee? Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. For this committee I'll read out all the names, but for the other two you should see it at your end. Ab dekho. So one is this Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, because if they want to ask you a slightly factual question, they'll ask you in this manner. N. Gopalaswamy Iyengar, Aladi Krishna Swami Iyer, Dr. K.M. Munshi. We often see many references to K.M. Munshi in preamble, in other parts, right? Horoscope, for example. Syed Mohammad Sadullah, M. Madhav Rao, and in fact, he had replaced B.L. Mittal, who actually resigned due to ill health. So, N. Madhav Rao, and lastly is T.T. Krishnamachari. He actually had replaced D.P. Khaitan, right? So, this I am deliberately showing it to you so that at least you have some visual memory. I'll again repeat: Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, N. Gopal Swami Iyengar, Aladi Krishna Swami Iyer, Dr. K.M. Munshi, Syed Mohammad Sadullah, N. Madhav Rao, and T.T. Krishnamachari, right? Now, if you get a factual question, who was the constitutional advisor to Constituent Assembly? B.N. Rao. Was he a member of Constituent Assembly? No, he was not a member of Constituent Assembly, but he was the constitutional advisor. Especially his expertise was in reading through so many different constitutions. So when in fact Dr. B.R. Ambedkar had said, Indian constitution is made by ransacking different parts of the word constitution. So that expertise is with B.N. Rao, and B.N. Rao is the advisor, but he was not the member. वो अलग से कहीं आप लिखोगे, the advisor and not the member. This is your drafting committee. I hope we are clear on this. You have two more things. One is major committees. ठीक है, अब ये है factual part from your book. You have space. You have to summarize it in your note itself. Whenever the class ends, you have a break tomorrow. Just take this time so that you try to consolidate it. This is this whole list, okay? And if somebody has gone through it, अब जैसे this तो अभी we just saw, ठीक है? You have Powers Committee, Nehru Constitution Committee, right? Provincial Committee, Sardar Patel. Advisory Committee is there now. Rules of Procedure, States Committee. So here the idea is you club it. So if you look at Jawaharlal Nehru, can you see him in at least 3 committees, right? Steering Committee, Rajendra Prasad, right? तो अब इसको when you read it a couple of times, अब ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि this becomes your entire focus कि मुझे रट लेना है. You will be able to be familiar when you have seen this a couple of times, right? First will be major committees. After you, if you've done with the major committees, then you go to minor committees, okay? And there's a good list of these minor committees. So finance and staff, credentials, house, etc., etc. But again, I've told you, you normally do not expect these kind of questions. It is only in the recent 2 or 3 years, even in polity, you're getting factual questions. Otherwise, part-based questions, schedule-based questions, name of members, we were not doing it. Polity, we were only doing the conceptual aspects. And even in governance part of polity, or let's say bodies, now they're asking very factual questions. Okay? Lokpal, I told you, but even for some of the other bodies, they've asked you slightly factual questions. So just be aware, these two will be a homework. One is major, one is minor committee. Okay? Chalo, I'll ask you a couple of questions if you can see from the slide. All of this is there in this chapter of major committee, right? एक एक करके मैं पूछता हूँ. चलो सबसे I'll start with the last one. People online, you try to answer. These are very popular questions based on these topics. Who did the calligraphy of the Hindi version of the original constitution? Okay, just a second. Is it buffering for the people online? If it is working fine, just mention, I think. Okay. Achha, it is fine, right? Huh? Okay. So here there are certain facts only, I think. 1 second. Huh. Calligraphy was, I think some of you have mentioned. Calligraphy of the Hindi version. This was actually done by Vasant Krishan Vaidya. Okay. It was decorated and illuminated by Nandalal Bose. right? This I think we've already done. Who served as the constitutional legal advisor? B.N. Rao. Which animal was adopted as official symbol? Elephant. This also you know. Chief draftsman of Indian Constitution? B.R. Ambedkar. Secretary to the Constituent Assembly? Secretary? H.V.R. Iyengar. Then चलो ये तो शायद पता होना चाहिए. Who hand wrote the English version? ठीक है okay. So this was I Prem Bihari Narayan Raizada, okay. Which artists from Shantiniketan were involved in decorating and beautifying the constitution? One is Nandlal Bose and the second one is Bihar Ram Manohar Sinha. ठीक है. So इसमें this I'll share with you with the answers in the bracket also if you want to look at, but this is directly from the book only, so इसमें nothing new that I've added here. Okay, but this will be your last point of reference to do. So in this topic of making of the constitution, is a relatively small topic. What have we seen so far is number one, certain questions. Chalo, we have started with number one is Constituent Assembly. इसमें I have not yet told you the dates, objective resolution 9th December 1946, 13th December 1946 and other dates for example. ठीक है, dates you will have to add later on. ठीक है, and dates should not be your primary point of reference. First thing, first remember what is Constituent Assembly. Second is the composition. We've seen the functions already. Next is what we have seen is certain committees. We've seen the drafting committee of the constitution. You have major as well as minor communities. And lastly, there is certain trivia associated with this. Okay? So this is something that if you do it, that will help. Okay, हाँ. अच्छा, the chief draftsman of the constitution in the Constituent Assembly is what? बताओ. S.N. Mukherjee. The chief draftsman of constitution in the Constituent Assembly is S.N. Mukherjee. Okay. Huh, you're saying something. Draft nahi, but I think main role was as an advisor and he was not a member. These are the two main things. Huh. But in our part that we read, हम इनको याला credit दे रहे हैं. ठीक, initial part है, but उसके बाद certain iterations were also there. That is fine. हाँ. Somebody else was also raising hand. ठीक है. तो इसमें just हाँ. अच्छा तो हाँ. Is this okay? ठीक है. Now you flip your page. Salient features. Here we'll spend a short time just to get familiar with the salient features. These features in the course of our classes you will understand in far more detail. Okay, that what are exactly the salient features of the constitution. We will just use this as a summary. With this, then we'll jump to the schedules of the constitution and then the interesting discussion on preamble and then the union and then the citizenship and then fundamental rights. Okay, so we are doing the heading of salient features of the constitution. What is the first salient feature? Right, it is lengthiest. Now, in the original constitution, how many articles? Original constitution has how many articles? 395. How many parts and how many schedules? I'm saying original. Original में, right? When I say 395, any idea what is article 394? सुना है? भूल गए? 394 actually talked about which provisions of the constitution would come into force on 26 November. That is article 394. Chalo, don't worry. आगे देखेंगे अभी preamble और बाकी जगह cases में. This is the original. Why I'm just telling you this, remember for your comparison perspective. When I say making of the constitution, the moment the constitution was there, you have three articles. You have 395, you have 22 parts, you have schedules. If I compare it to right now, how many articles? More than that, chalo, 470 parts, schedules, 12. और ज्यादा है, और ज्यादा है. नहीं, आई नो वो उसके अंदर भी आर्टिकल्स है, बट देन व्हेन यू लुक एट 21, यू हैव आल्सो आर्टिकल 21A एटसेट्रा. Right, there's nothing like it, but from the original constitution to, if you just number these articles, oh, that is the part that is mentioned in the books. In any common book that you will find this term. What they are referring to is that there have been multiple amendments, which is why you have certain sections. So we are not saying 470 means article 470 हो गया है. हम्म हम्म right right. हम्म नहीं, मैं समझ गया. तो आप उसमें योर आंसर शुड हैव बीन, बिकॉज फॉर एग्जांपल यू नो आर्टिकल जैसे 67 पढ़ा आपने, यू नो आर्टिकल 67B इज आल्सो देयर, वी नो 300A, we know for example other articles also. So original constitution has this, but for example many of you, अब जैसे if I say article 15, अब article 15 subclause 3, 4, 5, many of them have been added. So numerically the total number is this, numerically speaking, but that does not mean the number of articles वहां पे नए ऐड हो रहे हैं. उसके लिए we have certain amendments which we will also understand in the amendment section. Parts increase हो गए हैं, ठीक है, and the schedules have increased from 8 to 12. Okay. Current में वो I don't think they'll ask you this the part. If they ask you, तो उसमें भी the mention will be there clearly. Otherwise, see, some time back UPSC had asked you a question that was related to the first constitutional amendment. They had to drop the question because the question was ambiguous. Normally, polity में you don't see questions getting dropped. We have seen the question was on first constitutional amendment that was basically related to the tussle between FR and DPSPs. Land reforms का question आया था, and I think this is hardly 2 years back. और उसमें they had used a term which is the most correct, and that became a very subjective interpretation. Okay, so numerically also nobody is going to ask you. This is only for our comparative reference. So the first thing is, it is, अब salient features I'll just quickly go through it. First one is, it is the lengthiest written constitution. Second thing is, it is drawn from, now here we'll just take a small time for very popular countries what we have borrowed. इसके लिए भी if you have look at your book or any other source, proper सी table है. This is also a factual part, but what I will want to remember and just, so there are certain countries we see, US, UK, and we'll see. Now if I look at US, right, what have we, what is inspired or what have we borrowed from US? सबसे पहला तो, what about preamble? What about Bill of Rights, which has inspired the fundamental rights? Now, concept of judicial review, can I say? Then from USA, what else have we seen? Can I say separation of powers? Some very popular things I'm writing. When I say UK, right? Now UK is famous for which thing? Parliamentary sovereignty. Do we have, or we have parliamentary sovereignty? No. What do we have? Constitutional supremacy. We don't have parliamentary sovereignty, right? Now from UK, what have we borrowed, or let's say what has inspired? And अच्छा, USA has what type of citizenship? Single or dual? Dual. What is there in India? Single citizenship. Okay. In fact, we'll see certain provisions of the articles of the constitution which does not allow dual citizenship. Okay. So there is parliamentary form, and in UK there is, for example, if you think of speaker, there's a convention, once a speaker, always a speaker. Do we have that in India? We don't have that in India. So when we are preparing this, we need to understand the comparative sense of things, right? What is an important part, what is not. Now, talking of drawn from various sources, the biggest influence on on our constitution is which? The biggest influence is this, and there is a lot of influence of other sections or other countries. Okay, if I look at France, what directly appeals to me? Three basic terms. Liberty, equality, fraternity. What about Germany? So we have the Weimar Constitution. So this also inspires some of the aspects of. Right? Ab isme bhi I have not made this very comprehensive table overall. Main thing to understand here is, so just a couple of facts in addition to what I've written, I'll just maybe tell you. Hmm? Hmm? Okay, just a second, just a second. Suspension of fundamentals is actually correct. Okay, okay, okay. So isme na not national emergency, I should have written emergency provisions. So emergency provisions related to suspension of fundamental rights from the Weimar Constitution. ROL here is rule of law. Now USSR, what have we taken or what is inspired? Okay, justice we can say, and that is very broad sense. Then even let's say fundamental duties, even that can be inspired. Okay, so remember some of these aspects. Other than that, you can go through a comprehensive table. So इसमें से British में we can say single citizenship, okay, bicameralism, even I can say parliamentary privileges. All of this we'll see in the respective sections. There's a debate on codification of these privileges. Any idea what is the article of parliamentary privileges? Very good. 105, 194. So only the very prominent ones I've told you, but here later on also there's a proper list we can go into, we can have a look at. Okay. All right. Now, so second one was it was drawn from various sources. Right. Third one is it is a blend of rigidity as well as flexibility. So here when you look at what is the meaning of these two terms, when we do the topic of amendment, we'll do this in detail. But remember, if you want to have an amendment, amendment can happen through Article 368. But can amendment be also outside 368? If it is outside 368, then it is of yahan pe it is of, here we are talking of the ordinary, which simply means by a simple majority. What is the meaning of simple majority? हाँ, so चलो, which we will see. The main thing is दो चीजें हैं. You have to have rigidity, flexibility. So here we have had many constitutional amendments. Abhi right now, how many? What is the most recent amendment? Right? So we have shown certain flexibility, but there is also rigidity. Rigidity simple means, especially in this, when I say there are two types. One, there is a special majority, and second thing is there is a special majority plus ratification of half of the states. Now, ratification of special majority and the ratification of half of the states is for which provisions of the constitution? Anything. So if you think of schedule 7 talks about federal provisions, right? So here anything which is related to, let's say, the overall, this maybe when we do this I'll also tell you all these articles which can be amended, which require the ratification of these half of the states as well. Okay, so one of the aspect is federal provisions. What is there in special majority? So something which does not fall in this or which does not fall here will be amended via a special majority. See, so when we say we have a mix of rigidity and flexibility, you have to understand the process is such that if we want to make an amendment, we can do so. But if anything which is very sensitive, which requires more consultation, we have a very elaborate procedure. Right? Now, we've had some of the recent amendments as well. Now, talking of rigidity and flexibility, if I look at US Constitution, what would you say? This is rigid, very limited amendments. Whereas if you look at UK or Britain, what are they? And main thing, why are they flexible here? Main thing is what? Parliament is very sovereign, though they can change, right? So rigidity and flexibility you have to understand in this context, right? That you have provisions within Article 368, amendment has to be done. It can be done in two ways. One is through a special majority, and second, special majority plus ratification of half of the states. Outside Article 368, you have something done via ordinary majority. And now as we move in the respective sections, we will see direct application of these two. Okay? Abhi bhi just the moment I start union and states with you, I will ask you a question. For example, if Telangana is to be created, does it require a constitutional amendment? If Sikkim is to be created, and we will see examples within India and outside Indian territories. So that's a very good way to solidify this understanding, right? So you have a blend of rigidity as well as flexibility. Okay? This whole section will be done under the topic of amendment, and in that topic we will again understand what is a basic structure doctrine. That when I say the constitution can be amended, it does not mean that it can be totally amended. It is limited by the basic structure. And in basic structure doctrine, there is one case that one has to remember. What is that case? The Keshav Bharti case. Okay. So third thing is you have a rigidity as well as flexibility. The only comparison is between US and Britain right now. The most recent amendment is 106th. What is this one? Nari, this Vandhan Adhiniyam. Okay. When we do amendments, we'll do a quick recap from 99 to 106. 99, 100, 101, 102. All of that we'll have a look at when we do amendment part. Okay. Now let's come to fourth. Fourth is federal system with unitary bias. Very important point. Now, when I say we have a federal system, federalism means separation of powers, true or false? Or does it mean division of powers? It means division of powers. Please note, I have not written equal division of powers. This can change. In India, so if I say division of powers, this is the meaning of federalism, right? So in the Indian Constitution, we have, for example, Schedule 7. You have a union list, you have a state list, you have a concurrent list, etc. Center has its power, states, etc. have their own powers. Now, when I'm saying division of powers, we'll take two examples. For example, you have US, and one example we can say is India. Okay, here states have more power, yes or no? Indian case is closer to Canada, and main thing यहाँ पे what do we see is unitary bias. And if we understand the diversity, the size of India, you will also understand why unitary bias is there, right? The main reason, just to understand here, is why do you have a unitary bias? To prevent balkanization. What is meaning of balkanization? Breaking down into small units, A. So to prevent balkanization, one thing. Second thing is accommodate diversity. Right? Now, while we'll see this topic in a lot of detail when we do executive and other sections, but just very quickly I'll tell you, when I say you have federalism, but there is a unitary bias. So for example, if I say all India services, is it a unitary bias or is it not a unitary bias? It is a unitary bias, all India services. Appointment, or let's say the role of governor. So the criticism of governor is sometimes it becomes the agent of the center. That is an issue. Now, center ki list mein you have more units, state list is getting shrinking, concurrent list mein ultimately the power is with the center, right? That all of that tells you what is the issue. This is a unitary bias, right? Now, the last thing to remember in a federal system, okay, what are the main attributes of a federal system? Okay, so isme you can just write a couple of keywords, that if I say a system is federal, first thing is it will have division of powers, right? Second, written constitution. Very carefully, I have written independent, I have not written integrated. Independent judiciary is there, which is also a characteristic feature of a federal form of government. Why is integrated not there? Aap batao. It is a unitary feature. Now again compare it with US. In US, the respective states have their own courts, right? And they have very proper jurisdiction binding powers. In our case, we have integrated judiciary, right? So the one of the main elements of a federal system happens to be you should have division of powers. We've not written how much. In Indian case, the division is not equal, it is more unequal. In US case, it is equal. When we do union and states, वहाँ पे clear हो जाएगा what is indestructible union of destructible states, indestructible union of indestructible states. That I'll do in union and states. Just three keywords: distribution of powers, you should have a written constitution, and there should be independent, not integrated, independent judiciary as a part of federal system. And we have many things which contribute to a unitary bias. In fact, when we look at emergency provisions, उसमें क्या होता है? The federal system transforms into a unitary system, and that is also a very unique aspect of Indian constitution, right? Federal system with a unitary bias. Fourth or next one is parliamentary form of government, which we had just spoken about. Which article would you remember? Article 75, right? Subclause 3, you can remember it. Even yes. And here just write one line. What is the idea of parliamentary form of government? The executive is Yeah, right. Executive is responsible or even accountable to. Executive is responsible to the parliament. You right. The executive is responsible to the parliament. Now this in the Indian context will become what? अगर मैं इसी चीज को, if I want to say it in the Indian context, they are responsible to Lok Sabha, right? But philosophy wise, if I say what is the idea of parliamentary form of government, simply executive is responsible to the legislature or it is responsible to the parliament, we can say. Okay. In the Indian case, it becomes more specific. For example, then we say it is responsible to the Lok Sabha. ठीक है? So अभी this whole process when you do precedent with same चीजें और detail में we will do that, so don't worry. So parliamentary form is this. The difference between parliamentary and presidential at very basic level is also clear to you. Which supports more stability? Presidential form. Then why did we go for parliamentary form? We wanted more responsible and more accountable form of government. Okay, that is there. So parliamentary form you understand. Now move to the next one. Okay, right. This you also understand. There is a synthesis between, there are two terms, parliamentary sovereignty and, right. अब देखो, if the parliament becomes sovereign, fully sovereign, what can be a problem? Hmm? Right, the power will become unrestricted, right? So where do you see parliamentary sovereignty? We see this in Britain, right? We have a synthesis of this. Parliament has a lot of powers, but we also have something known as judicial review. So judiciary can pronounce on constitutional validity of the actions of even executive as well as legislature. It can pronounce on both, right? So remember this judicial review, we have seen 3 articles till now, 13, 32, 226. So we have a blend of this synthesis between parliamentary sovereignty and judicial supremacy. So we have proper judicial review that is going on. Then now there are 2 terms mentioned. One is integrated and one is independent judiciary, right? You have an integrated judiciary. Why? Because also you have a unitary bias. But independent judiciary क्यों चाहिए? Why? To prevent, let's say, executive overreach, to prevent legislative overreach. So these 2 terms are separate. You want an independent judiciary because also to protect federal provisions. Try to recall, is it also one element to ensure constitutionalism, right? So लिखो dash करके, to ensure constitutionalism, comma, rule of law, comma, prevent the tyranny of executive, prevent the tyranny of executive. Okay, and we can also understand the other related points here. The tyranny of executive, I can also say even the legislature, right? That is also correct. Now, next salient feature for us is fundamental rights. This is a proper unit, but just a gist I'll give you. तो यहाँ पे पहले लिखो Article 12-35. Article 12 to 35 is fundamental rights, comma, Part 3 of the Constitution, comma, mostly negative in nature, mostly negative in nature, comma, justiciable, right? और इसमें भी लास्ट लिखो, it limits, justiciable, and it limits the powers of the state. It limits the power of the state, right? Whereas if I go to DPSP, which articles? Just the keywords you should know for now. Now, fundamental rights are there for political equality. This is there for social and economic justice. And only thing to remember right now is these are non-justiciable. Directive principles of state policy. When we do DPSP, then I'll tell you Article 37, fundamental to governance, Article 38, welfare state, Article 39C, 39B, Article 40, Article 44, that is in news. Okay. What is Article 44? Uniform Civil Code. Okay. So DPSP, directive principles of state policy, this is what you need to know. All right. From 36 to 51, part 4, socio-economic justice and non-justiciable. Okay. Now, what is the next one? Fundamental duties. Okay. अभी के लिए just write down fundamental duties and put a dash, right? अच्छा, are fundamental duties justiciable? तो लिखो non-justiciable. How many fundamental duties do we have right now? 11. How many were added in the first place? 10. There was one added by a constitutional amendment. ठीक है? All these details we'll have a look at. So just remember that. लिखो comma 11 duties. 11 duties. When we do this, we'll also see the Bear Act very quickly. 11 duties हैं. And also write comma Swaran Singh Committee of 1976. Swaran Singh Committee of 1976. Swaran Singh Committee of 1976. Okay. And when we discuss this, we'll also see that not all recommendations of Swaran Singh Committee were accepted. Some of them were not accepted. Okay. So that is fundamental duties. So we have FR also, we have DPSPs, we have fundamental duties. Next you have is secular state, a very interesting term. We have a secular state. Here also, first I'll tell you very briefly. The Western concept. Now, if you again recall, we were discussing in the medieval times, the church was very powerful, right? Which is also why the concept of sovereignty came in, right? Western concept talks about there has to be a very strict separation between the religion and the state, right? In fact, if I take the example of France, France even bans any identity markers in the public. Right? So there has to be absolutely strict separation between religion and state. Now, in India, do we have a strict separation? No. We don't have strict separation. In fact, what do we say is we have principled distance. Now, can state interfere in certain matters if, let's say, there is a regressive practice? Can state interfere? It can. Right? For example, we have also seen, can state support also? For example, Hajj subsidies, okay, overall if you look at certain pilgrimages, okay. So both things state can do. So the point is, but state will do it. In this also we have no official religion. But main thing is, however, state can intervene in certain cases. State can intervene. Now we are saying no official religion. If a state has a religion, what is that state known as? If the state has the religion, it means it's a theocratic state. Any examples of theocratic states? Okay, so there are certain theocratic states we are seeing. The state can intervene in some cases. If you want, you can also write, chalo, no, 1 second. If you have space, just write here this case also. There is a S.R. Bomai case of 1994, and this case had mentioned secularism is the part of the basic structure of Indian Constitution. S.R. Bomai case, normally we see in two things, one is for federalism and one for secularism. So S.R. Bomai case 1994, what does it say? Secularism is the part of basic structure. BSD here is basic structure doctrine. That is also there. But the most prominent case is this one. In fact, when I do article 25 to 28 and 29, 30, in 25 to 28, I'll also tell you the essential religious practices. Okay. Again, in Sabrimala case and other cases that was in news. Achha, which articles are related to religion, specifically in fundamental rights? 25 to 28. Okay. Are they available only to citizens of India? No. Whereas article 29 and 30 only to citizens, right? Okay. That again, don't worry, we'll see that. This is a secular state. You have to know the difference between the Western concept as well as the Indian concept. Okay. No strict separation, principal distance. In fact, in our case, we don't say that this is dharma nirpekshata. We say panth nirpekshata. What is dharma? In Indian case, dharma does not simply mean religion. In our case, dharma is equal to duty. But when Westerners, they translate dharma, they equate dharma with religion. So that also becomes an issue. So we don't use the term dharma nirpekshata, we use the term panth nirpekshata. Panth here happens to be a sect. Panth nirpekshata, okay. So we, in this sense, a secular state, okay. A secular state, and then UCC, DPSP, this also we'll have a look at, okay. Although that is a topic more important from the mains point of view, but some factual details we need to know. UCC, Goa, recent example of Uttarakhand, okay, some basic details you need to know, okay. Now, secular state we have seen. Next one is UAF, Universal Adult Franchise. What is the meaning of UAF? Allowing the people the right to vote. Earlier, what used to happen many years back, very people who are educated, who had property, they had the right to vote. Universal adult franchise means all the people are allowed to vote. Yahan pe, you just remember one Constitutional Amendment Act, 61st Constitutional Amendment Act, which reduced the age of voting from 21 to 18. And in fact, when India was giving universal adult franchise, many of the people in the West thought this was not a very good idea. फिर वहाँ पे एक idea, the idea is if the people are not educated, can they make a right choice, etc. So that is again a debate that happened. For you, for the prelims perspective, just remember the 61st Constitutional Amendment Act, which reduced the voting age from 21 to 18. Okay? And then the basic idea you already know, the universal adult franchise means all the people will be allowed to vote. Okay? Okay, what is Article 326? तो अब लिखो इसमें next लिखो article. What is Article 324? Election Commission of India, Superintendence of Elections, etc. Now, what is Article 326? The right to vote. First thing, Article 326 is available to everybody in India. Is it available to citizens? तो यहाँ पे लिखेंगे available to available to citizens. And when we discuss this concept of citizenship, then again you will understand why many people are protesting because of Assam Accord or perhaps the Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019. Because there the main thing was, if somebody is an illegal migrant and if somebody has been identified, they should not take the part in the voting process. Ab dekho, we are talking of democracy for some time. Democracy mein it is the people, right? So if a foreigner is participating in the democratic process, then it does not mean very well for the democracy. Yes or no? So that is the whole idea. That is, just remember Article 326. When you do bodies in that Election Commission of India and all its basic composition, retirement, etc., eligibility, that you will have a look at. But remember these two things for now. Okay? 326 and 361. Okay. Now the next one is single citizenship. हमें पता है, we already have this. ठीक है? In fact, if we voluntarily take up the citizenship of some other country, what happens? Our citizenship, right? So how can we lose citizenship? There are three ways. अभी देखेंगे आगे, don't worry. One is renunciation, one is termination, and third is deprivation. The state can deprive you of citizenship. There are three ways to lose it. उसमें एक चीज है, the moment you get some other country's citizenship, automatically you will lose the Indian citizenship. We do not allow dual citizenship. Whereas if you look at US, you are allowed dual citizenship, right? So when I do citizenship, then I'll go in slightly more detail. That let's say you are working in France and you've done very good work, and the state wants to confer citizenship on you. You are not taking it voluntarily, but the state wants to confer it. Then what is the way? So when we read Article 5, 6, 7, 8, and even 9, 10, 11, we get to understand citizenship and its aspects, right? And most of the detailing of citizenship, is it present in the Constitution? No. It is present in the Citizenship Act of 1955. उसमें हर एक चीज दी है. For example, the people, in fact, how can you get citizenship? There are two concepts. There is jus soli and jus sanguinis. By descent, okay, and by blood, okay. Sorry, by the place also and that. So we'll have a look at. अभी के लिए in single citizenship, just in the bracket write down Article 5 to Article 11. All of these are the provisions of citizenship from Article 5 to Article 11. Second लिखो, comma, India does not allow dual citizenship. India does not allow dual citizenship. Like US. India does not allow dual citizenship like US. So that means US allows dual citizenship. We don't allow that, right? Keep that in mind. Single citizenship is there. Next, independent constitutional bodies, right? So what is Article 280, 280? Finance Commission. Very recently it is in news. Why? 16th Finance Commission. Okay. So यहाँ पे I'm just telling you a couple of articles. You will read this as a proper unit, right? Article 280 dash Finance Commission, comma 148. What is 148? CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General of India, CAG. Next, 324, Election Commission of India, right? What is 338 and 338A? So write also that. So one is Article 338, that is National Commission on Scheduled Castes. 338 is that. What is 338A? What was the constitutional amendment for the creation of National Commission for Backward Classes? 101 is GST. No, I'm saying NCBC constitutional status. People who have done the mains classes, Vajrat, you should know this. 102 or 3 or 4 or 5, 6 तो नहीं है. 6 तो we have done. बताओ कोई. So NCBC, you should remember which article. I'll make you write the list of from 99 to 106. Don't worry. So you should remember at least some of these. So NCBC है कुछ है जो you should remember some of these articles. Okay. Hmm? No, not necessarily. If you look at US also, देखो, US में which type of citizenship is there? Dual. So center and state they can have it. So it is not an essential feature of federal system. We can directly compare with US also, right? Okay. Now come to emergency provisions. This is the proper unit. We will see. अब इसमें just mention. देखो article 352. 352. Article 356. What is Article 352? National emergency. How many times national emergency has been proclaimed in India? 3 times. ठीक है. So one is 352. Second is 356. What is 356? Hello, President's rule. We have other terms also. Constitutional emergency. So 352, 356, and what is 360? Right? In 1991, in the balance of payment crisis, did we have a financial emergency? We were on the brink of it, but we did not have it. Okay? So one is Article 352, 356, and Article 360. Right? इसमें से भी, when we do center and state relations, what changes happen to center and state relations is an interesting part. इसमें भी, when I go into nuances, we'll see Article 358 and 359. Then we'll see, for example, if national emergency is in proclamation, which FR cannot be taken away? Article 20 and 21. Okay? So these are few things that we'll have a look at in proper detail when we do this. But these are also important provisions, right? And when we look at emergency provisions, these are the provisions wherein the federal feature becomes a unitary feature, right? Okay. Next, 3-tier government. Now here you should write few points. First, write Article 40, yes or no? Can I say 73rd and 74th? Constitutional Amendment Act. 73rd is for? And 74th is for? Municipalities, right? Now, next, right here only in 3-tier government, write the principle of subsidiarity. The principle of subsidiarity. Okay. Now, what is the meaning also? I'll tell you what is the meaning of this. The simple meaning is, let's say if I have center, if I have states, and let's say these are the local bodies, right? According to principle of subsidiarity, for best functioning, for best governance, let's say this is action number X. Action number X ideally should be done by local bodies. Reality, it is done by state. This also tells you in India, there is a huge dependency, right? Many times states are known as glorified municipalities. State is dependent on center and local bodies are dependent on state. So according to principle of subsidiarity, for best efficiency, for best governance, an action should be done by the unit corresponding to it. So if X is best done by local bodies, it should not be done by state bodies. If Y is done best by state, it should not done by center. And when you will do local bodies, you will also understand the real problem is not having the act. We already have the act. Problem is state government is not willing to devolve enough powers. Right? You have almost 29 subjects in the local. आपके जिस पंचायत में, how many subjects do you have? 29. In this, you have around 18 subjects. The problem is the state government is not devolving all these powers. And it is depending on the state governments. So you have states like Kerala, where it is implemented well. Right? Whereas in other states, it is not doing as well. So that is why it is also said to be a half-baked cake for local self-government. For prelims, what you need to know? Acha, you have written this, Article 40, 73rd, 74th. For principle of subsidiarity, write one line. So, right, the activity, an activity should be done closest to the corresponding level of government. The activity should be done closest to the corresponding level of government for maximum efficiency. For maximum efficiency. Maximum efficiency, right? Now, last keyword in 3-tier, write the term democratic decentralization. Not centralization, decentralization. If you want to write one more keyword, write bottom up approach. Not top down, but bottom up. All these are supporting 3-tier. 3-tier, we normally say if the people powers is at the local level, that is the best way to have best governance. So bottom up approach, democratic decentralization are very important aspects. Democratic decentralization. Okay? Now, 3-tier, and the last one is okay, cooperative societies. By which amendment they got constitutional status? So here just write down. First is the Constitutional Amendment Act, 97th Constitutional Amendment Act, which provided constitutional status to cooperative bodies, right? If you have given cooperative bodies any example, first try to recall any example of cooperative bodies. So people are saying, let's say Amul, okay? So these helps. What is the benefit? For example, Amul is not a proper corporate body. Let's say you have ITC, any other corporate body, they are driven solely by profits. Okay, a cooperative body is very good for a keyword that we often use is collective bargain, right? So there is a proper collective bargain, right? Cooperative societies. Do we also have a ministry now for this? For Ministry of Cooperatives, also, right? Ministry of Cooperatives. In fact, the last year or maybe was also the International Year of Cooperatives, if I'm not wrong. Last or maybe just the year before that. Okay. Just remember the couple of terms like these. For this, you can also get a question in economics, maybe related to agriculture. Okay, cooperatives ka function. For a governance point of view, question can also come. Okay, maybe some of the recent initiatives, etc. So they are again very good for collective bargain. 97th Constitutional Amendment Act is what you should know. Okay, some of the basic aspects. All right. Now flip your page. I think this is the major. These are all the major salient features of the Constitution. Okay. Now this is again a point that can trouble some of you. That is the schedules. Ab isme what we will do, any exception, any keyword, any factual detail which is again relevant from prelims perspective, we will just fill it in these next 5 to 10 minutes here only. Okay. So here what I will tell you, for each schedule, for example, you have the table written as, so first schedule and then you have details. Okay. If a schedule does not have anything, we'll just only write a keyword related to it. But for example, यहाँ पे बहुत बार you get confused. Schedule 2 में who is not included? Schedule 3 who is not included? We will write that. ठीक है? कौन नहीं included है? You have also have some space if you want. You can reuse it. The below page also if you want. Right? We wrote original schedule. Original constitution has how many schedules? 8. So for 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, we'll also write the constitutional amendment also for them. Okay. So this one single table, if you see the exams, if you've prepared this well, you get a lot of knowledge. Secondly, the topic just after this I'll be doing with you is union and states. Usme I will be constantly mentioning schedule 1 and schedule 4. So if you know already the schedules, you will have a very good understanding. this will also help you understand if Sikkim was created. Sikkim was created by a Constitutional Amendment Act, but when Telangana was created, when Uttarakhand was created, you did not require a Constitutional Amendment Act. The answer also lies in some of the details that we will discuss now. Okay, so that will also help you understand this. Okay. Okay, so we'll start with the very first part here. So first schedule, okay, only the keywords I'll tell you. Main thing is, especially wherever needed, especially what is not included, वहाँ पे I'll elaborate slightly more. Okay, so first schedule में you just put a dash. देखो names of, in the first schedule, write names of states, UTs, and their territorial jurisdiction. States, union territories, and their territorial jurisdiction. So if you, अच्छा, how many states and UTs do we have right now? So यहाँ पे for your reference, right, 28,8. We have 28 states, 8 UTs. All of this you will see the more practical aspect when I discuss with you Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha, right? When I discuss the electoral college, then I'll ask you in Raj Sabha, are UTs represented? फिर क्या होगा? Are all UTs represented? We will again go back and forth in this topic. Okay, that is one. Now, first schedule, just only this to remember. It contains the list of states, UTs, and then the territorial aspect. That is all you need to know in the first schedule. So when you look at the constitution, schedule में क्या होगा? This whole description of all the states and all the UTs will be there. How many states right now? 28 states. How many UTs? 8. First part. Second schedule. So here put a dash because salaries, emoluments, emoluments, and privileges of dignitaries. Salaries, emoluments, and privileges of dignitaries. Privileges of dignitaries. Now here, for many of these offices and posts, it is mentioned. I will read out only what is mentioned, but we will write what is not mentioned. Okay, that is easier to remember. So what is mentioned? President mentioned है, Governor, Speaker, Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha or Legislative Assembly, Chairman and Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, that is mentioned. Okay, or the Legislative Council, Judges of Supreme Court, High Court, CAG, all of this is mentioned. You will write, अब लिखो not mentioned. Generally this is a point of confusion, और ये आपको एक जगह नहीं मिलता, and you keep on thinking भाई मैं कैसे, how to prepare it. You write what is not mentioned. So write MPs, comma MLAs. Now if it is not mentioned in the constitution, where would it be? They will have their own act. Simple सी बात. Okay, so write MPs, comma MLAs, comma union and state ministers, which is also very. Okay, what is the difference between an MP and a minister? Good, ठीक है, right. They're a part of, right. Okay, part of the executive, right? So not mentioned. One is MP, MLAs, then union and state ministers. Next, election commissioner, and last is UPSC members. They are not mentioned. Not mentioned is UPSC members, right? So what are mentioned, again I'm repeating: President, Governor, Speaker, Deputy Speaker. If Speaker, Deputy Speaker is also there, then Chairman and Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Judges of Supreme Court, High Court, and CAG. All of that is mentioned. What is not mentioned? Now you read. What is not mentioned? MPs, MLAs, state and union ministers, right, and UPSC members, right? These are not mentioned. Now, come to third schedule. What is third schedule about? Oath and affirmations. Same format we'll do here also. Oath and affirmation. Now, first I'll just read out what is included, but we will write what is not. अब इसमें oath and affirmation of union and state ministers will be there. It is there. Okay. MP and MLA, that is there. Then judges of Supreme Court, High Court, CAG, it is there. Can I see CAG is common in both? लग रहा है ना? CAG is common in both. Okay. What else is common in both? Apart from CAG, judges of High Court, Supreme Court. So maybe just as a note, write somewhere, CAG and judges of High Court and Supreme Court are common in second and third schedule. As लिखो note. This is purely observation. लिखो CAG, CAG, judges of Supreme Court and High Court are included in, both of them are included in what? Second and third schedule. Main thing is many times we get confused what is not included यहाँ पे, right? In the third schedule what is not included? तो यहाँ पे लिखो not included. Right? So here you use the short forms president, P, comma, VP, vice president, speaker and deputy speaker, bracket Lok Sabha, speaker and deputy speaker of Lok Sabha, comma, legislative assembly, LA, and then the same thing, chairman and deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha, chairman and deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha and Legislative Council. Then Election Commission, EC, comma, UPSC and SPSC. UPSC and SPSC, right? Election Commission, was it common to both? जो not included था, yes. So this is not included. This is also a very long list here. That oath and affirmation of what is not included. Generally, you only read what is included. So when you revise from here, you have to be very in a comparative point of view. Achha, what is included? What is not included? Many times focusing on what is included better is what is not included. Right? Note हमने देख लिया. What was the note? That is what is included in both. CAG was there, right? And judges of both High Court and Supreme Court, that we saw. So till now we've seen three things. First schedule. What is first schedule? States, UTs, territories. How many states? 28, UTs 8. Okay. Second one was salaries, emoluments, the privileges of dignitaries. Okay. Third one is oath and affirmations. And we've had an idea what is included and what is not included. क्योंकि अगर क्वेश्चन बनना होगा वो इस पे बनाएंगे. Then write schedule 4. In the oath of secrecy. हाँ. Oath or affirmation, the exact definition तो चलो I'll tell you in a short bit. Okay. Because there is a separate oath of secrecy that most of these members have to take. ठीक है. Affirmation की basic English definition है, but if there is a constitutional difference that I'll let you know. ठीक है. Fourth schedule. Any idea what is fourth schedule related to? Right. And you'll also understand fourth schedule and first schedule are very important to understand union and states. So fourth schedule में you write allocation of seats in Rajya Sabha, underline Rajya Sabha, the allocation of seats in Rajya Sabha to states and UTs. To states and UTs. Fifth schedule is what? तो इस पे लिखो 5th शेड्यूल में एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ शेड्यूल्ड एरियाज एंड शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स. ओके, इसी में फॉर योर रेफरेंस आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू, एनी आइडिया हाउ मेनी शेड्यूल्ड एरियाज आर देयर इन इंडिया? शेड्यूल्ड एरिया 6 तो नहीं, दैट, huh? Somebody is saying 10. The answer is correct. Answer is 10. Scheduled areas that we have in India is 10. Okay. Somewhere if you want to write it, write it. AP is what? AP, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. Then write JOC, Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh. Then write MP, Rajasthan, Gujarat, MP, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Himachal. Scheduled areas. So there are how many areas? 10. Any article that you remember here? No, that is for special provisions. That is also there. We have Article 244, subclause 1. That is dealing with scheduled areas. कितने हो रहे हैं? अच्छा, 1 second. रुक जाओ. आंध्र प्रदेश, तेलंगाना, JOC, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, हिमाचल. 10. Come to 6th schedule. How many states in 6th schedule? 4. तो यहाँ पे just write down. Administration of tribal areas. Administration of tribal areas. Now Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram. Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram. Right? And here you can write Article 244, Clause 2. 6th schedule. Tribal areas under a, there can be, but if you look at all the scheduled areas, we have taken only specific tribal areas in under 6th schedule. Because all the scheduled areas, for example, if you think whether they have tribes or not, they have tribes. But whether we declare it under 6th schedule, that is a separate case. Two separate things. Okay? Scheduled areas. Achha, any idea why do we have scheduled areas? Think of a cultural, socio-economic angle, right, to protect it. And then in the 6th schedule, we want to give it even more autonomy. आगे जब देखेंगे तो 6th schedule में you create ADCs, autonomous district councils, right? So you have scheduled areas, right? The scheduled areas may have certain tribes. So you are governing 5th schedule areas differently and 6th schedule differently, right? आगे जब करेंगे तो we'll also make a table what is the difference between 5th and 6th in more detail. We'll have a look at. ठीक है? ADCs क्या होते हैं? Especially what is PESA, पंचायत extension of scheduled areas, etc. We'll have a look at. ठीक है? 5th and 6th you understand? Come to 7th. 7th is easy. What is 7th? हाँ, तो 7th में you write as administration of, yes sir, नहीं, 7th में सिर्फ लिखो DOP, division of powers. Because in 7th schedule we are interested to know what. There are lists here, just remember that. 7th schedule mein what we are saying is there is a division of powers that happens. So there is a union list, Any idea which will have the maximum numbers? How many entries are there? Any idea? That factual part you can fill later. Union, state, and concurrent. Maximum items are there in the union list, which also tells you there is a unitary bias. This is the 7th schedule. Okay. So when we do federal provisions, then we will have a look at these lists. Then we will see the administrative, the financial aspect, etc. All of that. While we do executive, this will do in a lot of detail, right? Federal provisions and how, and then you will understand even emergency better. Center state relations kya hote hain? After doing center state, then we go into interstate relations. For example, we say interstate water disputes. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now, 8th schedule, put a dash and write. Official languages. Now, originally, how many languages were there? So you will write originally 14. Now 22. And here we'll write all the 3 amendments that have increased it from 14 to 22. There are 3 major amendments. सबसे पहला 71st, 21 added. अच्छा, okay, that also is there. Okay. हाँ ठीक है. Then I start with 21st. 21st, put a dash, write Sindhi. Then write 71st. अच्छा, 91st is okay. So 71 में you write how many languages were added by 71st? Right, Konkani, Manipuri, sorry, Manipuri. I have said Manipuri. Okay, pardon. Konkani, Manipuri, Nepali. '92nd, I think most of you would remember, right? Bodo, Dogri, Maithili, and Santhali. 4 languages. Does somebody just cross check 21st wala? Okay. Then let's come to 96th. What added? So here, main thing that has happened, it's substituted. So write down 96th amendment. 96th amendment substituted Odia for Odia. The 96th amendment substituted ODIA for ODIYA. It substituted Odia for Odia. Just remember this. Huh? Other substituted word Oriya, ORIY, na? So again a slight factual. Acha, make it Oriya, ORIYA. Now if you count, how many languages did we have originally? 14. 15th one was Hindi. Then 3 more: Konkani, Mainpuri, Manipuri, sorry, and Nepali. 92nd mein how many were added? 4, right? Bodo, Dogri, Maithili, right? So 4 and 3 and 1, this is how much? But even this is sometimes there, that can create a confusion, which is why even this has been mentioned. See, the name classification has changed. This is your 8th schedule. Originally how many schedules were there? These, okay? But in the 8th schedule we have seen continuous amendments. Now we come to the next 4. These 4 have some bearing with the amendments. Now when I say 9th schedule, what is it? First of all, it was added by, added by, this has been asked sometimes. Any idea which amendment? This was added by first constitutional amendment, 1951. Okay. Now here main thing is, if you want to understand 9th schedule, okay, see, just a brief point I'll explain to you here what is happening in 9th schedule. Originally right to property was a fundamental right, and the state also had to implement land reforms for socio-economic justice. Right, the biggest concern of India after getting independent was, one of the main concern is land reforms, right? Now, if you want to implement land reforms, you may have to take up some land. Now there can be a legal dispute in this case, okay? So what was the objective of first constitutional amendment act? That land reforms, etc., they were outside the purview of judicial review. That was the initial start, right? So I'm just writing, for implementation of land reforms, the actions of for land reforms, the actions that would be taken, or anything which is added to the first constitutional amendment act, is beyond judicial review. Okay, इसमें 2 things you will remember. 2 things I'll tell you. First thing I'll tell you, don't remember the years, but if you want to know, अब देखो क्या हुआ, what have they said? Land reforms or anything, if you want to add anything, so what does the parliament want to do? They will add provisions to 9th schedule. Why they want to add it? So that the judiciary cannot strike them down. So parliament will try to put many things in the 9th schedule. 9th schedule was added by first constitutional amendment act, क्योंकि so as to implement land reforms and so as to escape the scrutiny of fundamental rights. Or let's say यहाँ पे भी, because they can be, people can go to the court saying that my right to property etc is getting violated, yes or no? So anything to be added to 9th schedule was to be outside judicial review. Now you will understand these 2 cases very shortly. How many of you know Keshavan Bharti case? What was the date? Now that date becomes very important. The date was 1973. So what the idea was in Keshavan Bharti case, idea was these things were not beyond judicial review, right? It is for the very first time in the Vaman Rao case, it mentioned this cutoff date, right? Anything which is added to this particular schedule after this cutoff date will be subject to judicial review. So in simple sense, if I have to say, Keshavanth case was further strengthened by Vaman Rao case. Vaman Rao case will make this as the cutoff date. So anything that will be added to the 9th schedule after 24th April 1973 is the subject to judicial review. And now this position is further strengthened in IR Kohlo case, it which again repeated what? 9th schedule is not immune to judicial review. In 2016 mains, UPSC had asked a question. In mains they had asked you IR Kohlo case directly, सिर्फ case के नाम के साथ, what are the implications of the IR Kohlo case? So it is related to basic structure, but it is more specifically related to which schedule? It is related to 9th schedule. The things which are in the 9th schedule, specifically after the cutoff date, they are not immune from judicial review, which means they will also be subjected to judicial review. Or ye case again I will again repeat in the basic structure doctrine. So after you are done with the basic structure, almost the major cases, right from Shankari Prasad case, Golaknath case, ये सारे केस आपके टिप्स पे होंगे, ठीक है? अभी के लिए what you have to understand, because this is 1981, it means this case happened after Keshavanand Bharti case. So this case mentioned this to be the cutoff date, right? Second thing, IR Kohlo case again reiterated that 9th schedule is not immune from judicial review. So I hope 9th schedule you are able to understand. Was added by which constitutional amendment? First, to implement land reforms. Land reforms, there is a tussle between FR and DPSP, right? In 24th April 1973, you had a landmark Keshavanand Bharti case, which says that Parliament's power to amend the constitution is not unlimited, right? And then you have later on Vaman Rao case 1981 and IR Kohlo case of 2007. Is that okay? This development of 9th schedule, they have asked you twice. In 2019, there was a UPSC question, and they had mentioned first, or the 9th schedule was under which Prime Minister? So, इसमें लिखो under PM Jawaharlal Nehru. They had asked you. So basically, they wanted to know: are you aware that 9th schedule is related to first Constitutional Amendment Act, 1951? So they had asked you this was under whose tenure? The answer was Jawaharlal Nehru. And second, this question, when it appeared 2 years back, then this question got deleted, because then the question was very ambiguously phrased. It could have had 2 options as correct. So ये question delete हुआ था, but based on the same idea. 9th schedule, first Constitutional Amendment Act, because in this there is a tussle between FR and DPSP that you cannot ignore. Okay? Okay, now come to 10th schedule. This is easy. So first question is, by which Constitutional Amendment Act was it added? So लिखो 52nd 52nd Constitutional Amendment Act. 52, which year? 1985. You write, I think this is hanged. 52nd CA, 1985, 10th schedule. Also linked to it, you can write ADL, anti-defection law. Anti-defection law, right? And very popular terms like Ayaram, Gayaram, you've heard about. 10th schedule. Now come to 11th schedule. 10th schedule and its provisions we will do in the respective class as we move ahead. Now come to 11th schedule. And अब देखो, first thing is to, in the 11th schedule mention, any idea which act would have added it? th Constitutional Amendment Act. Second keyword you will write is panchayat. Third thing, how many subjects? ये important है, right? 29 subjects. And these are the subjects or the matters which can be transferred. These powers can be devolved or transferred. So here you have 29 such powers which can be transferred. If somebody wants to write, you can also write the article here. Write article 243-G. In case of panchayats, 243-G. In case of municipalities, it is 243-W. In case of municipalities, right? So what are we talking about? In the 12th schedule, we are talking about main thing is municipalities. Remember the act, subjects. So if they were to ask you questions, they'll ask you on these matters. Above than this, we've seen what is bottom-up approach. We've seen what is democratic decentralization, for example, and we have seen terms like principle of subsidiarity. Okay. So now when you have to revise this schedules, you have from 1 to 12. Very quickly, we'll try to now recap. Schedule 1 is for states, UTs, 28,8. Second schedule, salaries, emoluments. Okay. Who is not there? You just read it. Main thing is who is not there in the second schedule. Third schedule, oath and affirmations. Main cheez kya rehte hain? Who is not there. And we have seen who is there in both also. Right? This is a comparative way to study. Right? Fourth schedule, allocation of seats. Main is Rajya Sabha. So states and UTs. Okay. And now, of course, you can understand why schedule 1 and schedule 4 are commonly spoken about. If let's say there's a big state, if the big state is made into now 2 small states, so सबसे पहला you have to change schedule 1, right? You have to add that. दूसरा क्या होगा? If the newly carved state, there has to be representation in case that is needed. Yes or no? So that is why you have changes in schedule 1 as well as schedule 4. Schedule 5 is the scheduled areas. How many scheduled areas? 10. Schedule 6 is tribal areas, and we have seen 4, right? Okay. Schedule 7 was the division of powers. Basically, you have 3 lists: union list, state list, concurrent list. Which list is dominating? Union list. You have a state list. Can Parliament make a law on the state list? Which condition? Chalo, which article? Although we'll discuss it. Article 249. By the way, 249 has been asked in 2016 once. They asked you, how can the Parliament legislate in a state list? We will see all of this. Don't worry. आगे देखेंगे. And 8 schedule based on languages. 14 originally, now 22. Then we had seen 9th schedule, first Constitutional Amendment Act, land reforms, and I've also told you Vaman Rao case as well as IR Coelho case. Then you have 10th schedule, anti-defection law. Acha haan, in 10th schedule please write a Supreme Court case, Kihoto Holohan case. Kihoto, Kihoto, Kihoto. Kihoto Holohan case. Okay. What is the idea of Kyoto Holohan case? So here again the decision related to defection, this is also subject to judicial review. Main thing, right? Or doctrine of severability strength, it is also there from, it is emerging from Article 13. In Article 13 we see doctrine of eclipse and doctrine of severability, right? So यहाँ पे main thing, just for a keyword you will remember, is only one keyword: judicial review is applicable to the decisions related to defections. Who is the main authority to decide on defection? Speaker. So main thing is this: the decision of speaker is not beyond judicial review. As simple as that. So Kyoto hold on, must only the takeaway is the decision of speaker related to defection is under judicial review. As simple as that. The case is Kyoto Holon, a very landmark case, the Kyoto Holohan case, and then we have seen 11th as well as 12th. 11th is related to panchayats, etc. 12th is related to municipalities. Okay, right now, flip your page. Now we have a short section of preamble, and after that we have union and states. These are the two things which we will do abhi. Now, we are talking about preamble, right? And here only if we cover this one page, all the details related to preamble, etc., you will understand easily. Okay, so just a couple of words I'll highlight, and then we'll understand what it means. We, the people of India. Even this looks to you very easy, but almost every year you will get one question on preamble, right? First, I will just read this out very quickly. Then we will have to write what all is important, right? We, the people of India. Now, they say to constitute India, this tells you the sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Then it tells you objectives, justice. अब देखो स्टार्ट किससे हो रहा है? Social, economic and political. In fact, some time back they also asked you, they mentioned 3 liberties, and then fourth option they wrote economic liberty, and they asked which of the following is not guaranteed by the preamble. Economic liberty will not be guaranteed by preamble, right? अब liberty किसकी है? Thought, expression, belief, faith and worship. And you should have a habit, whenever you go just before the exam, read FR, or at least first read preamble. You should read fundamental duties, because sometimes they will make just a direct question and you will get confused. So justice, liberty, and if possible, if you are able to remember the sequence, ठीक है? जैसे यहाँ पे sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. I'll abhi tell you which of the following is added by an amendment, etc., etc. But abhi we're just reading it out. So first is justice, second is liberty, third is equality, two things of status, opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring dignity of an individual. I'm putting a star mark, I'll tell you why this is also important, and unity and integrity of nation. Now, if you read your fundamental duties, a very similar duty is also related to the integrity, unity, integrity of India. Can this create a confusion in the exam? Yes, it can create. Right? So, if you are just seeing this, just I'll show you that fundamental duty is also, just a second. अब देखो, these are your fundamental duties. Okay? अब देखो, to uphold and protect sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. So UPSC, by the way, if they ask you exactly the line to uphold sovereignty, unity, integrity, वो क्या है? It is not preamble, it is fundamental duty. And this you will only understand when you carefully read it. So at least the preamble you should have read many a times to avoid these kind of mistakes. These are very easy questions which one should not get wrong in the exam. Okay? So this is one which I was telling you, this is very close, but it is not in preamble. Protect sovereignty, unity and integrity. What is in the preamble? अब देखो preamble में है क्या, वो देखते हैं. Just read the entire line. Fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and unity and integrity of the nation. Right? So there is a difference in how the statement is phrased. So very close ones we should know. Right? उसके बाद, in our constituent assembly, अब very carefully, they have mentioned 26th day of November 1949. कीवर्ड क्या है? Adopt, enact and give to ourselves. This is 26th November 1949. And what happened in 26th January 1950? Enforcement, commencement, what we say. So there are two different terms. The preamble does not say 26th January 1950. What the preamble says, that we have adopted, enacted and given, which is 26th November 1949. इसी के लिए the article which I was saying was article 394, for example. Okay, this is the preamble. Now we will first understand what happens here, and in maybe 10 to 15 minutes everything of preamble you will understand. First question, was preamble the first to be added to the constitution? नहीं. तो अब पहले देखो, जहां भी आपके पास स्पेस है, don't write it under authority, वो तो specific, you know what is to be written. Only a couple of keywords I'm telling you. First, write it was last to be added. The preamble was last to be added. Okay, if the preamble is last to be added, why is it the last to be added? Any idea? So the point is, when we say preamble is the key to the mind of constitution makers. So after every part is discussed, every part I'm saying is discussed, then you add it in the final, right? Although it is not the last part, आपने last में add इसलिए किया है so that it accurately represents the philosophy of the constitution. Can I say that? So first thing is, it was the last to be added, but I'm not saying it is the last part, last to be added. Second thing, you will write for the preamble. Up then here there are certain keywords. पहले देखो, horoscope. Don't remember who has said it, just remember the terms horoscope, comma, identity card, horoscope, comma, identity card, and third one is more important, key to understanding minds of constitution makers. Key to understand the mind of constitution makers. It is a key to understand the mind of constitution makers. Key to understand the mind of constitution makers. What have we said? What is it? It is a horoscope. They say NA Palki wala will say it is a horoscope. It is a identity card. It is key to understanding the mind of constitution makers. How come? That if you just read it in the entire constitution, you will find the references of all of them. Yes or no? That is why it is the key to understanding the mind. Does it represent the philosophy of the constitution? बिल्कुल सही है. Yes. Now, what is the preamble based on? तो लिखो, next लिखो, it is based on the objective resolutions. Objective resolution. Who had drafted it, by the way? Who had drafted objective resolution? Nehru. ठीक है? Objective resolution was drafted, right? So it is based on objective resolution. Now you come to the heading of components. Now we'll see this one by one. सबसे पहले क्या है? Authority. So authority में you write this line, we, comma, the people of India. In authority you write we, the people of India. And here you write the term in bracket, popular sovereignty. In we the people, you write popular sovereignty. Now, when I say we the people, you have to understand also the meaning of this. So there was a thinker known as Rousseau, also popularizing these ideas. Ab dekho, when I say we the people, first thing to remember is it creates a legal fiction. First thing is the people have the authority, but why is it a fiction? Because the power is not directly exercised by the people. It is being exercised by their representatives. So when the statement says to you, we the people have solemnly resolved to constitute India, it is not the we the people who are doing it. Who is doing it for them? Back then there was Constituent Assembly, and although the Constituent Assembly, is it a direct body? Nahin. It is the indirect body, yet we are using the phrase we, the people of India, right? So that is why if you get a statement that we the people, it creates a legal fiction. Yes, legal what? Why? Because it gives the authority. Fiction, why? Because it does not exactly happen by the people. There was a system of indirect elections that was happening. So to say that the source of authority is with the people. So what is the reference here? Democracy. Yes, in democracy the power lies with the people. Can we say that? Right? So authority is we the people. The concepts like popular sovereignty. What is the meaning of popular sovereignty? देखो, reality में sovereignty is with the state. Yes, popular means what? It is ultimately democratized by the people. That is the whole idea. So it is said that people have elected certain representatives and they are taking the decisions on behalf of the people. That is the meaning of popular sovereignty. So if we say somebody that does not enjoy popular sovereignty, they will be voted out of power. As simple as that. Okay? The first thing is the source, sorry, authority of power. Second is nature of state. Now you will write, if you want to write the keywords or just the full short form: sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. This is the nature of Indian state. The state will be sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Okay. Now, in just a bit, I'll just go into just the meanings of all these terms again. Then you have objectives. I would want you remember in the chronological sequence. Okay. Start with justice, three types: social, economic, and political. Liberty is where you may have to remember: thought, expression, belief, faith, worship. Equality of two things: status and opportunity. And finally, fraternity, assuring dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. So here just only write the keywords. Just write justice, liberty, equality, fraternity. In the objectives, these are the objectives of the preamble. And whenever you have to revise it for preamble, just open this bare act and then try to recall all the questions that are written in this single one page. You will be able to answer any type of question on the topic of preamble. Objectives, ठीक? Then political system. Okay, for that you have to understand we are saying ourselves as a democratic republic. Democratic you understand, but let us also understand the term republic. What is the meaning of republic? So if I use the term republic, it simply means HOS is the head of state. Now it can be, but main thing is it is elected. Now this is in contrast to another form of system which is known as, let's say I say monarchs. Monarchs are what? Hereditary. So republic may, what is happening, the head of state is what? Elected. It can be direct, it can be indirect. In Indian case, who's the head of state? President. Okay, president, is it directly or indirectly elected? Indirect elections. And then later on when we do president, we'll see the value of vote and all of that discussion. Okay. So republic may main cheese to remember, head of state is elected. So what is the form of government that we have? We are a democratic republic, right? Last is the date of adoption. This you should remember, just for because here only this date is mentioned, 26th November 1949. What is the significance of 26th November? Right, Constitution Day. What is the significance? These questions you have done so many times. What is the significance of 26th January? Purn Swaraj. Okay. So 1929 के end में, and then of course in 1930. So that all part you try to remember the significance. Okay. So the date of adoption is this one, right? Now let's come to the nature of Indian state. Now I'll just expand on these terms which I have not expanded yet. In the nature of Indian state, we are seeing 5 keywords. One, sovereign. Okay, now sovereign may, just for your reference, what is the meaning of sovereign? To having supreme power. And remember, this supreme power is present in both the aspects, which means internal as well as external. Now, if India is joining, let's say, new treaties or is becoming a part of other organizations, does it mean India's sovereignty is getting compromised? No. Okay. So joining new treaties does not compromise India's sovereignty. Okay. In fact, you also read, for example, if a nation is in turmoil, countries don't directly jump to save them unless it is USA, for example. What is the reason for that? Sovereignty must be respected. You will respect the internal matters of a country, right? So if a country is already rich in oil, they have other issues which makes US interested. That is a separate issue, but generally you have a responsibility to protect and you will respect sovereignty of the countries. So even when Sri Lanka or even Myanmar, when they had challenges, India directly did not intervene. And what we say? We respect the sovereignty and the internal matters of the countries. So sovereignty becomes very important. Is sovereignty also part of state? State mein 4 elements mein sovereignty was there, right? This is one, right? Now, out of these 5, how many were added by the constitutional amendment? Out of these 5, I am saying, I am putting a star mark on them. But if the question is overall, how many additions happened? 3. These 2 are here and 1 which we just saw. Ab dekho, I'll use another color just to highlight. Ab dekho, secular was added, socialist was added, and integrity. These 3, so which the 3 I'm putting a star mark, they were added by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. These 3, secular, socialist, and integrity. 3 words were added by an amendment. Okay. Now, when we are looking at these, right, you have a basic idea of what socialism tried to do. Socialism spoke about equality of outcomes as opposed to equality of opportunity. In Indian case, socialist means we are committed to be a welfare state. Second thing, when we say we are a socialist, ये line जरूर याद रखेंगे. It is just right, not just an economic policy. This is not just an economic philosophy. This is not just an economic philosophy. There is a meaning of this. Because first thing, this was not originally the part of the constitution. This was added in 1976. What happened in 1991? We had a BOP crisis. After BOP crisis, what happened? We adopted LPG reforms, liberalization, privatization, globalization. So many times experts say, if India has adopted privatization, if India has adopted neoliberal form of the economic regime, why should you be committed to socialism? Why don't you remove it? Even last year, there were certain petitions to remove the word socialist and to remove the word secular And the argument made from one side was these were not originally a part of the constitution. What is your answer to this? First thing, if this was not explicitly added, these were implicit. If I look at Article 37 of DPSP, it says fundamental to governance. Article 38, it talks about welfare state. Article 39B, Article 39C will talk about removing or reducing the inequalities. Yes or no? So already there was a commitment to welfare state, just that it was not explicitly a part of preamble. पहली चीज. Second, हमारे लिए socialism, for us, socialism is not merely an economic policy. It is more than that. It means it is also a tool for social justice. Now, this was very categorically mentioned by the Supreme Court in a Samtha judgment, in case somebody wants to write this. But main thing, the crux that you will remember, that socialism is not just an economic philosophy. For us, socialism goes beyond that, which also counters the argument saying that we have adopted LPG reforms, so remove it. No. If this was just an economic philosophy, then perhaps you could have thought about it. So it is telling we are committed to welfare state. Now, when we are saying about LPG reforms, India has adopted LPG reforms. Now the state has more resources, true or false? Compare India from 1991 to right now, the state now has more capacity. State has moved out from most of the loss-making businesses, right? Now state is in a better position to be a welfare state, true or false? Yes. So adoption of LPG reforms does not dilute the commitment to welfare state. This is the understanding part. So if somebody again makes this question in an MCQ format, that we have added it later, and of course now LPG reforms, does it means India's commitment to a socialist state, has it reduced? It has not reduced, right? Now, secular, I think the discussion we've already had it. Secular mein what you will remember, one is Western secularism and one is Indian secularism. For Indian secularism, you'll remember from Article 25 to 28. And Indian secularism is based on principal distance. It is not based on strict separation. Which article speaks about the basic structure, that secularism is the basic structure of Indian constitution? S.R. Bomai case. The secularism is also part of the basic structure of Indian constitution. Okay, so West and East, this we've already discussed in the previous section. This should not be very difficult for you to understand. Okay, Dharma and Panth Nirpekshta, we also had a discussion on. Now, when we say democratic, what is the virtue of democracy? Ordinary people can take part in decision making, right? Democratic, again, what? Proper, free and fair elections. Think of Article 324, Article 326, all of that section. So democratic, not much to add on here. Republic, we just saw. What is the issue? What happens in a republic? Which can be or both. The head of state can be directly elected or indirectly elected. That is correct. Okay. So we've seen 5: sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Is that okay? Now, this is the nature of state. Okay. Now move to the next box. What is that? Objectives, right? Ab objectives, you can fill it later. These are the objectives only. But main thing is, when you read it very carefully. Even the direct language is picked, and even that is asked sometimes. So what are the objectives? You have to ensure justice, you have to ensure liberty, you have to ensure equality and fraternity. What is the meaning of fraternity? So brotherhood. Okay, this is in brotherhood can be an easier word, right? Bhaichara, correct. So dignity of the individual, unity and integrity of the nation. 4 basic objectives are there, which are there, right? Now come to amendment. Okay, has preamble been amended? Yes. So likho amended once in amendment, right? Amended once by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976. It has been amended once by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976. अब इसमें write down the three keywords that were added. Again write it. Secular, socialist and integrity. Secular, socialist and integrity, right? Now, the last column there is mention is judgments. Okay. Now there is a reason why this is mentioned. In 1960, there was a presidential reference. First, we'll see these judgments and then we'll try to understand. Two main things also we need to know. One is preamble a part of the Constitution? Second, we'll also try to understand, does it have a legal force on its own? Okay? Now, in this reference which was given to the Berubari Union, in fact, there are two things which I want you to remember. First thing, what did it said was, this is a point that is important for the case of preamble. But Berubari Union also told to us one very important thing. उससे better term है not boundary change, right? Second point is ceding of a territory, and I'm not saying internal reorganization. It means India is giving away its territory to any country. Ceding of any territory to a country requires constitutional amendment, and this will get reflected in 100 Constitutional Amendment Act when India exchanged enclaves with Bangladesh. This you will again understand when I discuss with you the Union, Article 124. दो चीजें हमने समझी. देखो, preamble is not the part of the Constitution. First thing, what it said, but this position will again be changed in the Keshavan Bharti case. Second thing, where is this Berubari Union or where is it related to? Chalo, the part of Bangladesh, and again the whole issue which happened but between East and West Pakistan. The case or court said that, let's say this is India. If we are having an internal reorganization, right? So for example, if you think of 1956, linguistically which state was created? Andhra Pradesh. Okay. Later on other states also were created. Internally, if anything changes, you don't require a constitutional amendment, and you will also understand why this happens when we do Article 124. But here the question is, if you are ceding a territory to a foreign country, it can be increased, it can be decreased, anything. Main thing is, if you are ceding it away, uske liye aapko kya chahiye? Constitutional amendment. These are the two main takeaways of the presidential reference to Berubari Union. Second, now we come to Keshavan Bharti case. So Keshavan Bharti case mein, first they will give an argument. They will say that just like every article of the Constitution was properly discussed, deliberated, and then only it was added, same thing was also done in the Keshavan, same thing was also done to the preamble. So it is not that preamble has been just added without any discussion or deliberation. And because it has been subject to all the proper discussion, it is also a part of the Constitution, right? In fact, they also, while discussing these, all these arguments were made that this was not the first to be added, this was added at the last, after carefully discussing all the points. When this reference happened to Berubari Union, these arguments were not presented to the court, right? So then the court had said preamble is not the part of the Constitution. In this, what the court said? Preamble is a part of the Constitution. right? Now we have to go into some nuances about preamble. I hope till here it is clear. Is it a part of the constitution? Yes. Can it be amended? Yes. Now, a couple of things we'll see. First thing, that first question, does it add powers to any organ, or does it limit the power of any organ? No. What is the meaning of this then? It is not a source of power. It is not a source of power. The preamble for us is not a source of power, right? Second, we said key to the mind of constitution makers. Now, in case there is some ambiguity, and if we want to understand a particular provision, can I use preamble to understand it? Yes. But preamble alone does not have any legal specific effect. Now I'll explain it this to you by example. First thing is, if there is any ambiguity, okay, preamble can be used main चीज है for interpretation, right? Now we will have a look at this first. इससे better I'll give you an example to explain this to you. Let's see the preamble. Fraternity assuring dignity of the individual. Okay, now right to privacy in India was debated for a long time, right? Initially there were certain judgments which were against right to privacy, right? But in 2017, which famous case was there? The case Puttaswamy case. So of course the court went through a lot of arguments. That was a 9-judge bench, and by a 9-0 unanimous verdict, it was agreed that right to privacy is the fundamental right. Under which article? Article 21. And to understand right to privacy, court also went through the preamble. In the preamble, if you see, assuring dignity of an individual. That is why I had also put a star mark here to explain. So while understanding, let's say, the Keshavanand Bharti case, and to pronounce a verdict on right to privacy, even this fact that dignity of an individual is very important, and right to privacy has a very important bearing effect on your dignity. Hayana, can we say this? So here what was happening, there is a right we are debating on, and there is some ambiguity on whether it should be there, whether it should not be there. In that, the courts can use preamble to resolve the ambiguity, but we are not saying the preamble is giving the power. Preamble has all the values which reflects the minds of constitution makers. It is key to unraveling the mind of constitution makers, right? So even here the word dignity of an individual is mentioned. So what did the court argue? Court had many reasons why right to privacy should be given, but even this part was also used. Dignity of an individual has to be an important part. And with dignity, we have seen the case Puttaswamy case. Case Puttaswamy case is about right to privacy. Which article? Article 21, which also happens to be one aspect. So again, going back to that question, it is key to the mind of constitution makers. If there is any ambiguity, preamble can be used for interpretation, but preamble is not giving any power. Is it giving any legal effect? बिल्कुल नहीं. ठीक? So for example, let's say you have a doubt. You have written something in your journal. Whenever I'll be in a doubt, I'll say these positive affirmations to myself, for example. Okay, it is just like that. It is not giving any legal power, but it is helpful in interpretation. Is that correct? Okay, now does it have a legal force? No. Now, you can interpret the provision of preamble and you can take a certain part. Independently, if you look at it, it will have no legal force. No legal force independently. It is not a source of power. It is also not having any legal force. It is key to understanding mind of constitution makers because it is helping to resolve ambiguity by better interpretation. Right? Now, my question to you is, can preamble be amended? Right? But उसमें अलग से लिखो without violating basic structure. Preamble can be amended, but हर जगह wherever the question is, can anything be amended? Absolutely. The limitation is basic structure. So can the preamble be amended? Absolutely. Yes or no? It cannot be amended absolutely. Why? The limitation is basic structure, right? Can it be amended? Yes. Can it be amended? Absolutely. No. It is limited by basic structure doctrine. Now, if I make a statement, you have to answer true or false. Preamble is the part of the basic structure. सोच के बताओ. Preamble, this is a very question which almost divides the class. Just now it has divided the class. I'm saying, is the preamble the part of basic structure? Simple, true or false? The answer is false. But the values within preamble, some of the values are a part of it. For example, secularism is a part of basic structure. So if you get the statement, preamble is the part of basic structure, no. But I can make the statement that amendment to preamble should be done keeping basic structure in mind. These are two separate things. So first thing you write, preamble, the preamble is not the part of basic structure. The preamble is not the part of the basic structure. However, amendment to the preamble, is done keeping basic structure in mind. Although that is true for any amendment, by the way, right? The amendment is done keeping the basic structure in mind. Now, I think you have a couple of questions. Is preamble, etc. So I think now you can go through them. Is preamble a source of power? No. Is the preamble enforceable in a court? No. Can it be amended like other parts? Yes. Subject to basic structure. Okay. Does it define basic structure explicitly? No. And main thing is, basic structure is a very evolving doctrine. Based on different judgments of Supreme Court, we understand what is basic structure. So nothing explicitly defines basic structure. If the question says, and you often know in polity questions, there will be a very common trap, according to the constitution, then be very careful. Okay, in the next class we'll also be discussing office of profit and all of that in detail, but we'll also be seeing these aspects. Okay, I hope that is clear. Right, now come to union and territories. Achha, just write the article here, article 1 to 4, and somebody was saying something. Hmm. Hmm. नहीं वो आएगा, वो डोंट वरी, मैंने प्लान करा है. आई स्पीक अबाउट व्हाट इज द ईयर. हाँ, उसका अलग है, उसकी रैशनल अलग है. आई विल गिव यू 3 एग्जांपल्स. One I'll give you of Sri Lanka, one we'll discuss the land boundary agreement, and one I'll discuss Sikkim. This whole concept will be very easy to understand. And because we have not yet done Article 4, so there is no point of talking about it right now. The next topic that we meet now is, यहाँ से शुरू करेंगे. अभी करना इसको. This is not a very big topic. Break. अच्छा, I think it's already 2, तो ठीक है, we can have a break. After we meet, this is a very interesting section. So again, a lot of debate or things that you have in mind. उसके बाद, of course, we do citizenship, and then we go to the bigger section of fundamental rights. Okay. It is, what is the time right now? Okay. So normally what time do we meet? चलो ठीक है, अभी कम करूंगा तो फिर I'll get a backlash. हाँ 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 हाँ, I know. Okay, welcome back. People at the back. People online as well. I think somebody has asked a question related to 26 January. I think I've already replied. Purn Swaraj declaration. ठीक है. अब देखो. This doubt I'll just address. We have seen two terms today. Popular sovereignty. Where did we see this? For example, in We the People, where is. Secondly, I also used, or we discussed this term when we were looking at the different elements of constitutionalism, right? Among the many such instances, we'd also seen this. Ab dekho, let's understand what is the meaning of the term sovereignty. Absolute power, right? Let's say supreme power. When we say parliamentary sovereignty, what does it mean? Parliament has the supreme power, right? Where do we see this? We see this, for example, in UK, where the parliament, for example, has the absolute power, right, to amend. In UK, do you have a written or an unwritten constitution? Unwritten constitution hai yahan pe. Now, if you carefully look at the salient features of the constitution, we have written India has a synthesis of parliamentary sovereignty and judicial supremacy. Iski synthesis hai hamare yahan, right? So, which means in our case, does the parliament have unlimited powers? No. Parliament is limited by the basic structure doctrine. The amendment cannot be absolute. So, this term is different. This term means the parliament's power is unlimited. The parliament is totally supreme. This you see in UK. Do we have parliamentary sovereignty in India? We don't have it. What do we have? We have a blend, a synthesis of parliamentary sovereignty and judicial supremacy. We have a blend of that, right? So that is there. When I say judicial supremacy, who has judicial supremacy? We have US. And when I say US, there was a famous Madison Marbury case which originated the idea of judicial review, right? So yahan pe what term that we say here is judicial supremacy, the idea of judicial review, the Madison Marbury case. So whenever you see the term parliamentary sovereignty, just see in which context are they asking you, right? UK se yaad rakhenge. We have a blend of this in India, right? Now, when you look at popular sovereignty, here what is the meaning? The power lies with the people. Okay. Now here, if I say constitutionalism, what is constitutionalism? Ultimately following the constitution in letter and spirit, embodying the philosophy of limited government. When can that be there? If the people actually enjoy the power. Now here, if you look at, let's take example of puppet democracies. Any example of puppet democracy? So everybody will say Pakistan. But let's say there are other countries also where there is a facade of elections. For example, if you look at Afghanistan, what was said? That you will have a proper democratic transfer of power, right? Which Afghan-led, Afghan-owned process. But ultimately, Taliban took over the entire process. If there's a facade of elections, then you say there is constitutionalism? No. Then there will not be popular sovereignty, right? So this is how you will distinguish the two terms. We've seen two terms, right? One is parliamentary sovereignty and the other one is popular sovereignty. Popular is related to we the people and also link it to the idea of constitutionalism that we have seen, okay? And in the cases, if you think of any other, let's say authoritarian regime, it will not enjoy popular sovereignty. All the power is taken up by, let's say, a supreme leader, for example. Yes or no? So that is, it will be not there. So these two will not see popular sovereignty. So this is how, if there is a doubt, this is how you can understand this. Okay, now let's come to union and states. Okay? Here we are not just going to understand the articles, we will do the articles, but more than that, we'll also see the practical side of it. Okay, that if a new state is to be added to India, what happens? Second, if there is a readjustment, for example, we've created Telangana, we've created so many states, yes, what happens in those cases? And let's say we have examples. Let's say sometime back in the news you would have heard about the Kachativu Island, okay, which India gave to Sri Lanka. And we will see what requires a constitutional amendment and what does not require a constitutional amendment. So after you are done with this section, you will have a very practical understanding, not only the constitutional understanding, but you will have both, right? So here in this part, I will first go article by article, and then I'll give you the important. So you have basically 4 articles. Here what you will do, whatever I'll tell you for article 1, only the keywords you are supposed to write it, right? Only a couple of keywords are there. For example, here, what is the term that is used? Why do we use a federation? Okay, what is the meaning of territory? What does it include? What is wider? Hardly 3 or 4 keywords mein the entire essence of article 1 is covered. Same is for article 2. To explain article 2, I'll also take the example of this is SCH schedule. Abhi, if you don't want to write, don't write, because I want you to write it article wise. This is for just summarizing it. So there are 4 articles, right? You have article 1, you have article 2, article 3, article 4. Now here, just for a moment, we'll have a couple of just going through very small section of Bare Act. Union. अब देखो सबसे पहली लाइन क्या है? Union, sorry, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. Have we used the term federation? नहीं. सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन ये बनता है कि why have we not used the term federation? Why? So here there are main thing is these states were not a result of any binding agreement. Was there a binding agreement? No. So whenever I say union of states, we will have to compare in our mind with US. When I say US, for US we use a phrase, US is a indestructible union of indestructible states. Indestructible states. Indestructible union of indestructible states. Whereas when I talk about India, the union is indestructible but destructible states. And you will also understand from the different articles that even if, for example, very shortly we'll see the process that the president will take the opinion of state legislature, but is that opinion binding? Not at all, right? So first line that we have seen is India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. So there are 2 terms. Initially in the Constituent Assembly, even other terms were being debated, whether we have to use the term Hindustan or other, let's say, but finally what is there in the Constitution, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. अब इसमें you don't have to write entirely this. What I will tell you, you have to write. ठीक है? So article 1 में the first keyword you will write is inverted commas में use this union of states. We define India as union of states. Right? Union of states and right and not federation of states. So you have union of states and not federation of states. Right? To support this, we have 2 basic arguments. First लिखो इसमें mini argument. तो लिखो the states, in जो लिखो states are not the result they are not a result of an agreement Second point to support this, that they have no authority to secede. No authority to secede. So two things we have seen. What term have we used? Union of states instead of federation. Two things. It is not an agreement between the states, yes or no? And second, no right to, which tells you what is US. Is US a union of states or federation of states? It's a federation of states. So US in that sense is it is an outcome of the agreement of states, number one, and they have the right to secede. Batao. Currently no, but if you look at theoretically yes. Currently of course they will try to limit it, otherwise you will have 50 different states coming in and that will lead to balkanization, right? So main thing, what do we have? Very first point is, what do we have is union of states. It is not an agreement and you have no right to secede. Is that clear? That is the first fact to remember. Second, that is mentioned here. First we will read it and then we will write it also. Go. States and the UTs, therefore, where are they present? This we already know. Now, the territory of India will have three things: the territories of the state, then the union territories specified, and very important, any other territory that can be acquired. And which is also why if a question comes which has a more broader sense, the territory of India has all the three. So territory of India is more wider in nature, right? So पहला point हमारा क्या था? Union of state हो गया. Second, you write territory of India. लिखो territory of India dash, right? Three categories or three things are there in territory of India. One is territories of states. Second, just abbreviation is UTs in the first schedule. UTs in the first schedule. And the last one is such other territories as may be acquired. Have we acquired anything as of now? Any example that you can give? Somebody said Sikkim. So Sikkim was originally not a part of India, right? So we'll also see how all of that also happened. So abhi ke liye territory will have three things: territory of state, union territories, and such other territories that may be acquired. Is that okay? So isi ko just write. Look, TOI, and write like this. Territory of India has a wider expression as compared to Union of India. TOI is greater than UOI simply means this. Territory of India, because it comprises of all the three: the territory of states, the union territories, and very important point is any other territory that may be acquired in the future, right? This basically is your article 1. That's it. So three things you have to remember. First thing is why union of states is preferred to federation of states. Not an agreement and no right to secede. है ना? बाकी लोग कहाँ खो गए हैं? I know, post lunch class, your body metabolism and so on and so forth. So again, just trying to recall. So first thing is, it's a union of states because of two reasons. One, not a result of agreement, and second thing is no right to secede. And again, most of the topics we are doing, ये आपको यहीं याद हो जाएंगे class में with all the examples. So it is your incentive to be more interactive, right? Although I know it's tough right now, but after 10, 15, 20 minutes, it will get better, hopefully, right? So, so that is one. So first thing is union of states. Second thing is territory, तीन चीजें इसमें. And third thing is TOI is greater than, the expression is bigger. Okay. Now let's come to Article 2. This is Article 2. Admission, and very, in fact, the essence is given here only. Admission or establishment of new states. Very important is new, which means even if something was not there in the Union of India, for that which article is there? Article 2. But something that was already within Union of India, and if I want to reorganize it, for that you will have Article 3. Okay? तो यहाँ पे मेन चीज क्या है, एडमिशन एंड और establishment of new states. So here now goes without saying, Parliament may by law admit into the union. This is first we are reading it, only the summary or the keyword I'll tell you what is to be written, into the union or establish, main cheez hai, right? So it can admit, it can also admit it, or it can establish new states, both on the terms and conditions that it thinks fit. So one question can also be, who has the authority? Goes without saying, Parliament will have the authority. And here, even here, you see the name of 2A was added and later on removed, etc. Main thing to remember is it was added by, finally, sorry, it became a state via 36th Amendment Act. Okay. Ab, this just fact you hold on for maybe 5 more minutes. I will then tell you why an amendment was needed here. Because in most cases, you do not require an amendment. So there, some things would have been changed. Okay. Now, if you are admitting a new state, where all changes would you do in the schedules? Schedule 1 and schedule 4 goes without saying, ये तो हम करेंगे ना, ठीक है? Now, so in article 2, what you have to write is, लिखो, it grants 2 powers to Parliament. Article 2 grants 2 powers to Parliament. First, right, power to admit new states. Main keyword is admit. The power to admit new states. Second, right, power to establish new states. Admit new states and establish new states. Now here you write the example of Sikkim. Example Sikkim. So Sikkim actually had undergone few things. So pehla, for your reference, remember, was Sikkim originally a part of India? So Sikkim not originally a part of India. Not originally a part of India. Now this was admitted, agar kabhi bhi sawal aaya hai, Sikkim was admitted by which article? In the exam you may get confused. The answer is article 2. Sikkim was admitted because of these provisions. Admit into the union or establish new states. So this was not existing. We had admitted it, yes or no? So which article? वहां पे आप सोचो article 1 भी आंसर लगेगा और article 3 भी, you will find it right. The answer is which article was used by the Parliament. So first fact for Sikkim is it was not originally a part of India. Parliament admitted it through article 2. That is the second thing. And third, right, 36th Constitutional Amendment Act. 36th Constitutional Amendment Act made Sikkim a full-fledged state. और इसमें एक लाइन जरूर छोड़ना, I'll add it. हाँ. No, it was added before, but यहाँ पे there was a change that was also done to make it a full-fledged state. They had repealed this provision of 2A. हाँ. No, the 36 actually helped in the addition of, एक बार check करना, article 371F. That was a change that was done. Okay. So एक बार just please cross check once. Is it 35 or 36? To the best of my memory, I think it is 36, but just check it once. This was later on repealed. That is a separate case when article 2A got repealed. Full-fledged state most probably answer is 36. 36 है, ठीक है? उसकी भी एक reason है 36 में क्या change किया था, that also we'll see. This repeal was done later on. Okay. Now, associate on it had a journey. It was not inducted in first sense. Full statehood it got from 36th Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay. Now, is this clear? इसमें deliberately leave one line. I'll tell you what change had happened. Now you come to article 3. Now, अब देखो, Parliament may by law. Now what can Parliament do? अब देखो, form a new state by separating of territory of any state by uniting 2 or more states, etc., etc., which was already a part. that is why article 2 and article 3 are different. Second, just see the keywords. Increase the area of state, alter the name of a state. Okay, now if you think that, for example, the Bangalore became what? Bangalore. Okay, now sometimes even let's say UP has the tradition of maybe renaming a lot of places. Is that done from here? What, that is separate, right? That is done within the state, that is separate, that the state government will have the prerogative. We are talking about the center, or let's say the parliament making a change overall in the name. So just see the keywords, form a new state, but yahan pe the form a new state which is already the part of, right, increase, diminish, alter either the boundaries or the name. All of this the parliament can do. So who has the power? Parliament has the power in all of this, right? Now if the parliament, for example, makes a new state, here also where will you have changes, in which schedules? Schedule 1, schedule 4. Now just let's go back to the year 2000. In 2000 we had creation of some states. For example, you had Uttarakhand carved out of UP. We had Telangana in almost 2014 carved out of Andhra Pradesh. Okay? So there is a change that is happening. When this is being done, you would have a change in article 1, this schedule 1. आपके number of states change हो जाएंगे, and also schedule 4 होगा कि नहीं होगा, right? So here main thing is parliament can talk about all these aspects, right? Now here first thing is this. Second thing is you have a certain process that is followed. Okay, so we'll also see the process, and then I'll tell you the nuance of article 4 that is also related to it. Okay, now in this process the first question is, which house can introduce this? It can be done by either, any house can do this. Ab, couple of things to remember. It can be recommended or only without the prior recommendation of president, first thing. Now the president must refer the bill to the legislature. It can seek the view in the specified time. Ab, main cheez kya hai? Its views are, state legislature's views are non-binding. Second, can be accepted or rejected, right? And even if the views are received on time, parliament is not obligated to follow them. Yes or no? Right? And a fresh reference is not required if the bill is amended, if the process is already underway. So main thing आपको क्या याद रखनी है? Number one, the bill, by the way, can be introduced in either of the house, but main thing is only with the prior recommendation. First thing, prior recommendation. Second is the president must refer it for the view. President must refer the view for concerned legislature. But is that view binding? Not at all. Then you may still ask the question, why is the view being referred? क्यों पूछा जा रहा है? We still have federalism, yes or no? Right? To at least for the respect of federalism, at least it is asked. But please remember, in India, federalism is with a strong unitary bias. Yes. So when I look at article 3, in article 3 I also need to know the process, what is happening. What is the process? Simple cheese hai. I need to remember two conditions. Can only be introduced with the prior recommendation of president. Second thing, the president must refer it to the concerned legislature and seek the view. This view is not binding. Is that clear? Right? And even if it's so, other things are almost a derivative of it. Okay, this is with respect to creation of. Now what about UTs? What about UTs? नहीं, main चीज क्या है about UTs? Under center. So why go? So there is, whatever they want to do, they'll be able to do that, right? So in that case, there is no such need. No reference is required to UTs. Okay, parliament, because these are administered by the center, right? This is one thing. So for article 3, पहले आप लिखो article 3. How many of you were able to write this? ये कुछ लिखा है आपने इससे? नहीं तो चलो, I'll tell you just what to write. देखो, article 3 authorizes the parliament It authorizes the parliament to deal with, the keyword is internal adjustments. That is how you will make a bifurcation in your mind. Article 2 and Article 3. Article 3 deals with internal adjustments. Yeah, readjustment if you want to write it, internal adjustments. Okay. Then in this, just write down these keywords: form a new state slash, yeah, comma, increase, diminish, alter, just so that you remember. And when I say form a new state, it is different from Article 2 that you know. Okay. So form a new state, increase, diminish, alter, either boundary or name. All this the parliament can do in this case. All of this is what the parliament can do, right? Yes. For the name of the state, sometimes there has been in the news, right? But ultimately, the final main alteration can be done by the parliament. So they may request it, right? But later on, जो power किसके पास है by law, it is the parliament. It is then, because we have seen in Karnataka sometimes they may create this, and in other places also. But finally, who has the power? Parliament may by law alter the name of any state. वो होता रहता है. We've seen that. ठीक है, पहले आपने लिखा. Okay. Now, I want to ask you from you, based on what we have written, can you tell me what is the difference between Article 2 and 3? Batao, just people at the back. What is the difference between Article 2 and Article 3 based on whatever you have learned so far? Internal adjustment is about 3, whereas the external addition, all of that is a part of Article 2. So write down separately somewhere. Right, Article 2 deals with external addition of states to the union. Article 2 deals with external addition of the states to the union. This is just for your reference. And Article 3 covers internal reorganization. Article 3 covers internal reorganization within the union. Article 3 covers internal reorganization within the union. Now write process under Article 3. Process a procedure under Article 3. Okay, just we will write these two conditions, other you are able to understand. So here, पहले लिखो dash, पहले लिखो either house can introduce. Second, then write the two conditions. First, write prior recommendation of president. First is prior recommendation of president, and second, write president must refer the bill. President must refer the bill to the concerned state legislature. President must refer the bill to the concerned state legislature. And last but not the least is this: SLA, the state legislature view is not binding. Just write not binding. State legislature's view is not binding. There is a certain time period. They have to specify. I'm not sure about how much days have they mentioned. I don't think the days is mentioned here. It is simply a time period overall. What is written. ठीक है. अब be very careful in Article 3. What have we said? Internal adjustment. We have not said that here if I want to cede away a territory, it comes under Article 3. Have we said this? We have not said this. Okay. Now if this is Article 3, now let's move to Article 4. This will be done by simple. Agar special hota na, so the text would have been very voluminous and I would have emphasized few other things. Now Article 4 will make few things very clear. Article 4 will simply say that, I'll first tell you, in Article 2, Article 3 provisions which is related to amendment of first schedule and fourth schedule as may be necessary, etc., etc., etc. This, by the way, can be done simply by the simple majority. It does not require an amendment under Article 368. So that means if for the creation of Article 2 or by the use of Article 2 or Article 3, if you are making changes in Schedule 1 and Schedule 4, you can do it outside Article 368. It does not require a Constitutional Amendment Act. Does this create a confusion in your mind? It should create a confusion. There is at least one confusion. Chalo, think of Article 2. Now think of the confusion. Sikkim ke case mein we had an amendment, right? So again, first I'll repeat what is said here. This simply says that if you use Article 2, if you use Article 3, and in doing so, if you make changes in Schedule 1 and Schedule 4, you can do so by an ordinary amendment outside Article 368, or in other words, you do not require a constitutional amendment. It means if Sikkim was created, and we already know by 36 Constitutional Amendment Act, it got full statehood. So there must have been something more than Schedule 1 and Schedule 4. hai na? So what had happened? Ab you go back to Article 2. Ab usme likho addition of Article 371. This change happened. This required a constitutional amendment. इसलिए हमने एक space line छोड़ी हुई है in Sikkim. हाँ, so right. Article 371F. Article 371F was added to the Constitution. So when Sikkim was given full statehood, we changed Schedule 1, yes. We changed Schedule 4, yes. Iske beyond B, we added this 371F. We made a change to the Constitution. That is why you required a Constitutional Amendment Act. If this would have not been required, तो जरूरी नहीं था. This is what Article 4 tells you. So what does Article 4 tell you? If Article 2 or Article 3 only requires change in Schedule 1 and Schedule 4, this can be done by an ordinary amendment. It does not require Article 368 or amendment under Article 368. Article 368 you can do two types of amendments. One is special majority and one is special majority plus ratification of half the states. वो नहीं चाहिए इसमें आपको. ठीक है? Is this clear? Article 4 तक. अब another twist is there. Now think of again the Berubari Union case. So after Article 4, you write down somewhere Berubari Union case and you tell me what we had discussed. I told you two things in Berubari Union. First is preamble is not the part. Here this is not very relevant. But the second thing is very relevant. अब देखो, ceding of any territory, if I'm giving away any territory, what did it say? It requires constitutional amendment. And you think of in manners, for example, if India wants to acquire a territory, I'm saying acquire, it can be done through any of the international agreements what are there. But अगर आपको territory cede करनी है, if you have to give away a part of your territory, what does Berubari Union case say? It requires a constitutional amendment. ठीक है, ये लिखा आपने. इसी के नीचे लिखो 100th Constitutional Amendment Act. 100th Constitutional Amendment Act. Put a dash, right? LBA, Land Boundary Agreement. See, I hope till 1, 2, 3, 4 is very clear to you. So one thing I have again told you, this can create a confusion. For example, that one confusion can be, sir, why Sikkim ke liye you need an amendment? Is that clear? Because normally in Article 2 you don't need that. Yes. So one, we are clear on why Sikkim required an amendment. Second thing, we also now know that what does Berubari Union case say? Ceding, if you're giving away any territory, it has to be done by a constitutional amendment. Best example and where this was reflected is 100th Constitutional Amendment Act. Between which countries? India, Bangladesh. Was there sharing of enclaves? Many enclaves were shared. So some part lost, some part gained. This happened through 100 Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay, and isme bhi when I teach this, there is also very small trivia. Okay, we have done it I think with some of the students, but if you try to recall, which is the only third order enclave of the word? So अब याद है आपको? हाँ फिर से बोलो. So whatever that name is, right? It's a tough name to pronounce. This is the third order enclave. The world's only third order enclave. इसका मतलब क्या होता है? Third order is like this. A part of it is in India. उसके अंदर some part is in Bangladesh and then some part is in India. So when you look at 100th Constitutional Amendment Act, you will find the words only third order enclave, right? So it's a very, of course, very difficult to govern. Okay, so just as a piece of trivia, write it as your homework. Words only third order enclave, okay? And you will fill it here. So 100th Constitutional Amendment Act required, so of course land boundary agreement between which two countries? India and Bangladesh. This is there. Now, in the last couple of years, we have been hearing about yes or no? Kachativu Island. And it is mentioned and it has been said that India gave away Kachativu Island to Sri Lanka. Then the question is in your mind, why was there no constitutional amendment? सोच के बताओ. अब इसको लिखो, just write the name, just answer I'm giving you right in front. Simple. This was not in the territory of India. There was simply an agreement between India and Sri Lanka to govern this. So this was not a territory of India. That is the nuance. Kachativu Island was not under the territory of India, which is why in the 1974 agreement, it's simply by an agreement, it was given away. And in exchange, in general, India had access to, one second, you also should know Vaj Bank. Vaj Bank again is a very important fishing ground. And because we are talking of here, of course, the concepts of international maritime boundary line, right? UNCLOS. In environment classes, we had done UN High Seas Treaty. We had also done the Seabed Authority, which grants the license to mine. So here the only takeaway is, if somebody is asking you the question that when Kachativu Island was given away, first of all, when it was given away, it was never a part. It was simply being governed through an agreement, which is why it does not require a constitutional amendment. Is that clear? If it would have been a part of territory of India, and if that was being ceded away, it would have required a constitutional amendment. Is that clear? Okay. So now just to recap the entire topic, just in 1 minute or so, union, how many articles are there? Article 1 to 4. What does article 1 tell you? Three things. Union of state is preferred to federation of states. There are two basic things. It is not an agreement, and second thing is no right to secede. Second thing is territory comprises of three things, and territory of India is a wider expression than union of states. Article 2, admission of new states. We have seen the example of Sikkim, and we also know why Sikkim required a constitutional amendment. Because ordinarily speaking, if any change is done or addition is done through Article 2, which only changes Schedule 1 and Schedule 4, it does not make any change to, or it does not require an amendment under Article 368. Yes? Article 3 पे आएंगे. Article 3 में we have many things mentioned. Parliament can, ultimately it is internal reorganization, right? So which is why when many such states have been created, it does not require a specific Constitutional Amendment Act, right? So Parliament can alter, increase, diminish, change the boundary, all of that, the name that we saw. Now, what is the process to do so? Can be done by either house, and main thing by an ordinary simple majority. And what are the two main conditions? Must be referred to precedent, and the second thing is President must refer it and seek the view of the state legislature, but that view is not binding. Now, what is Article number 4? Simply that changes in introduced by Article 2 and 3, which does changes to Schedule 1 and Schedule 4, are not under, so they do not require an amendment per se to Article 368. And we have seen Berubari Union case. What is that? Right, ceding requires a constitutional amendment, first thing. Second thing, 100 Constitutional Amendment Act, land boundary agreement between India and Bangladesh, and we also saw the example of Kacha Tivu Island. Why you did not require, right? Okay. Ab batao, any doubt in this? No? Now you have a small table that is there. Now for some of the topics, I'll just quickly tell you what details you have to fill here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. सीड करेंगे नहीं पहली बात तो. हाँ हाँ, very very important for strategic purposes. हाँ हाँ हाँ, yes, हाँ, 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 हाँ. इसमें सी point is anything related to the changes which are happening only in these two. That is why the meaning is, बाकी लोग भी देखो, it is not that important कि go into nitty gritties, but point is any other changes which are done to these two, only these two, does not require a change specifically in the, or can be done through this majority, as simple as that, through a simple majority. ठीक है, तो इसमें the point is if you are adding anything else which is, हाँ इसी में, in the इसी में, हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, that is the same meaning here, right? In the case of dispute, like give me an example. Mm-hmm. No, I don't think so, but here you have to give me an example. Hmm. 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 Acha, okay, that part you are saying, right? So there are two different things. So if only we're talking of ceding away a territory, that requires an internal, that requires a constitutional amendment. In case of a simple boundary dispute, which can be addressed, for example, if India and China, for example, are doing that, right? So that does not require any specific change to the constitution. These are two separate things. But यहाँ पे जो मैंने केस लिया, पर मैंने भी फिर एक disputed case ले लिया, right? The dispute between that. So sometimes you have more disputes, sometimes there will be peace agreement. So there will be how the boundary will be managed. For these article purposes, whatever we have done is more than enough. Okay? Okay. Now we have some states. Now in the recent times, if you have seen some factual questions also, this aspect is there. So we'll just spend maybe 2 minutes, and for a couple of states, whatever are important, we'll try to maybe add maybe some details to this. Okay? I hope people online, you are also able to make some changes or let's say adjustment here. Okay. So isme I'll just tell you a couple of points to note and write. We are starting with the very first one. You have Maharashtra and Gujarat. Okay. Here, just for your reference, what is the year for Maharashtra and Gujarat? Anybody remembers? Chalo, just write the year 1960. Before 1960, 1956, which state? So just above it, write 1956 and write Andhra Pradesh. Was it created linguistically? Right? Now, think of linguistic reorganization. Was there anything before our independence which supported linguistic reorganization? सोच के बताओ. देखो, see, Nagpur resolution, this supported linguistic reorganization. Okay. Now, post independence, you also hear about 3 committees. Which committees? You have SK Dhar also. Achha, by the way, just be aware, अब देखो जो JVP committee है, was it in support of linguistic reorganization or not? तो यहाँ पे just remember not in support. All of this I'm just telling you because of the example of Andhra Pradesh of 1956. You just remember this. Other than that, you have this, the SK Dhar committee, etc., etc. Fazl Ali Commission. But Nagpur resolution, this is before the independence. This also supported it, and they do not support it. That is what you have to remember. AP here is Andhra Pradesh. Now let's come back to our table. We're talking of so whatever year and etc. I'm telling you, write it in the details section. So Maharashtra and Gujarat, 1960, right? So basically, what had happened? Bombay was divided. Okay, two separate states. Now, second come to, so just the year is good enough. Dadra and, Acha, what is there with you? Acha, Goa, Daman and Diu, right? So here, first, just a key, you write. India acquired territories from Portuguese in 1961, comma, first it became a UT, okay? So it became a UT by 12th Constitutional Amendment Act. We're talking of Goa. UT by 12th Constitutional Amendment Act 1962. And last fact here is 1987. 1987 is Goa was given statehood. Goa was given statehood, and Daman and Diu was created as a UT. Goa became a state in 1987, and Daman and Diu became a separate UT. Okay. Now we're talking of Puducherry. Who was governing Puducherry earlier? French. Okay. So India had taken them. So here, handed over to India in 1954. 1954. Next, right, in 1962, it was made a UT. In 1962, it was made a UT, that is Union Territory, by 14th Constitutional Amendment. It was made a Union Territory by 14th Constitutional Amendment. UT by 14th Constitutional Amendment. Now, what is the next one? Nagaland. Okay. So here, just write the year. 1963. Acha, Nagaland was carved out of Assam. Okay, so record 1963 dash carved out of Assam. What is the issue that you read in current affairs about Nagaland? So one is of course the issue of Greater Nagalim, then the issue of NSCN, National Socialist Council of Nagaland, and you have different rebel factions. Okay, NSCN-K, NSCN this, Isak Mavaya, right? And then which country does it border? Myanmar. Okay. What happens with Myanmar? Can you link the rebel groups? Okay. With Myanmar, you also remember, if you recall, FMR, free movement regime. Has that been scrapped? Right. So it's almost a 16-kilometer area, visa free, and you can move in. But the issue was it was getting misused by many rebel groups. Okay. So with Nagaland, you remember the internal security dimension also. Okay. So 1963 is what you will remember. Okay. Now next one is Haryana and Chandigarh. Okay. So just write the year 1966. Punjab was bifurcated into Haryana, Punjab, and UT was Chandigarh. Well, basically that was the capital then. So Haryana was carved out because the Hindi-speaking people, the Punjabi-speaking people. The year is 1966. Okay. Now, when we're talking of Haryana and Punjab, we'll cover this issue also in the interstate disputes. What is the interstate dispute between them? Very prominent. SYL, Satluj, Yamuna link. When we discuss interstate dispute, the biggest issue is interstate water disputes, right? So water may prominent disputes. One of the prominent dispute is in Kaveri, right? And one of the very prominent dispute is SYL, Satluj, Yamuna link. That is also there. Sometime back, abhi Chandigarh was in news. Any specific reason? Chalo, that was also there. Okay. Next, Manipur, Tripura, Meghalaya. Acha, Himachal is there. Himachal also, the year is 1966 because of bifurcation of Punjab. So, right, 1966, bifurcation of Punjab. But it was given a status in 1971. So, 1966, the bifurcation happened. In 1971, it was given the status of a state. 1971. Okay. Now, you have three other states now, right? Meghalaya, Manipur, Tripura. So here, right, in 1972, UT of the UTs of Manipur, the UT of Manipur and Tripura and sub-state of Meghalaya got statehood. And sub-state of Meghalaya got statehood. Okay. Now, Sikkim, you already know. A part of the, see, earlier it was not given full statehood. Okay. So that finally it got statehood. When we come to Sikkim, up Sikkim, what do you remember so far? 36 gave it full status. So initially it was given an associate state status and final status was given by 36th Constitutional Amendment Act. Which article was invoked? Article. No, Article 2 to admit it. Later a change happened to Article 371F. Okay. So in Sikkim, in 1974, it became an associate state. In 1974, it became an associate state. In 1975, full-fledged state. Full-fledged state, bracket 36th Constitutional Amendment Act. Full-fledged state, 36th Constitutional Amendment Act. So that is for Sikkim. Now the next one is Mizoram, right? So here the year is 1987, right? So what happened? In 1966, the fight for Mizoram started and it took 20 years. Mizo Peace Accord actually happened over a prolonged 20-year fight. This fight was led by a group known as MNF, Mizo National Front. And amongst all the rebel groups, this is supposed to be one of the best successful examples of how a rebel group can actually lead to a proper political cause. So 20 years ki struggle led by MNF helped in finally culmination of the statehood in 1987. Mizo Peace Accord was signed in 1986. Okay. Abhi we will also discuss Assam Accord very shortly. So yahan pe just you can write 1987 and just for reference you can write Mizo Peace Accord 1986. Mizo Peace Accord 1986. So both Mizoram and Arunachal, they got the statehood in 1987. Now Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand and Jharkhand, year remember 2000. The year is 2000. The year is 2000 when they were carved out. Now just for your reference, Uttarakhand was carved out of UP, Chhattisgarh, MP and Jharkhand. Okay, so remember from which they were carved out. 2000 was that year. Next is Telangana. Which year? Telangana is 2014. Okay, carved out of Andhra. Why was this? क्यों ऐसा हुआ? चलो, one is that, but other than that, very important point, irrigation, right? Which river is flowing? Chalo, Krishna Godavari river. So one is the issues that, so Telangana also felt, for example, see many of the states which have come, the demands can be multifold. The demand can be cultural or linguistic. The demand can also be political. The demand can also be resource wise. Some states are mineral rich, but they have not had the same level of development. Okay, so there are multiple reasons which we can quote. Okay, and the last you come to Jammu and Kashmir. So just write down the Reorganization Act of 2019. The J&K Reorganization Act of 2019. So what happened? No, what is the outcome of this act of J&K 2019? So there are how many UTs created? 2. So लिखो dash करके 2 UTs. So UT of Jammu and Kashmir and the other one is the UT of Ladakh. Even in this year's mains, we saw questions on J&K reorganization in your GS2 paper also. Okay, even in optional political science, they asked you both repeating themes this year, J&K. Right now, this topic can also be linked overall when I'm talking of state creation. Can I also link this to delimitation? Yes. So when we'll discuss parliament and when we discuss Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha and overall delimitation, UPSC has even asked you factual questions like how many times delimitation commission has been constituted. पूछा है आपसे, ठीक? And this again, if you think of census exercises and let's say delimitation, these are some buzzing topics. So when we do parliament, we'll also address these aspects. Okay? Now flip your page. Now what we are looking at? Citizenship. Okay. Now, till now, in the last I think 10 or 11 odd years, there has been one question that has been asked from this topic. Okay. I will also, in fact, ask you. In fact, it was a 3-statement question. In one of the statement, it said that, let's say if a foreigner has been awarded citizenship in India, it can never be taken back. This is wrong, right? If there are many ways how to lose citizenship, so that was an absolute statement. And in that question, if you just eliminated this, you got your answer. So they ask you only this simple fact. Okay. So, but just for our reference, we will quickly have a look at it, but we'll also see what is the main thing related to citizenship. अब देखो, when I say citizenship, I also of course need to know the benefits which citizen get, and then we will see the different articles, right, from Article 5 almost for each of them. We'll have a look at the keywords and you will understand the whole process about how citizenship was being given. I'll also go into just a very brief background of the partition, migration, reverse migration, some of the aspects which were related here, just so as to understand this part. And here our main idea is to understand how can you acquire citizenship, right? There are different ways to do that. With the evolution of time, this has also gotten, there have been some changes which have happened. Second thing, what are the ways to lose citizenship, right? That is the basic idea. Now, talking of citizen, Why do you think this classification is important? Why does the government or the state classify the people as citizen, and why don't they accommodate everybody and anybody? There are many reasons to it. First thing is, the moment you are given the status of a citizen, you will get some rights. Okay, so of course we can say because of rights this becomes important, but other than that, it also helps you manage, can I say this also, demographic balance, right? And when I say demographic balance, think of, for example, think of 1971, for example, right? What happened? Liberation of Bangladesh. A lot of refugees flew from Bangladesh, they moved to Assam. This created a lot of discontent in Assam. Precisely, that is also one of the reasons which Assam Accord talks about, how to deport the illegal people. So it can help in demographic balance. Second, if the state is able to have a list of citizens, or at least know the citizens, is this also important for internal security point of view? Right? Now, when I'm looking at citizens, one thing is citizen. Who is not a citizen is a alien. The alien can be friendly, like Jadoo? Nahi. So here the alien can be friendly, or it can be a enemy alien. So if you are not a citizen, you are a alien. Alien can be friendly or enemy. Now, just to understand what is the friendly and enemy part of that, if I look at citizenship, what types of do we have? We have citizens as well as aliens. Citizens are the ones which will get all the civil and political rights. Again, when we will do fundamental rights, we will see which rights are only available to citizens. Okay? Then, who are the aliens? They do not enjoy these rights. अब types क्या हो सकते हैं? They can be friendly, which means citizens of countries which we have cordial relations. And when I say enemy aliens, इसमें please remember, it is not a timeless concept. It is a very specific temporary concept. Main thing is citizens of a country at war with India. Right? So it may happen if the country is not at war, you would not classify that as an enemy alien. But here ultimately it depends on MHA, Ministry of Home Affairs, what they're exactly, let's say, classifying it. Right? Here they will enjoy fewer rights than friendly aliens. And this is a very important article. What is Article 22? And preventive detention it also talks about, right? If you are an enemy alien, no protection under Article 22. And by the way, preventive detention, we'll see in fundamental rights, is a very specific part where not only by parliament can make any of the law for fundamental rights, but for preventive detention, can the state also, state governments can make it? Yes, it can make it. But for any other aspect we'll discuss in fundamental rights, it is only the parliament which has the power to make a law. Here, parliament plus state has the law, right? So we will see. So abhi ke liye just first familiarize yourself, and other than that, for each part 5, 6, 7, you just basically need to know what is happening, just the keywords and just the essence of it, because this is a topic which is very procedural and detailed. How to get a document and this and that conditions, we will see the main gist to understand, right? Because that level of detailing they have not gone into, and then there is frankly no point कि अच्छा इसमें OCI में इतने points होने चाहिए, this and that. That is otherwise a never ending topic. Fine? Are you able to understand this till now? Okay. Now, if you are clear till here, and for this you have to make some running notes, what you have written so far is what I had told you. Citizens will get rights. What kind of rights? Civic, helps in demographic balance, internal security. Aliens are of two types, friendly as well as enemy aliens. Fine, till here you are sorted. Now we'll talk about, now from Article 5 to almost Article 10. Now for citizenship, please remember, the constitution will just tell you the bare minimum of what, how can you acquire citizenship, but all the detailing, who has the power, all of that. First thing is parliament has the power. Second thing is we have a full-fledged Citizenship Act of which year? 1955, which of course has seen amendment. One of the recent amendment was in 2019, for example, right? So most of the detailed provisions are present in the Citizenship Amendment Act and not in the original constitution. The original constitution only told you that at the commencement of constitution, who all can be a citizen of India. अब मैं अगर if I'm saying at the commencement of constitution, there can be certain categories. Okay, now if I'm saying if somebody is a citizen of India, what is the easiest way to become a citizen, normally speaking? By birth. Okay, so here it will talk about that if somebody is born in India, okay, then it will add if one of the two parents is born in India and one of them is not a illegal migrant, very basic conditions, you are a citizen of India, right? So when I'm saying born, born is by descent, yes. How can you become a citizen? Then when I go into 6 and 7 etc., it will also talk about the migration, for example, that has happened, right? So for example, some people who moved from Pakistan to India, this is covered broadly, and I'll tell you what to write in just a bit. This is covered in Article 5. The people who will come from Pakistan to India, there's a certain cutoff date. So what they have mentioned, that if you are entering India within a cutoff date, you can freely enter India. But if you are entering after a cutoff date, there will be a permit system. Why would you have a permit system? So as to regulate the movement of people. Because now when the people are moving, there can also be a threat to unity and integrity of India. So here this is the only aspect, because first you have to understand broadly what the act is going to tell you, right? That if somebody is to come from Pakistan to India, now talking of Pakistan and India, we had a partition, right? In partition, the main issue was the moment partition happened, of course there was a lot of bloodshed. Many people did not get enough time to go back to their own countries, and partition just happened, for example, which is why some leniency is given just after the partition for that time span, right? And it was seen that, let's say, if we talk about, let's say, the creation of Pakistan, 14th August, for example, 1947. So from 1st March 1947 to this part, of course, there will be a lot of chaos that will go on. So they will take certain cutoff dates, and based on the cutoff dates, the movement will be mentioned. Okay? I'll make you write down some of the cutoff dates. What is the idea here? That if there is a respective time period, in that they allow free movement of people, people could have come. But after a certain cutoff date, if somebody wants to come back to India, there will be a simply what is known as a permit system. Okay. Now, Article 7 goes even more in detail of this. It says that, let's say, somebody came to India and now wants to go back to Pakistan, or even the opposite case. Here also they have tried to tell the certain exceptions and what is to be done. In this case also, of course, there will be a certain permit system, certain background checks that it will talk about. Okay, ye bhi abhi I'll just tell you what is the main detailing here. Both 6 and 7 are again related to the migration. Okay, the migration can be singly one side, directly you're coming from Pakistan to India, or it can be a two-way process also, where first you go and then you come back, right, depending on what is the condition situation. Even that part your constitution has mentioned. Now, in the other respective articles, you have provisions. For example, it does not allow dual citizenship. It also talks about the ways to lose citizenship. There are three ways in which we lose a citizenship. One is by renunciation, second one is by termination, and third is deprivation. The ways to lose the overall citizenship. So the overall crux that we have seen in citizenship is that how to gain citizenship, kaise hogi. The aspect of even migration and details are discussed here, and then how would you lose it, all of that. In this, then the current affairs aspect comes in, and then the simple discussion on Assam Accord as well as Citizenship Amendment Act 2019. That is also what we need to know. Okay. First, let us understand this. Then I'll just maybe help you write some of these important parts. So now, Assam Accord. First of all, what is it? It is it's a tripartite agreement. Assam Accord, agreement between which three parties? So there is the Indian government, okay. There is this Assam, and then there is this Assam right? All India, this Assam Student Union, it's a tripartite agreement. This Assam Accord happened in 19, but there was a lot of discontent in the areas of Assam that you have to understand. What is the main discontent? For example, just remember this: 1971 was liberation of Bangladesh. A lot of refugees will move and come to India, right? Will this alter the demographic balance of Assam Accord? Yes. Ab Assam Accord will try to resolve this. It will say that if somebody has come way before than this date, no issues, you can stay. But the only thing is you are not allowed to vote. If they have been able to found that a certain person is a illegal person, right? Second thing it will also say is that after the cutoff is after somebody has come after this date, what they have to do? They have to, number one is identify, and right, if they have to identify, they deport. If they have to deport, it is not necessary that the government will directly take, the Bangladesh government may not directly take them. So do you have to have a lot of detention centers, right? So there will be a lot of detention centers also created because of this, right? So the crux here is Assam Accord was basically to manage the influx of a lot of refugees, and main thing they wanted to do is to exclude them from voting, because that can also alter the whole democratic exercise. That was one. Now, you may have also heard about this. These are slightly now older, but what does this tell you? Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019. Now, we are talking of three places. Which three places? अब देखो, three places में one place is what are the six minorities here? What did I miss? Six minorities, right? अब हुआ क्या? If somebody, and the main argument was why the Muslims have not been included, because these regions are Muslim majority regions. So here the treatment to the Muslims would have been done in a relatively fair manner, and here in these cases there was a chance of persecution, there was a threat that was happening in these cases. That was the rationale that was given. So here what will be done? In the act it is said that you can take 11 years to become a naturalized citizen. 11 साल लगेंगे. यहाँ पे this has now been reduced. Now it will take 5 plus 1, total 6 years. So the point is, what is the benefit overall? It is not doing away directly. ऐसा नहीं कि the moment they come, the automatic citizenship. Earlier it used to take 11 years. Now it will take 6 years. It has reduced the overall time. Okay, and then the whole idea is they can be overall integrated in the scheme. That is the major point of Citizenship Amendment Act. Now the Citizenship Amendment Act also has exemptions. Okay, and that is the point that is many times not mentioned. For example, this whole exercise, for example, should not hamper the Assam Accord, right? For example, we also know the exercise known as NRC. What is NRC? National Register of Citizens. Has this exercise been ever carried out in India? It has been already carried out has been carried out. The issue here was what? The issue here was with the data that we were getting. Okay, what will be the main issue? Inclusion and exclusion errors. Many people who were a part of India, because of some documentational errors, they were in the NRC, they were mentioned, they were not a part of India, right? So there was certain inclusion and exclusion errors. Now there were certain rumors that were also going in. that in the NRC, the overall NRC of India, or let's say CAA, they will bring back the people, they will alter the demographic balance, but nothing of this is actually there. These are actually exempted from the Assam Accord, right? So if the NRC is to be done, it has to take into the provisions of the Assam Accord. So whereas this will be carried out, NRC, if it is done for the overall India, how that is being done and how it is done in Assam is going to be different. You also have to take this into account as well. So there were in many cases the issues related to documentation, etc., that were being told. So here your takeaway overall, in very simple sense, if you have to understand, the concept of citizenship per se, they may not ask you questions, but they can ask you a question related to some of these aspects. Okay. अब इसमें सबसे बेसिक सवाल, sometime back in 2018 UPSC had asked a question, is Aadhaar a proof of citizenship? You tell me, what is a proof of citizenship? What can be a proof of citizenship? Passport, good. Or kuch? So let's say, how many of you don't have a passport? Chalo. Are you a citizen? How would you prove it? I'm asking. Chalo, birth certificate. So my simple question to you is, what are the proof of citizenship? Very basic question. And please remember, what is then Aadhaar? What is the proof? What is it? It is a proof of residence. It is not a proof of citizenship. A question specific to Aadhaar was asked in 2018. Okay, back then, of course, the two factor, this authentication, also some of these questions were asked. Now they can still rephrase the question, right? In Aadhaar, they can again ask you something. Which is the body related to Aadhaar? UI. Is it an independent body or is it working under some ministry? Ever just check this part once, right? So your homework will have to be just look up Aadhaar, okay, and also look up what can be. This will be a very simple question. That what are the other ways to prove citizenship? Documentary. We have seen, for example, passport can be a good example, right? Domicile can be one. चलो पर देख लेना एक बार, चेक कर लेना. नहीं, वोटर आईडी कार्ड में आई एम नॉट. हाँ, नहीं 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 नहीं, अब ये भी डिबेटेबल है. दिस इज वेरी डिबेटेबल. But there is so much of fudging going on also. Double counting of. No, voting right is to citizen, absolutely correct. Article 326 to citizen, absolutely correct. But proof of citizenship is what we have seen. In some cases, you would have also seen certain people from outside. If they have a voting card, then right. So if you want to look at, मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ, अब आप इतने जो कॉन्फिडेंस से बोल रहे हो, also check करो, ठीक है? हाँ. No, he still wants to again check that back. Okay. Chalo. Now, how many of you just understand the discussion around citizenship? Now, we will start article by article. Article 5. Only what is required, just a couple of points I'll tell you. अच्छा, इसमें first write down from article 5 to 11. Citizenship section deals from which article? Article 5 to article 11. Okay, अब एक लिखो छोटी सी heading. Who are the citizen at the time of commencement? After that, I'll tell you certain articles. Citizen because after the commencement, you have all the details in which act? The Citizenship Amendment Act 1955. Who has the power to amend it? Parliament. Okay. So who is a citizen? So first लिखो. Article 5 to 11 हमने लिखा है. Article 5 I'll come to it in a small bit. All these are points actually related to Article 5, 6, 7 and 8. But first I'll tell you generic points and then we'll go article. First लिखो. Person who is domicile in India. All of this is in the commencement. Domicile. So bracket में लिखो born. So born in India and any of the parent any of the parent is Indian, born, दूसरा any of the parent is Indian, or resident of India, or resident of India in 5 years, for 5 years, resident of India for 5 years, 5 साल. Okay, again when I use the term commencement, which date are we talking of? 26 January 1950. Commencement is 26 January 1950. So if you get a question on 26 January 1950, who will be a citizen of India? Okay, so these will have to be there. So now you write, look, Article 5. What we just wrote is actually a reference to Article 5 only. So you can write Article 5, put a dash, applies on, Article 5 applies on January 26, 1950. Okay. And what are the three conditions that we just spoke about? Born in India, and we have to satisfy any of one of. Born in India, second, any of the parent, and third one, reside, right? So these are the three conditions. All these three are under Article 5. So just a repetition of what you wrote above is you can write in Article 5. So sometimes they can ask you directly a question, which of the following will be a citizen at the commencement of Constitution? This is directly mentioned in Article 5. What are the conditions? Born in India, second one, any of the parent, and third, should have lived for 5 years. Okay, and 5 years before which date? 26 January 1950. So if they are lived for 5 years, or the parent, one of the parent is Indian, or they are born in India, as per Article 5, they will be a citizen of India. Because see, from 5 to Article 10, they will generally be talking about the commencement part only, right? It is only the Article 11 which will talk about Parliament, and then the Citizenship Amendment Act and 1955. Now come to Article 6. This we have discussed. Now you are just writing this part. Article 6 में just put a dash. देखो, migrants from Pakistan to India. Article 6, migrants from Pakistan to India. यहाँ पे write, there is a cut off date. First write migrated before 19th July 1948. July, if they have migrated before this, so write down citizenship will be there automatically. But if somebody is migrated after this date, then the citizenship is by registration. Why? Because this is the date for the introduction of permit system. Now let's put this into perspective. Okay, when was the partition? Which date? What is partition date? Chalo, 14th, 15th, whatever you say, 15th August 1947. Now you look at this date first and just understand this in perspective. Partition was done, so you have to give some reasonable time to the people to come. So almost 11 months or so have been given. So what we are saying, if you have migrated before this date, there is no issue, you can directly come. But according to the logic, what you find here is that if you are coming beyond this date, then we have to verify your credentials. just to ensure that one is not threat to the unity and integrity of India. So this date will make more sense when you have the partition date in mind. So ऐसा नहीं है कि automatically you have to have a permit system. Almost 11 months have been given, and post this date of 19 July, this is when the permit system would start. You have what? Citizenship by registration. That is all you need to know in Article 6. Now come to Article 7. Article 7. So here, right, migrants from India to Pakistan. So one, Pakistan to India we have covered, and here you have migrants from India to Pakistan. अब यहाँ पे I'll also tell you exceptions. There are two cases that have happened here. So first, right, applies to people. It applies to people who migrated from India to Pakistan, after 1st March, underline 1st March 1947. 1st March 1947. Now here, right, such persons not deemed, such persons are not deemed citizens of India. Such persons are not deemed citizens of India. But अब यहाँ पे main चीज है exception, and exception is again we'll mention this date. First is, for example, somebody has gone. If they have not returned back, they will not deem to be people or let's say citizens of India. But if they have come back in a sufficient time, which means now, let's say, achha, why would somebody want to come back to a country? They may have their property, they may have some relations, economic aspects, many things can be there. So let's say for some reason they went, and then there is a huge chaos of partition, right? In partition, of course, there is a loss of life, property. People will want to secure themselves. So this particular condition is there, that let's say for some reason you went, but if you are able to come back, by which date? Abhi dekhiye humne 19 July 1948, then this exception is there that you can still be treated as a citizen. Okay, but if you come back later on, then the whole permit system and registration will happen. So here one, right, you go exception. In this you write exception. If returned to India, with permit for resettlement, or permanent return. So they would have gone to India, gone back to Pakistan, but the exception is they can still be deemed as a citizen if they have come back, right? So this is the only nuance. So first line says that if at this particular date somebody has moved out, they will not be deemed as a citizen, but they will be deemed as a citizen if they have returned back. Okay. 1st March, again the overall date they have seen that, see, it is not just at the immediate partition that the things were problematic. There was almost a phase, a lot of killing was happening, so people were returning back. So that was the consensus that they'd seen. This is the cutoff date. This is the cutoff date why the permit system started, and in this case the cutoff date is simply seeing in those conditions what was the safe date, etc., for movement and travel. That's all. Okay. Right, now Article 8. Article 8, so 7 we have seen. Both 6 and 7 deal with the migration aspect, but just that 7th is more detailed. 6th is simple, 7th में थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा nuances हैं. Now come to Article 8. Now what does Article 8 tell you? So right, Indians living abroad. Article 8 tells you Indians living abroad, bahar reh rahe hain. Indians living abroad. So here you just need to know persons of Indian origin residing outside India. इसमें लिखो persons of Indian origin. अच्छा, are PIOs citizens of India? No, the name is very conflicting in nature, right? We say person of Indian origin, not think of Britishers. There were many indentured laborers. बहुत लोग बाहर गए थे, yes or no? So if somebody has an Indian origin, what is the meaning? You have some association, maybe your parent or grandparent, for example, was related to India, right? So here we are talking of person of Indian origin. So here only thing you have to remember, person of Indian origin residing outside India, either first bullet, born in India, either born in India or parent or grandparent born in India. Either parent or grandparent born in India. So Article 8 talks about the Indians which are living abroad. Okay. And for example, these people which are living in Article 8, they should be registered in the Indian diplomatic missions, then the consulates, for example, right? So this Article 8 talks about people who are living abroad. Article 9, right? Voluntary. I've written this as they have to be registered in those Indian diplomatic missions. Let's say there is a consulate outside, and if they are living, they will register themselves. They will be known as PIO. What is PIO? Person of Indian origin. What is the condition? They either they are born in India, parent or grandparent is born in India, but now they are living outside. These are PIOs. Okay. Acha, how many of you know OCI? What is OCI? Overseas. Now, what is the benefit of having an OCI card? Lifetime visa free travel to India. Right now, in the recent, what has happened? OCI and PIO, has that been merged? Now you have only one card. What is that card? OCI. So OCI merge ho gaya hai. And what is the benefit of having an OCI? Visa free travel, move करिए, right? So सबसे last में भी जो heading है ना, NRI, OCI, PIO, what you have to ultimately remember right now, there is only one thing, that is the OCI card holder. Earlier there used to be PIO was separate, OCI was separate. Now finally, and this merged, I think if I'm not wrong, this merged happened in 2015. Okay, you can check the fact later on. तो अभी सबसे लास्ट में जो आपके पास क्या है, what the people have now, OCI card holder. Okay, fine. Article 9, इसमें जस्ट लिखो फॉर योर अंडरस्टैंडिंग, लिखो इंडिया डज नॉट अलाउ डुअल सिटीजनशिप. आर्टिकल 9 में इंडिया डज नॉट अलाउ डुअल citizenship. So what means, if somebody is voluntarily taking up a foreign country's citizenship, what would happen? Yes, right? And in fact, even in the Citizenship Amendment Act, there are three ways to lose a citizenship. One is by renunciation. Okay, so यहाँ पे last one line also, right? If a person voluntarily acquires foreign citizenship, if a person voluntarily acquires foreign citizenship, he ceases to be an Indian citizen. He ceases to be an Indian citizen. Okay. Last, come to Article 10. In Article 10, just write any person, because many times citizenship also creates a lot of confusion. Just write any person who is a citizen under Article 5 to 8. Any person who is a citizen under Article 5 dash from 5 to 8 continues to be a citizen, स्टार मार्क लगाएंगे, subject to the laws made by parliament, subject to the laws made by parliament. Subject to the laws made by parliament. This is Article 10, and last one is Article 11. In the last Article 11, you write Parliament is empowered to regulate. Parliament is empowered to regulate. In bullets, write acquisition. Parliament is empowered to regulate acquisition. Second, termination. Third, deprivation of citizenship. Deprivation of citizenship. And here only you can write the Citizenship Amendment Act 1955. So Parliament later on, whatever thing it has to do, it will do via the Citizenship Amendment Act 1955. So which also tells you that article, acha fir se, if you have to recall, Article 5 to 8 tells me citizenship at the commencement of the constitution. What does Article 9 tell me? Right, dual. What does Article 10 tell me? If you are a citizen, you will continue subject to the laws of parliament. And what does 11 tell? Overall, all these powers to regulate acquisition, all of that is with who? It is with the parliament. Okay, this is one aspect. And then the only thing remaining is the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 that we have just seen, and how it almost interacts with the Assam Accord. Okay, so in this I would just like you to read, or at least just maybe know, one is proof of citizenship. What is the proof? Number one. Second is for example, Aadhaar. Read more about Aadhaar. In general, you can still expect a question, right? Earlier the question was very simple. What is Aadhaar? Is it a proof of domicile, or is it proof of residence, or is it a proof of citizenship, right? इस तरह के सवाल तो एक देखेंगे. But इसके beyond भी you can have questions. Storage of data, biometric, UADI, the governing authority, governance aspect, that can again be questions that can be asked. Okay, now I think the last part we are there with NRI, OCI, PIO. Okay, अब आप बताओ, you tell me, out of these three, who is the Indian? NRI is an Indian, very clear on this. So first write down, at least the citizenship wise, the very first thing which is confusing, only the NRIs are Indian. And you should leave some space if you've not written for Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, that you will fill on later. Okay, right, we were saying this NRI, OCIs, and if I say, let's say the citizenship wise, these are Indians. What about OCIs and PIOs? So here, right, these both of them are not Indian citizens. Same here, not. These are not Indian citizens, the very first aspect here. Okay, Second thing we can also mention is the aspect of, now if I make a statement, in India only a citizen can buy property. No. And you can think of a simple way. For example, MNCs are coming up, foreigners are coming and settling in Goa, they are buying properties, yes or no? So that would be there. But then what is the aspect? So if property rights in case of NRI, right? So इसमें लिखो buy all properties. They can buy all property because these are Indians. Whereas in case of OCI, they can buy residential. They can also buy commercial. Can they buy agricultural? No. So they will buy residential, commercial. That is fine. Oh, sorry, that is correct. But not this is not there in the property. In case of PIO, you'll write same as OCI. Okay. Now, is next right visa requirement? Is there a visa requirement for NRI? So वही तो, the answer is no. Visa requirement no. But many times if you are not very sure, वहाँ पे सब same लगेंगे, NRI, PIO, OCI. So just for that aspect, only 2 or 3 points I'll tell you. So here they don't require visa. Okay. Ab OCI में what I just told you, they have a OCI card that allows lifetime visa. So here, right, the OCI card gives lifetime multi-entry visa. The OCI card will give them lifetime multi-entry visa. और इसमें लिखेंगे carefully what I told you. Now this has been merged. Earlier there was a PIO card. Now this has been merged. Overall what you have is a, so you will write as a star mark that PIO has now been merged and now there is only OCI. So just for your reference, PIO now merged into OCI. PIO merged into OCI. Now, if you have some space remaining, write PBD, Pravasi, Bharati, Divas. Who are these Pravasi Bhartis? Indian diaspora, right? Up isme some basic facts you need to know. Why is it celebrated, or sorry, on which date, right? And in this aspect, what are they celebrating? Now, Indian diaspora, can it be NRI, OCI or PIO? सभी हो सकता है, ठीक है? So just remember Pravasi Bharati Divas and the significance of that. In the recent years, you will find the government is putting a lot of emphasis on Pravasi Bharati Divas. Okay. Now, in case somebody was watching this online and if they've missed it, this part you will then later on fill it. You should still remember the linkage of Assam Accord. I only briefly discussed NRC and then this part of CAA. In case you want, I can just share a 1 or 2 page handout if you want on this. But ये आप अलग से जरूर करिएगा because this will be very contemporary. Because see, CAA 2019 is old now. But the point is, in a contemporary based part, they can still make a multi-statement question just to confuse you, right? That can be there, right? Okay. Isme bhi, if I'm talking of these illegal migrants that have come in, so here also, who is the deporting authority? Any of these type of questions can also be made on this particular part. Okay? So just keep your mind open to that part. Okay. Let's say the role of MHA, Minister of Home Affairs, in this regard. That is one. Okay. Flip your page now. Right, a very interesting section now. Fundamental rights, a lot to discuss here. So post break, we have seen 2 major topics. One is union and states. Second one is citizenship. In union and states, if I have to recall in 30 seconds now, I will just remember what Article 1 talks about. 3 things. It is not a federation. Second, territory is a wider expression. Territory has 3 things. Article 2, admission of new Establish new. Example was Sikkim. Third was Article 3, internal readjustment. And fourth was Article 2 and 3 changes in Schedule 1 and 4 does not require a constitutional amendment under 368. And then we saw Berubari Union, and then we saw 100 Constitution Amendment Act, etc. Kachha Tivu Island. This will be your level of recall. Abhi dekho, same FR that we will do, we will be able to revise entire FR in less than 10 minutes. Okay, and we will be doing every article of FR, because the point is, of course, in the sufficient detail. Some articles require more elaboration on my side. Some you need to know. For example, here also ex post facto. Okay, for example, when we discuss Article 20, okay, or let's say some other aspect. So we'll discuss that. Now, in citizenship, what did we see? Article 5 to 11. Article 5 to 8 क्या है? Basically, citizenship at the commencement of the constitution. What is the date of commencement? 26 January, right? Then we saw Article 9. What was that? It does not allow dual citizenship. The moment you take up your Indian citizenship is bye bye, tata. Next one is Article 10. We had seen it. If you are a citizen from 5 to 8, you continue to be a citizen. Then you had Article 11, Parliament having the powers of these three, right? So how you can lose citizenship, etc., etc. Achha, what are the ways to lose a citizenship? If you've not written it explicitly, अलग से लिख लो, जिसने नहीं लिखा है. 3 ways to lose citizenship. Okay, so one is renunciation. Renunciation. Deprivation. Renunciation, termination, or deprivation. Here also I'll just tell you the essence. What is the meaning of renunciation? Voluntary giving up the citizenship, right? And let's say this declaration is made, the government gets to know your Indian citizenship will go away. This is renunciation, voluntary giving up citizenship. Now, let's say there is a couple and they have a minor child. Okay. If the couple voluntarily gives up the citizenship, or let's say one of them voluntarily gives up citizenship, what happens to the minor child? सोचो पहले. Chalo, if I only tell you there's a, let's say there's a couple and one of the parent gives up the citizenship. Okay, so in these cases, whosoever is the primary guardian, okay, if they still have the citizenship continues. But let's say the both of them are given up the citizenship. The child is minor. What is the meaning of a minor child? Will the minor child be able to take decision for themselves? No. So what happens when they become 18? They will have a choice. So if there is this level of, let's say if they ask you the minor child whether they have the choice available, so this they can again take it up. If they want to give up now, then they will lose the citizenship. Automatically the minor child does not lose citizenship in case the parent ends up giving it up. I hope that part is clear. Okay. Ab termination. If you think of termination, think of any corporate space. Somebody has been terminated. Something would have happened. So can it be because of fraud? Right? So here, let's say fraud happened, or there was through any material means. Okay, any material means which was used to forge, let's say, a document or do any kind of this, a termination will happen. Now, is this termination going to be arbitrary? It can never be arbitrary. Why? We are governed by rule of law. So it means this will be governed by law. Law hoga. And who is going to be there? Simply parliament. Simple. Okay. Because anything which happens, even when we discuss fundamental rights, everything will say that ultimately things will be governed by law. Okay, this process will never be arbitrary in the first place. So that is there. Now, there can also be deprivation. Okay, and then in the Citizenship Amendment Act of 1955, there are more details on how they can deprive it, more factual and more detail oriented. But just remember, these are the grounds on which the citizenship can be taken away or lost. So one can be renunciation, one can be termination, and one can be deprivation. I mean, iski bhi ek list hoti hai deprivation ki. The state can take away. Okay, but then it will also be taken up through a, it will be governed by law. It will be through a proper procedure. That is how it is going to be. Is that okay? So just keep this also in mind. Okay, just came to my mind just to tell you. Now you come to fundamental rights. Before going into uh, in your write-up, I think we start with right to equality. But before that, I have to tell you something about FR. So what space you have, you will write some of the important elements. Now, let's talk about fundamental rights. Now, first thing to remember, which part? Part 3. Which articles? 12 to 35. Now, many times, if you read fundamental rights, honestly tell me, are you clear on all the articles? Or there are some articles which you take for granted? How many of you can tell me 30s, 1A, B and C? How many of you can tell me 33, 34 and 35? So today, again, the endeavor for those of you who are watching this, after doing this section, you will have good level of knowledge. Okay. In that, you will have confidence to attempt the questions, even if let's say they are slightly more detailed. Because in some articles, we have to know if there is any terminology, if there is a, let's say, judgment. For example, when I discuss with you Article 15 and 16, I would have to tell you 77th Amendment, 81st, and so on and so forth. So discussion and debate. But we'll also be doing, at least for each article, you will have some memory. कि अच्छा इसमें ये होता है, right? That is how we'll do it. Now, few things to remember. You will write mostly they are negatively worded. What is the meaning of negatively worded here? Now here when I say this, then they are negatively worded. We will later on compare this with DPSPs. DPSPs are positively worded. So here when I say negatively worded, it tries to limit the power of states in the most cases. Most cases, I'm saying not all. Because in certain amendments, certain positive or enabling provisions have been added. So when I say these are relatively negatively worded, what does it say? It takes away or limits the state's power. Okay. Now, next keyword which we know, would they be justiciable? They are justiciable. Now, are they self-executable? The answer is both yes and no. Some provisions are self-executable. They will, however, some provisions require a certain law. So, for example, if I say Article 17, what does it say? Chalo, there are 3 articles, okay, for which, chalo, 17, 23, 24. What is Article 17? untouchability. So we have a certain act also for this. This later on, the Civil Rights Protection Act. What is 23? Human trafficking, right? And what is 24? Child labor. To implement this, to make it, there will be certain acts also, certain penal provisions also. So when you see this term, are they directly self-executable? Now Article 14 is, some of them are directly self-executable, but not all. So here, takeaway here is, for example, I'm writing not all, and I'm giving examples which are not 17. I just gave you 23, 24 example. These are not directly self-executable. Now, next, only to citizen which is available, only to citizen. 15, 16, 19, 29, 30. What is Article 15? No discrimination on RRCSP. चलो आगे देखेंगे. What is the keyword here? What is 16? Employment. What is 19? Freedom of speech and expression. 29 and 30 is cultural and minority rights, right? So these are only there for citizen, which means एक ये है. Then there are certain rights which are available to foreigners as well as citizens. For example, Article 14 will be applicable to all. Okay. So abhi ke liye I'm just writing this citizen wala part. Okay. Which are the rights which are only there for the citizens are which one? 15, 16, 19, 29, 30. Now, for example, just think in your mind Article 29 and 30. Article 29 and 30 talks about two things are there. For example, if somebody has, abhi aage dekhenge, culture, script, they can safeguard it. We can also set up MEI, minority educational institutions, for example. So now if somebody is from the outside, right, if there's a foreigner, if they are trying to do this, this will also then change the whole demographic balance, etc., the problems. So this you would allow for your citizens, that they can safeguard their own culture, their own script, for example. So Article 15, Article 16, if Article 15 is not very clear, I'll again rewrite it. 15, 16, 19, 29 and 30. These are there only to citizens. Okay. Now, when I look at fundamental rights, again I have to say largely what they ensure. Political equality, I'm saying largely because some aspect also is there of socio-economic, but it is not that prevalent. Whereas if I look into DPSP, they go more into the socio-economic dimension. Yes or no? Right? Now, in this, there's a particular fundamental right which is also known as the heart and soul of the Constitution. Article 32. What is that? Right to constitutional remedies. Right? So fundamental rights per se are not known as right, the heart and soul. In that, a specific right, which is your Article 32. What is that? Heart and soul of the Constitution, right? Now, these fundamental rights, some of this part, has been inspired, kahan se? USA's Bill of Rights. In fact, even our preamble has an inspiration of US. Can I say that? Yes. So this is one part that you have to remember, inspired again from US. Okay, keep that in mind. Now, originally there were 7 fundamental rights. Now there are 6. True or false? But true or false? True. Originally 7. Now there are 6. And how do we classify them? Again, you know, right to equality. In that you have certain articles, right? Then, so here things are mentioned. And by the way, even this question has been asked. Even right to equality, and people again make this mistake. They confuse Article 17 with Article 23 and 24. अब देखो याद करेंगे. देखो what is, first is your basic, you don't have to write it, it is already mentioned in your page. But originally how many were there? 7. when I'm writing 7, which one has been removed? Which article was that? अच्छा अब ये देखना, when you look at the constitution, article 31 is not there, but 31A, B and C they exist, right? That I'll tell you what is the meaning of 31A and B and C. So this, bye bye Tata, right? By which 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. So the 7 has become how much? 6. I hope till here we are clear. Now, when I'm now looking at this, so number 1, if I say first is your right to equality. This is already written, you don't need to write it again. Ab dekho. When I say right to equality, in right to equality, it is not just Article 14. What do you have from 14 to 14, 18, right? Just in one line, if I have just to tell you, we'll see this. What is Article 14? Equality before law, equal protection of laws. What is Article 15? Preventing the discrimination based on race, religion, caste, sex, and place of birth. What is Article 16? Rated employment. What is Article 17? Untouchability. And Article 18, awards, titles. All of that is a part of right to equality, right? But इससे पहले भी दो articles अलग से हैं. One is Article 12 and 13, which we will see very shortly. Freedom of speech and expression. Okay. चलो ये तो चलो. If I talk about the broader heading, you have 19. What is 19? Freedom of speech and expression. What is Article 20? नहीं. हाँ, all of that जिसमें ex post facto, double jeopardy, etc. Right? Right. So self incrimination, etc. This is 20. What is 21? This you know. Right to life and liberty. We also have, of course, 21A, which was added later on, by which amendment? 86th Constitutional Amendment. I'll explain all these to you very shortly. And 22 is what? Arrest and detention. Up exploitation mein what is there? What is 23? Huh, right? And 24 is child labor. In fact, even this year this question had come, if you recall, right? Religion is from, and when we discuss it, again we will discuss it with the provisions of secularism, so this will again make a lot of sense. Now cultural rights are 31 got deleted, but we have certain provisions 31A, 31B and 31C. Remedies is what? When we do remedies, we'll do writs. So we'll do habeas corpus, mandamus, certiorari, prohibition, quo warranto, and in that we'll see what is the locus standi, right? It is applicable to a public body or to a private body. It is not available against all these type of things. We'll have a look at. ठीक है. उसके बाद there are 3 basic also rights, 33, 34, 35. Like I told you, very much neglected. ठीक है. But are in general relatively easy. That Parliament can regulate the police or let's say the armed forces, martial law and the imposition. And again 35, for example, that we'll have a look at. This is the broad gist of the fundamental rights that we have. Okay. Now we will go here now article by article. Before you start with article this right to equality, 2 articles in very brief I'll discuss with you. One is article number 12 and the other one is article 13. Okay, here also you need to know a couple of things just to understand them better. Now I hope this part you now know very well. Some basic things: what is justiciable, what is self-executable, only to citizens, largely ensure political equality, inspired from, etc., etc. Right? Now, so here let's start with first write down article 12. Now, what is the main thing that you understand from article 12? Definition of a state, very important. State has 4 entities. What are these entities? नहीं, the original definition that we saw. अभी तो हम देखेंगे इसमें. Okay. Now, so first thing is, it talks about a state, right? Now this has been sometimes a matter of debate, what constitutes a state. Okay? Now the basic organs of the government etc are a part of state, this you don't have a doubt. Would PSUs be a part of the state, right? So let's say ONGC, SAIL, any of the public sector entities, they will also be a part of state, correct? Now there was again a prominent case some time back that should BCCI be covered as a state, should it be covered? So finally it was not covered as a state, although people had made an argument that BCCI selects the national team and the national team plays cricket, you know, and they generate a lot of revenue. The main thing was it was registered as a simple society under the Society Registration Act, etc., etc. So here BCCI was not a state, but my question is, can a private entity be considered a state? They can be if they are performing public functions. Okay, so here we only need to know who can be a state. The only thing is, BCCI, that example you just put a cross mark, BCCI in the recent times, it is not a state. And then even the private entities can be a state. Okay? Yes. No, there was a Lodha, there certain a committee बाद में form हुई थी. Initially the argument was it should be considered as a state, but finally I think if I recall there was a Z something a case हुआ था 2005 and even later on. नहीं वो that is separate point, but main point is that it is BCCI is not considered as a state. अब उसमें there is a ultimate other matters. अब you can also counter question कि sir BCCI also does not pay enough taxes etc. That is through a different route. But the point is it considered as a state? This has been already settled in a particular Supreme Court judgment. Okay, so that is just the point I wanted to make here. Okay, so here in this Article 12, just write definition of a state. Definition of a state. Put a dash. We'll see who all can be state. So here write union and state governments. Union and state governments, comma legislatures. Union and state governments, legislatures. Local authorities. Local authorities. PSUs. PSUs. And here you write that line, even a private entity, even a private entity performing a public function, a private entity performing a public function can be considered a state, can be considered a state. And just write BCCI and cross it, because that was some time back, even that became in the news. The embassies and consulates, which are right. So basically what is state is your government and the parliament, legislature, all the local authorities and all the authorities etc., statutory, non-statutory, LIC, ONGC etc., all of that will be the part of state. Okay, so that is one. Second, come to Article 13. Article 13. Now this is an interesting one. So here put a dash, right? Laws inconsistent. Here I'll tell you two doctrines. Laws inconsistent. Laws inconsistent with fundamental rights. Laws inconsistent with fundamental rights. Okay. Now, when I'm saying laws inconsistent with fundamental rights, especially on this article also, there was also a tussle between the judiciary and the parliament. Okay, this also will also again understand when we discuss what was happening, that whether a particular, let's say, amendment will be considered law or not. यहाँ पे दो चीजें हैं. First, write down doctrine of severability and doctrine of eclipse. Doctrine of severability and doctrine of eclipse. Right? So just understand anything. The idea of this article is if anything is violative of the fundamental rights, that is what struck down, ultra vires. But यहाँ पे there are two things. It means, let's say there's a huge one particular article, let's say this part is inconsistent. Does that mean the entire article should be wiped out? Only that small part should be wiped out. Okay, so that means only the respective part which is not adhering to it, it should be there, wiped out. That is one aspect. What is doctrine of eclipse? वो भी मैं आई जस्ट अभी ना, प्लीज डू नॉट डिस्टर्ब अगेन अगेन. ठीक है, तो जो भी चीज बतानी होगी आई ऑलवेज, नहीं तो आप ही आ जाओ फिर ना, तो डोंट डू दैट. अगर कुछ ऐड करना होगा तो आई डू दैट. ठीक है. नाउ देयर आर टू थिंग्स हियर. वन इज doctrine of severability and one is the doctrine of eclipse, right? One very basic thing that we will understand here, and also after some time I'll also tell you that there are certain aspects, there were certain additions, article 13.3, article 13.4 which were added. इस पे हम star mark लगाएंगे because we'll see how there was a tussle between the parliament and the judiciary in this case, right? And main issue is what that you are looking at, जो challenge आएगा यहाँ पे is if something is inconsistent with fundamental rights. For example, so for example, like we saw, if the government wants to implement DPSPs, for example, and if it is inconsistent, it can be struck down. है ना? So even that can be there. So there were certain exemptions also that were seen in this regard, which we will see in some moment. So this you will write in a short while. So here एक बार पहले लिखो doctrine of eclipse and severability, and then also I'll take up your part also. So don't worry. अब इसमें लिखो लिखो all laws. नहीं नहीं, इसको just leave a space for these two. First write down, I'll tell you what all does it include. So write down all laws that are inconsistent, all laws that are inconsistent with fundamental rights shall be void. All laws that are inconsistent shall be void. And इसमें देखो laws include, what are the laws that are included? All laws inconsistent shall be void, right? Laws include, first right, laws of parliament, laws include the laws of parliament. Second right, or parliament and also state legislature, it includes laws of parliament and state legislature. First one. Second one, ordinances, bracket we just write on temporary. Third, Ordinances में generally these are temporary provisions, right? Third, right? All these can be void. Main point is this. So इसमें what is a law? We are saying any law which is violative can be struck down. So point is what can be a law? First one is the laws enacted by the parliament or the state legislature. Second one is ordinances. Third one, right, non-legislative sources of law. Non-legislative sources of law. Any idea what is this? Right, तो ब्रैकेट में बिल्कुल लिखो कन्वेंशन, नॉन लेजिस्लेटिव सोर्सेज ऑफ लॉ, and last, right, delegated legislation. Delegated legislation. Delegated legislation. ठीक है. अब इसमें main thing to understand is when we are saying any law that is violative, right? So the main issue is, does it include pre-constitutional law or post-constitutional law, or does it include both? Right, it includes both. So likho, it includes both pre-constitutional, it includes pre-constitutional and post-constitutional law. And when you understand this, then you will understand these two doctrines better: doctrine of severability and doctrine of eclipse. अब देखो, severability you can understand from here that only the part that is non-violative, sorry, only the part that is violative can be struck down, the other part can remain. That is the overall idea of severability. So now write severability in one line. Doctrine of severability. देखो, if a part of law, if a part of a law, if a part of a law offends fundamental rights, only that part is struck down. Only that part is struck down. Let's give you an example. Let's say the government comes out with a specific law. Let's say that law has 5 clauses. One clause, let's say, violates Article 14. Article 14 says equality before law, equal protection of laws. Only that particular clause can be removed, the other can still continue. That is the meaning of doctrine of severability. Second, right, doctrine of eclipse. Doctrine of eclipse. So here, right, a pre-constitution law, doctrine of eclipse में a pre-constitution law, which is before, that conflicts with FR, a pre-constitution law that conflicts with fundamental rights is not void from the beginning. It is not void from the beginning, but its operation is eclipsed. But its operation is eclipsed, in simple words, in the bracket, right, blocked. Okay, blocked. So what is the meaning of eclipse here overall? As long as there is an inconsistency, this part will remain inoperative. That is the whole meaning of doctrine of eclipse. So as long as there is inconsistency, there is going to be a doctrine of eclipse that is going to be in function. Ab, if I ask you, if this inconsistency is removed by a later amendment, what will happen? It can function, simple, right? In the same manner, we'll also see when we do federalism, we'll see doctrine of harmonious construction, etc., etc. And in the end, I'll also consolidate some of the doctrines that are there that one should know. Today we have seen two doctrines. One is doctrine of severability, one is doctrine of eclipse. Eclipse में एक चीज याद रखेंगे, if the inconsistency is removed later on by an amendment, what would happen? It can continue to work, but as long as the inconsistency remains, it remains inoperative. Is that clear? ठीक है, इतना पार्ट याद रखेंगे. Now in this, the last piece of update, or let's say confusion, arises from this part, right? Now I want to ask you, are personal laws included under the laws that are mentioned here? Batao. Answer is very easy. Does the term law includes personal laws? Socho. Batao. It does not. It does not. If it would have been, so we would have written it. Agar hote to, then it would have created a lot of challenges also, right? So here, as a note, maybe write somewhere, it does not include personal laws. Okay. Now here, the last point is, for example, just I think you'll now understand, when you're looking at a law, as per the interpretation of Article 13, it says that constitutional amendment is not a law. Therefore, this cannot be challenged by the respective provisions, right? But later on, when we go at the Keshav Nand Bharti case, because isme bhi kafi debate hua tha, right? But then later on, what is the verdict overall? That they can be challenged if they are violative of basic structure doctrine, which you again can understand what is the main essence or crux of it. Okay, so here initially the tussle was to keep certain amendments beyond the purview of judiciary. Okay, so just one line if you want to write that constitutional amendment is not a law. Isme star mark, put a star mark when you write it. Star mark, constitutional amendment is not a law, hence cannot be challenged. In the bracket write down haha, which means it can be challenged. So initially what was happening, what were we saying? Constitutional amendment is not a law. So initially we were saying it is not a law and therefore it cannot be challenged. However, what happened in the Keshav Nand Bharti case? So just think of the basic structure doctrine and the judicial review in this regard. Okay? Again, now let's just quickly revisit what we have seen. We've just had a quick discussion on fundamental rights. We've seen Article 12 and Article 13. Article 12, definition of a state. PSUs can be a state, which is very obvious. Government entities, states, legislature, etc., etc. Even a private body performing a public function can also be considered as state under the scope of Article 12. Article 13 talks about right, law that is inconsistent. So if you get a very simple question, you need anything which is violative of this will be struck down. We get to understand two doctrines, and we also get to know what will be law exactly in this case. There are two doctrines. One is doctrine of severability, and one there is a doctrine of eclipse. We also understand these two. Okay, and then I think the last part on the constitutional amendment part, and then the Keshav Nand Bharti is what we understand. Right? This we have to do before starting the fundamental rights. Now we will start discussing. अब आते हैं equality. So if I make a statement, fundamental rights are absolute, true or false? They are not absolute. And now onwards you will see why are they not absolute. Okay, there will be certain reasonable restrictions, there will be certain exceptions, right, starting from Article 14 only. Okay, now in Article 14, this, let's say the simplest or the easiest way to understand it, what does it talk about? Equality before law and equal protection of laws. Okay, equality before law, equal protection of laws, which is a negative concept. EBL is inspired from equal protection of laws. At least this we need to know. Okay, one is equality before law, one is equal protection of laws. Now, when I say equality before law, why would you want to have equality before law? Think of absence of privileges, right or no? Right? So treating, let's say, arbitrariness, whereas equal protection of law is Aristotelian in nature. Okay, what is the meaning of Aristotelian here? Likes to be treated. Does it permit classification? Of course, the classification has to be reasonable. Before you write these parts, intelligible, differential, rational, nexus, first just simply see these are two terms, very simple terms. One is equality before law, one is equal protection of law. अब देखो, this article 14 is one of the very much foundational parts of our constitution, and it has both these two concepts. There are two concepts here. One is a negative concept attributed to UK, and one is a more enabling concept. Okay, so when I'm saying equality before law, you will treat everybody the same, right? हर एक इंसान, everybody is to be treated alike. So when I say equality before law, it is a British concept, it is a negative concept, whereas equal protection of laws is a more positive concept. When I say Aristotelian, I'll just tell you the reference of Aristotle here. According to Aristotle, inequality anywhere is the cause of revolution, right? So he basically said equals should be treated equally and unequals unequally, which means for certain cases there can be a reasonable classification. अब जब मैं क्लासिफिकेशन की बात करूंगा, does it against goes against equality? It goes against negative equality. But हम जो बात कर रहे हैं, the classification, we are saying reasonable classification. It should have some thought process with in that. It should be reasonable, which means it is to be grounded on two things: intelligible differentia. There has to be some, at least, rationality that is to be put into it, and then there is certain differentiation that is put. So certain sections can be treated alike for their own good. So agar if we are blindly treating everybody in the same bracket, is this also problematic? Yes. So it tries to address both the aspects. First it says equality before law, second it says equal protection of laws. First आप लिखेंगे EBL, equality before, you only write EBL only, and just write like this, minus UK. Okay, so in EBL you write absence of any, I've already written privileges, but just write it, absence of any special privileges absence of any special privileges in favor of any person, absence of okay, second right, no arbitrary state action, no arbitrary state action, third right, equal subjection of all persons, equal subjection of all persons to the ordinary law. This is equality before law. But the moment you understand equal protection of laws, you will also understand there are certain exceptions in India also. If I look at Article 361, what does it talk about? Immunity, for example, presidential immunity, etc. Certain people are also, so it's not that blindly we are applying equality. See, it is very important to treat people equally. Is it also related to rule of law? It is related to rule of law, right? This is a negative and a UK based concept. Now come to EPL, equal protection of laws. Positive and US you would have written. अब इसमें लिखो like should be treated alike. Like should be treated alike without discrimination. Like should be treated alike without discrimination. And very important line, right? Equality of treatment. We need equality of treatment. Equality of treatment in equal circumstances. Equality of treatment in equal circumstances. So equality of treatment is needed only in equal circumstances. Now write exceptions overall. We have written equality before law, equal protection of law, but it is not going to be applied to everybody. So write exceptions. First लिखो Article 361. In the bracket you can write down President and the Governor. President and the Governor. Now, can any criminal proceeding be initiated against a president or a governor during their tenure? No. This is the safeguard that is provided. So, is it directly application of equality? No, there is a certain exception that is given here in this case. Right? Second, right? Ambassadors, diplomats. Ambassadors, diplomats. Next, right? Article 105 and 194. What is this? Parliamentary privileges. All these are exceptions. 105, 194 dash parliamentary privileges. And isme bhi what is there? There is, let's say, the MPs or the MLAs are not liable, okay, for what they speak during or inside the legislature. They're not liable. So what is that? This is also an exception. Okay. No, there are certain things in which they are treated in a slight more special manner. That is the whole idea. Okay, so ऐसा नहीं we are saying कि any of the criminal acts or whatever is done is exempted. We are not saying that. We are saying that in certain cases they are treated differently than others. These are certain exemptions. In terms of movement, travel, on all of this, I think a lot of at least the upper hand is given to the ambassadors and these foreign sovereigns. Okay. Specific point, chalo, I'll have a look and then tell you. आप बताओ. That is also there. In fact, there is a Vienna Convention. Because there are two. So in Vienna Convention, for example, if we look at Pakistan wala case, Kulbhushan Jadhav, and in all some of the cases also, so there is also a case of diplomatic immunity, if you recall. Okay? But also that is not totally absolute. Uske bhi conditions and diplomatic immunity ki. Okay. This is Article 14. In Article 14, what is your takeaway so far? Equality before law, equal protection of laws. Okay? This is your Article 14. There are exceptions to this. Yes, there are exceptions to this. Okay. Okay. Now you move to Article 15. Article 15, 1 5. Article 15, remember, is it applicable to everybody or only to citizen? So first thing, only to citizen. अब इसमें the line that is written, the state cannot discriminate only on 5 things are there: race, religion, caste, sex, place of birth. Right? So first thing you should write is this. Just remember, if you remember, you can recall this, or you write the full RRCSP. State shall not discriminate. अगर यहाँ पे लिखा हो people नहीं, state shall not discriminate citizens, that is directly mentioned. State shall not discriminate citizens only on the grounds of RRCSP: race, religion, caste, sex, place of birth. Now I want to ask you, discrimination on any other ground, is that allowed then? Is allowed. So isko likho, the other meaning, discrimination on other ground is allowed. Now in this there are two examples I want to give you. For example, if somebody is going out, okay, so let's say you are visiting a shop or a public restaurant, okay, can you be discriminated in that? No. So then in this case it is applicable first to the state, but can this also be applicable to citizen? Now think of, let's say, a bathing ghat. If you are not allowing somebody entry based on caste, will this be discrimination? So there are two. So एक पहले लिखो, it is applicable to state. लिखो, it is applicable to state. Just in the bracket, I'll give you a couple of examples. You can write shops, hotels, public entertainment. It is applicable to state, which means state cannot discriminate. Second, also लिखो, it is also applicable to citizens and state. Citizens and state. Here you write examples: wealth, the use of wells, tanks, bathing ghats, bathing ghats maintained by state funds, the bathing ghats maintained by state funds. So first thing that we understood, what are the grounds on which discrimination cannot happen, right? Now are there any exceptions to this? सोचिए बताओ, Article 15 में do we have an exception, let's say in the case of women, right? Anything else, children, do we have exceptions on that, right? So here write exceptions, and then I'll tell you a couple of articles. Let's say like the amendment, 93rd Amendment Act. First लिखो exceptions. Exceptions. Women and children. The exemptions here are of course women and children. Then you have STs, STs. And educationally and socially backward classes of citizens. right? Hmm. अच्छा, इसमें means see one example that we saw, state cannot discriminate, but you also have in this case even citizens cannot discriminate. Hmm? That is separate. But here citizens, we gave the specific examples, things which are open for public use. In that, it is not allowed, right? In fact, if you think of other manner, let's say somebody is, let's say there's a discrimination based on caste, then you will go to untouchability in Article 17, and then that can be used. Here it is a case, let's say it is a public use case, then it is also applicable to citizens as well as the state. In normal cases, it is applicable to the state, right? Now, here we will write now a couple of ऐसे लिखेंगे, right? Article 15, and I'll tell you so couple of updates here. First, right, Article 15, Clause 4, right? First constitutional amendment, 1951. First constitutional amendment, what also comes to your mind? Ninth schedule, land reforms, all of that, right? So here just put a dash. SEBC. What is SEBC? Socially, right? So SEBC, socially, educationally backward / SC/ST provisions were added here. Clause 5. Ninety-third constitutional amendment. Here, right, reservation in admissions. Reservation in the admissions. अब इसमें लिख लो बस ब्रैकेट में, एक्सेप्ट MEI, minority educational institutions, that we will see later. Except MEI, minority educational institutions. Minority educational institutions. And third, write down Article 15, subclause 6. What is Article 103? Oh, sorry, 103. EWS. What is 102? National Commission for Backward Classes. We just had spoken about it. So one is EWS, economically weaker sections. There has been an amendment here. Okay, so there are three things that we have seen. So in educational institutions, certain enabling provisions can happen. This is 93rd, and 15, 6 is your EWS, right? So again, special provisions related to the educational institutions for EWS will come under 103 Constitutional Amendment Act. Three things. First, 93rd and 103. So here, what does it tell you? Can state make enabling provisions? अब enabling provisions की अगर बात करी, till now we see that article of FR are negatively worded. But if I say enabling provisions, what that means? Positive discrimination. Positive. This is also known as for example, if you look at US US also has certain affirmative action for blacks, right? So even that is there. So here you see three major provisions: Article 15 clause 4, 15 clause 5, 15 clause 6. This is the main thing to remember in Article 15. What is done? Okay. So discrimination cannot be only on the grounds of 5 grounds. That is one thing that we have seen. However, there are certain exceptions. State can still create enabling provisions for socially and educationally backward classes, or even for institutes. There can be, at least educational institutes, there can be provision for reservation here. And even a case here, reservation is also known by another word that is here. What is this? Positive discrimination affirmative action, which is why if you get a statement all FR fundamental rights are negatively worded, nahi, this is what? Positively worded. This is positive discrimination. I hope this part is clear. This is your Article 15. Now come to Article 16. Article 16. What is Article 16? Equality of opportunity in, yes, in public employment. Equality of opportunity. Look, equality of opportunity in public employment. First thing, it is applicable to all. True or false? Only to citizens. It is applicable only to citizens. The very first thing, right? Now here, if I look at the reservation on the criteria, see, when I say Article 16, when I say public employment, what comes to your mind? Government jobs. Okay. When I say government jobs, is there a ceiling or a limit? In this, there is a very prominent case, the Indra Sahni case. There's a limit. In fact, when I say public, I'll also tell you Article 335, efficiency in administration, that if you talk about reservation, it should not compromise with efficiency in administration. That is which article? 335, right? So here, what is this Article 16 talking to us about? What is the title? Equality of opportunity in public employment. Now the name is equality of opportunity, but have we created enabling provisions here also? We have created, but we will see very shortly. At least two things I'll tell you. One is, here only we'll see 77th, 81st, even 85th, for example. We would also in fact talk about Article 335, right? And here I'll just briefly introduce you to terms like that. Even for backlogs, if let's say there's a backlog, will the reservation still apply? Second, consequential seniority, in that case whether that will still apply. So that is there, but first we need to know the exact provision. Okay, so here just write one line. So लिखो in article, you write it like this. लिखो Article 16 clause 4, 16 clause 4 backward classes. Then write 16 4A. 16 4A. Here you write SC ST promotions, 77th Constitutional Amendment Act, 16 4B talked about clearing the backlogs, and this also refers to 81st Constitutional Amendment Act. And then later on we have even 82, even 85 Constitutional Amendment Act talking about consequential seniority. So here you write 82nd or even 85th Now here, main thing to remember, to write the Indira Sahni judgment, इसमें लिखो इंदिरा साहनी जजमेंट, देखो टोटल रिजर्वेशंस, total reservations shall not exceed 50%, 50. Total reservations shall not exceed 50%, bracket, including carry forward jobs. इसी में लिखो अलग से, merit shall not be compromised. Merit shall not be compromised. And here just even make a reference, right? Article 335. Article 335 in the Indian Constitution talks about efficiency in administration. 335 talks about efficiency in administration, so they can be reference to this. Now, one question that can be asked, which I did not tell you, if I am talking of Article 16 and Article 15, what is the difference in the grounds in both of them? Difference I'm asking. There are some common points, right? One is residence or kuch. See, just try to recall what is the ground. We have discussed 5 grounds for the previous one: race, religion, caste, sex, place of birth. Here you write grounds for discrimination. तो इसको लिखो ये कैसे लिखो, Article 15 plus Article 15, which means 5 are already there. Article 15 plus dissent, 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 and place of residence. Dissent and place of residence. Now here I'll just also read out what it is saying so that you also know the nuance, right? What is happening in this case in the Article 16, for example, right? So it says that no citizen can be discriminated against or be ineligible for any employment on the grounds only of race, religion, caste, descent. अब इसमें लिखा कैसे है? Place of birth or residence. Okay, I made you write that separately, right? But this does not mean it has 7 criteria. You will get the impression, sir, we have written 15 plus 2, but actually all these are there. What is one extra here? So here there is the mention of place of. In this it is saying or. तो एक तो ये वर्ड अलग हो गया. Second, what is the other word that I told you? Descent. This is the difference. But the statement says place of birth or residence. Please make that very clear in your mind. I have mentioned both the 2 words that are separate, but entire thing is written as place of birth or residence. That is how it is written in the Constitution. So these fine detail, when you read this article, you should know. But the contemporary aspect we have had a look at. Now again, just to recap for those of you, these things cannot be discriminated, right? But for example, you see that there are certain states which talk about reserving the jobs for local people. Have you seen that? Right? Is that in provisions with the Constitution, or has that been struck down in the recent past also? In fact, even if you talk about, let's say in cases of Karnataka, in Andhra Pradesh, sometimes this happened. The main thing is it will depend. Okay, for example, if you look at Andhra Pradesh has also certain descent based rules there also, very specific. This was created when the whole Nizam and the whole government, let's say the pre part was there, a descent based the part was already there in that. So you have to take that into account. But overall, when we see, the state cannot discriminate on the grounds that we've discussed. Total, how many grounds are there? 6 are there, but I've written this +2 so as to emphasize these two as separate. But you do not forget this part, place of birth or residence. So you will remember that. Okay? अब इसमें just write down a couple of exceptions to this rule. I deliberately give the example of Andhra Pradesh because I'll tell you there is an article 371D. So just write down exceptions. Exceptions. So here the exception can be exception residence. The exception is residence as a condition for certain types of employment. Residence as a condition for certain types of employment. Okay, in the bracket write only by the parliament. Only by the parliament, and write the example article 371D in Andhra Pradesh. Article 371D in Andhra Pradesh. 371D in Andhra Pradesh. Second, right, exception reservations. This we have already seen. Reservations to socially. This also was an exception in the previous article. Reservations to socially and educationally backward classes. Socially and educationally backward classes. Okay. This can be again an exception to this part. Okay. Now, when we are having this discussion, there is a particular commission that is many times highlighted related to reservation. Can you tell me the name? Mandal Commission. Okay. Mandal Commission is related to which article of the Constitution? Is it related to any article? Socho. In case you do not know, just write down Mandal Commission. देखो dash article 340. Mandal Commission article 340. This is just a background knowledge because we are discussing about certain reservations here. Article 340 of the Constitution. Now, what did it identify? How much? What did it identify, and how much did it say to be the reservation? 27% reservation, and how much identification? कितना किया? Any idea? So लिखो identified 52%. 52% population is OBCs. Now this kind of background knowledge can be also helpful in a question, let's say, that asks you anything related to caste census, right? So anything, so one is identified 52% population as OBCs and recommended 27% reservation. In our mains classes, we also discuss a G. Rohini Commission. For what? Sub-categorization. Right? Why? Because all the benefits, we see a term known as elite capture. All the benefits being garnered by only a certain section of society, the elites. So that is why there is a case for sub-categorization. Even this can be also asked as a prelims question, that the commission was or committee was in news, for example, right? So Mandal Commission, because you have to remember it. What is the Indra Sahni case? It should not exceed, right? Abhi, that is one of the very prominent judgments. We have seen also some of the 77, 81st, etc. Right? In fact, in the judgment, initially it also said reservation should not be there in entry level jobs, should not be there in promotions, but progressively this has changed through certain judgments. Okay? अब इसमें भी we can also talk about an M Nagaraj case, etc. There are many cases overall, but I think this is more than sufficient for you to know. Here again, try to remember what is Article 335. Merit should not be compromised. Efficiency in administration if you are going for reservation. That is only one of the provisions. Second thing is Indra Sani also tries to set up a floor. The limit is how much? 50%. There are certain amendments. Just keep a remember. Now, in case you are reading now, because I am trying to bring all these things in one place, 15th में भी आपके काम का कौन सा है? First, 93rd and 103, right? The more you revise it, you will get an idea about the sense of the article. What does it try to do? For example, when I say 103, what your mind should now say? EWS. Okay. Similarly, when we discuss, for example, here 77th or maybe 85 here, let's say certain relaxation of consequences and seniority, promotions in certain jobs. Okay. Indra Sani judgment. First, be familiar around it. The more you revise it, the better you will remember. Otherwise, in the very first class, you may also feel there's a list of many things that you have to remember. Okay? The more you revise it, the better it will get. Okay? Now, 15, 14, we've done 15, we've done 16. Now, the other two are relatively short. Okay? 17th is, let's go 17. So write 17. देखो abolishes untouchability. No, in that it has to be included. That is the main part. If there's a huge backlog which has not been addressed, it should be included. That is the idea, na? इसमें because these are relatively इसमें भी I don't think they'll go in too much of detail, which is why I'm not expanding. Otherwise, though, in our mains classes we do this in more detail. For the prelims perspective, you need to know the snapshot of the act. What is the overall idea, etc., that you should know. 17th, देखो abolition of untouchability. Right? Here, right? It is applicable to state. Applicable to state plus private. Applicable simply means here we are talking of enforceability. It can be enforced for both private as well as state. The idea is, what is this related to? Abolition of untouchability. Now, here we also need to know which particular, let's say if there's a law that is getting created. Okay. So here you write, if I say untouchability is defined in the constitution. So this is very important, right? Untouchability is not defined in the constitution. Untouchability is not defined in the constitution. Chalo, if it is not defined in the constitution, is it defined in the act? Batao. Even in that it is not defined. So dekho, it is not defined in the constitution or the Civil Rights Protection Act. This is the act that is there. Civil Rights Protection Act. Untouchability is not defined in both of them. Untouchability is not defined in the constitution or Civil Rights Protection Act. Now, can the practice of untouchability can also be a disqualification for the people who are wanting to contest elections? This can be. These disqualifications are normally there in which act? You have Representation of People's Act, right? So just one fact you also write. Untouchability can be a ground for disqualification. It can be a ground for disqualification. Can be a ground for disqualification for an individual contesting elections, right? Contesting elections. Now let's come to 18. What is 18 related to? Right? Abolition of titles. Write this as abolition of titles. Now I want to ask you, have you heard the term award and have you heard the term title? Give me example of both. First, if you understand what is an award, what is a title, we will then move forward. What is an award? Padma Shri. Chalo, let's say Bharat Ratna. Okay. What is a title? Acha, Maharaja, etc. Now, which of them is hereditary? A title will be one, award is there. Now, if I ask you, for example, does the government or does the state in India confer titles? Batao. There can be exceptions, but general statement, does it confer titles? It does not confer titles. Of course, there can be certain exceptions. Okay. So first statement is the state does not confer titles. The state does not confer titles. Now here in the bracket you can write down exceptions. Military or academic distinctions. Military or academic distinctions. Okay. Now I'll take two cases first. Okay. Let's say there is somebody from India who has gone outside, right? Let's say they've done very good work in France, and if the French government want to award them titles, what has to happen? Right. So one, they have to notify. For example, the President of India will have to know. Second, if there is somebody who is there in India, let's say somebody from outside, okay, and let's say they are getting a particular title, right? Can they receive this title? Again, they can, but with the due permission of the President of India, right? Second, when we say Bharat Ratna, is that considered to be a title? Right? They are not considered to be title. Now, talking of Bharat Ratna, there was a very highly factual three statement based question UPSC had asked you. And in that question, if I remember correctly, all the three statements were wrong. Okay. And these are the toughest questions in the exam. If there has to be random factual question and three statements are there, at max, if you apply, let's say, elimination, aap sochoge ek galat hoga, do. But the toughest and the rarest of the rare cases when all the three statements were wrong. But you will take this opportunity to also know about Bharat Ratna. Okay. At least who confers them, right? चलो give me any example of who was the first Bharat Ratna. चलो कोई और बताओ, any recent Bharat Ratna. चलो if I say Sachin Tendulkar, is he Bharat Ratna? Right? चलो ठीक है. You will read more about Bharat Ratna, right? So here only three things you have to remember, which I have told you. First, right? Because citizens cannot accept any titles from a foreign state. Citizens cannot accept any titles from a foreign state. Next, right? Note, अब इसी में एक nuance है, no citizen or foreigner, no citizen or foreigner holding an office of profit, shall accept any present without the consent of the president. Without the consent of president. And same point, if I want to again say this, let's say there is a foreigner who is working with the Indian government, and if they have to get a title from a foreign government, the consent of president is going to be needed here, right? And the last thing here you write Padma, right? Padma Awards and Bharat Ratna are not titles. Padma Awards and Bharat Ratna, they are not titles. Padma Awards and Bharat Ratna, they are not titles. They are not titles. Okay. Now, so this till now what we've seen Article 12 and 13, we've seen 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. For Article number 18, again try to just read up about, let's say, Padma Awards or Bharat Ratna. While they've asked you very factual question on Bharat Ratna, at least the basic details on Bharat Ratna you should be aware of. Okay? If you have seen the paper of the last 10 or 15 years, sometimes the personalities they have asked you in the paper have been Bharat Ratna awardees. Okay? But अब ये आपको तब करना चाहिए. This trivia and etc. should be at the last priority when you have time. And the biggest issue is you hardly have any time. Okay? That is also a challenge. Right? Now, we come to the freedom of right to freedom. And then there are certain articles here, right to freedom pe. Right to freedom. In this, majorly what you have to remember is Article 19 and 21. 20 and 22 are relatively very short, okay, for our points. Now, in the Article 19 as well as 21, now first thing, when I discuss with you Article 19, again I want to ask, are these rights absolute? Nahi na? There are reasonable restrictions. So even when we see Article 19, 1A, B, C, D, and so on, we will see that there will be certain reasonable restrictions. And you can also see these certain common restrictions. Anything which violates India's sovereignty, unity, security of the state can also be a reasonable restriction. In some cases, even public order, morality can be a reasonable restriction, right? So here we are starting with Article 19. After that, Article 19, I'll give you a break. Okay? Now, in Article 19, one by one, before we start, if you recall, Article 19, is it applicable to only citizens? It is there only for the citizens, that we know. So kahin pe likh lo only citizens, and then we'll write the respective rights. Only citizens. Number one, right? Speech and expression. Speech and expression. Okay. By design, of course, can this right be absolute? No, because here also, let's say if there's a hate speech, that can be a problem. Anything which again violates the security etc. of India, that can also be a challenge, right? So isme just write down certain reasonable restrictions just for this, because though nothing too much to expand here in the freedom of speech and expression. The reasonable restrictions are what we are looking at. Oh, a couple of them I'll tell you. Sovereignty and integrity. Sovereignty, integrity, comma, security of state. Public order, etc. There are others also. Just for your reference to tell, there are certain reasonable restrictions in each of them, right? Sovereignty, security, okay, public order, friendly relations, decency, morality, hai, contempt of court. There are many such reasonable restrictions, okay. Now, when I'm saying freedom of speech and expression, okay, and we have seen certain reasonable restrictions. Now, if I talk about the internet shutdowns, they happen. Now, can you understand the tussle which is happening in internet shutdowns? So let's say you have a right to broadcast. For that, you need internet. And let's say your right to broadcast, or let's say telecast, is now limited by, now internet is not there. Now can the state provide reasonable restrictions in this regard, right? And if we know that India is almost one of the leading countries for internet shutdowns, so when I look at internet shutdowns here, this is the classic case of the individual right, which is the fundamental right, and the right of the state. State has to ensure what? Public order, right? So this is one particular example that we can talk about. Okay, now can this also overlap with Article 21, some part of it? Chalo, here just write an example. For phone tapping, this becomes a very sensitive matter. Phone tapping, you are having calls, okay, let's say you have right of freedom and speech, etc. In phone tapping, what is also getting violated is your right to privacy, yes or no? But why does the government maybe sometimes authorize phone tapping? Threat, there can be reasonable threat, etc. Then that is why phone tapping is being done. So when I say phone tapping, multiple things will intersect. Even Art 19 and 21 will intersect, which also includes your right to privacy. It also includes, let's say, your right to express, etc. But you also have states' right. Ab isme, this is totally an altogether matter whether tapping was done in the right manner, snooping, even USA, you know, Edward Snowden and all of that, let's say, exposed. So a lot of phone tapping is done many times even without due process of law. We'll also discuss due process and procedure established very shortly. Okay? So main cheez yahan pe remember is you have a freedom of speech and expression, right? And there are certain reasonable restrictions. Okay? While discussing this term reasonable restrictions, I had mentioned, see, JS Mill had said two things. You have self-regarding actions and you have other regarding action. Some part of this get manifested as reasonable restrictions, not exactly like this, but the idea. What is the idea? Mill is one of the biggest supporter of freedom of speech, right? So Mill says that even if you are wrong, you are allowed to speak. Okay, and he says that if you are speaking and if it is only bothering you, let's say you are speaking in just a room, जो भी कुछ बोल रहे सिर्फ आपको सुनाई दे रहा है, you can speak whatever you want. Many people are, let's say, bathroom singers. As long as you do not, let's say, violate somebody else's right to listen good music, you can sing and speak whatever you want. This is your self-regarding action. But the moment your action, it takes away my right, wahan pe we draw a boundary. This ultimately later on took the form of reasonable restrictions. Okay, here also one more term I'll tell you, not related to Article 19, but again related to the idea. Here we are talking of freedom of speech and expression. Freedom of speech and expression is related to, can it be related to liberty? By democratic states, you will have better safeguards to liberty, yes or no? Now, if there is no law, there is no liberty. Can anybody explain this to me? Pacha, first tell me, does it sound logical or does it look opposite? If there is no law, there is no liberty. Is this correct or incorrect? Of course, it is correct. You have seen the PYQ, which is why. But here, I will tell you, this is a very convoluted way of saying liberty. It's a complicated way. How? If there is no law, there is no liberty. What does that mean? If there are laws, there is liberty. ये तो मतलब हुआ, right? Again, a very popular quote attributed to Locke is no law, no liberty. अगर law नहीं है, तो liberty नहीं है. What is our normal understanding? That where do you have real freedom? Movies like, you've seen movies like Home Alone. There's a small baby. When the parents have gone away, absolute liberty, which means absolute chaos. Conventionally speaking, laws, whenever we see law, it looks like laws will restrict my freedom. Now, if you look in a proper practical state, now I'll just take 2 minutes to explain this. Again, this is an important concept. Now, we have seen the term social contract. Why is there a social contract? So that you can have order. Yes. If the social contract was not there, will there be chaos? Will there be anarchy? all the problems will be there because of this, right? So we have created laws. Now if we have created laws, you have to mind your business, you have to mind your business, people will have to mind their business, right? If everybody is minding their business, now can I still practice liberty? Yes. So in the modern sense, laws will define, for example, laws will make sure what, there's a defined area, things are defined, what you can do, that will tell you what is the real liberty. So the meaning of when there is no law, there is no liberty. It means that if there are no laws, it can also lead to an authoritarian state. It can lead to more chaos. So chaos is not liberty, please don't understand. If we are saying what is liberty, for example, let's say you can go out to the mall, you can go to a club, let's say that is the conventional definition of liberty. For example, why are we able to do so? Let's say, kyun? Right? There is rule of law. Now imagine if there are bombs dropping from different places. For example, if there is anarchy, okay, shooting going on, okay, chalte firte, will there be liberty? There is only one liberty, liberty to go, right? So just in simple words, see, and that is why you have to, if let's say you have not read about law, you don't have to read about law, but if you have to find, you have to wrap your head around what is this trying to say. In the modern sense, laws actually help make us all civilized, yes or no? So for example, if I have a property, if there are laws, I know my property will have certain safeguards and restrictions. If this was not there, you may want to do a party in that, somebody else wants to do it, constantly there will be litigation, all of us will be fighting. That is not liberty. Liberty here is, true liberty is there when there are constraints available, right? This is the object of law. Law will stop unrestrained chaos, it will bring in stability, in that you will have liberty. Is that clear? Now when you look at reasonable restrictions, otherwise, for example, if everybody is allowed to do anything that they want, will that create chaos? And imagine for a country for a size like India, right? So if I look at this freedom of speech and expression, सुनने में बहुत आसान लग रहा है, but of course you cannot say everything what you want. In some cases, a small tweet can also land you in jail, yes or no? For example, in fact, we are not just talking of India. Even if you look at US, many pro Hamas or pro, let's say, sympathizer people, what you have written, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, उनकी सारे level की snooping शुरू हो जाती है. They will see all of what are your transactions, even without you knowing it, phone tapping, etc. So many times these things would happen. So what is liberty, you have to understand in the modern sense. I hope that part is clear. Okay? So just now your explanation of this, you also understand. If there is no law, there is no liberty. Okay? Okay. Now let's see the next one. 19(1)(b). इसमें just put a dash. Assemble peacefully. Assemble peacefully. This is basically the freedom of assembly, right? Assemble peacefully without arms. Assemble peacefully without arms. Okay, अब यहाँ पे a couple of points you have to remember. Does this include the right to strike? सोचो. No, right? So here a couple of things I'll tell you, just right. This right does not include the right to strike. This does not include the right to strike. Okay. Now, how many of you are aware of the section 144? What is 144? Can this be a reasonable restriction here? It can be reasonable restriction. So here just a couple of reasonable restrictions I'm telling you. Reasonable restrictions. Put public order. The ones that you saw above, वो सारे के सारे यहाँ भी है. Public order, sovereignty, integrity. And also write specifically section 144. Now of course has been changed. But just for reference, ठीक है? CRPC etc. This is 19(1)(a). Okay. अच्छा, sorry, 19(1)(b). Now, अच्छा, इसका भी updated part you can write it later. Route 19(1)(c). What is 19(1)(c)? Assembly is the first part. First you will assemble, then you will form associations or unions. So 19(1)(c), all citizens, again notice why I'm emphasizing all citizens. All citizens have the right to form associations, or unions. Okay, अब देखो same चीज, when you are having an association, in the previous part you are having an assembly. In an association, do you have a right to strike? Here also no. But can we see a lot of times chakka jam, right? You have seen bands. Bands सुने हमने. Are bands allowed? Do you have a fundamental right to a band? But then how bands happen? सुना है आपने, right? So here again the same thing remains. You don't have a fundamental right to strike, okay? But bands happen. Of course they are limited, but you don't have enough. You don't have a fundamental right to band, okay? Because of course there are certain unions, okay? We can also try to collectively have it. So यहाँ पे लिखो again same thing. लिखो no fundamental right to strike. No fundamental right to strike. अब देखो just a very good example I'll tell you. You have IAS association, and let's say you have trade unions. Okay, can IAS association call for any band or strike? They cannot do anything. Whereas trade unions, can they do that? They can do that. Okay, you have a separate Industrial Disputes Act, etc., etc., which has the governing powers. So yes, trade unions, you can write it. Trade unions have this right, not a specific right, but they can have band. And remember the Industrial Disputes Act, just for the regard. Associations don't have this power at all. Okay. And if you get a statement, there is no fundamental right to a band, no fundamental right. Trade unions, they will do a band overall, right? And it is also limited. In the recent times, the court is saying that let's limit this. Courts have limited band, because again there will be a problem in this case, right? Now come to 19(1)(d). What is 19(1)(d)? Simple, right? To move freely. To move freely. Right? And this is very easy to understand. Exceptions लिखेंगे. Can anybody's movement be restricted? Chalo, can COVID-19 be a restriction? Means public health can be a restriction. Same thing if you want to protect the scheduled tribes. Think of Sentinelese tribe, let's say, Andaman. Can you still stop the movement of certain people? Yes. Can there be an inner line permit, ILP? These are examples हो सकते हैं. So just write down restrictions. Restrictions. One, right, general public interest. In the restrictions, general public interest, comma, protection of STs. So for the protection of tribals, we can also have it, protection of tribals. And you can also take the example of ILP, inner line permit. Now this you should again see which states still have the ILP, for example, right? How the movement, etc., also happens. This becomes an important point. So general public interest, protection of scheduled tribes, and we have seen inner line permit. ILP I'm just giving you as an example. In the reasonable restrictions, they have not mentioned ILP specifically as separately. This is just an example that we are seeing. Okay. Now 1E, Yes, right. Residence. 1E is residence. Freedom of residence. Can this also be restricted? Same as above. Can I say that? Right. So same thing. If I want to protect the scheduled tribes, can restrict residence in a certain area be restricted? It can be. Overall, this says that you are allowed to move freely and settle in any part of India, but the only concern can be general public interest, and the second can be protection of scheduled tribes. Very simple. And then the last one. Acha, write 19(1)(f) and put a cross removed by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. 19(1)(f) removed by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act, and last come to 19(1)(g). So here, practice any profession, occupation, practice any profession, comma, occupation, trade or business, trade or business, occupation, profession, trade or business. You tell me what will be a reasonable restriction here. Very important point. Qualification, license. Now let's say think of a medical practitioner, right? So for these important matters you will require a certain level. So in this case, specifically in this case, maybe a certain qualification may be needed, a license can also be needed, right? So here in the part, apart from general public interest, you will write professional and technical qualifications, professional and technical qualifications, licenses, and one more you can also write state monopoly is allowed in certain sectors. State monopoly is allowed in certain sectors. State monopoly is allowed. Before we move to the next article, that is 20, the last thing to remember here, which one has been removed? The property one, right? Now here one thing to know, of course all of these are there to the citizen. So if I want to ask you, do they protect against private action, state action, or both? So likho, these six rights are protected only against state action, and not private individual. That we have to see on an overall case to case basis. जैसे पर इसमें भी it depends on whether it is only restricted to this part or not, right? Supreme Court, for example, in some cases if it is intervening, it can be other fundamental rights also. तो क्या वो इसी के केस में specific case है? तो normally we say it protects you against only the state action and not the private individual, not the private individual. Not the private individual, right? All right. So in the right to freedom, we have seen 6 rights. Let's quickly recall this. The very first one was speech and expression. Even that can be restricted. We already know this. Second one was assembly, or right. Third one was associations and unions. What was the fourth one? Move. Next one was residence, which has been So there is a residence. Next one was property, and the last one was profession, business. All of this there is under which article? Article 19, right? In this till now, they've asked you many questions, but still they are again repeating the same old idea that what does article 19 do, right? And they're still revolving around liberty or reasonable restrictions, and they're still in the philosophical domain. Okay, we have seen the specifics also, so if they ask you, excellent, that part is also covered, right? I think I'll give you a short break and then I'll cover 20 onwards, right? Abhi, I think in fundamental rights, I think apart from article 21 and article 32, we have only smaller ones which are remaining, right? After that we go to DPSP, the FDs, right? It will make more sense. It is, I think, 6:30 right now. What time do we meet back? Okay, Okay, so people at the back, now let's begin. Okay. Before I begin, there is one I think note or clarification that you have to make. So people online या जो भी एक note है छोटा सा. I think uh, because I have mentioned the word strike and band in just passing reference, it is not very clear for you what is the status of it. ठीक है? So I think some people online also and I think couple of you offline have asked me. तो इसमें in note करके लिखो and exactly what is there we should know it, right? कौन सा एक्ट है, क्या है, स्टैट्यूटरी, विच इज देयर, व्हाट इज नॉट देयर, एटसेट्रा. Okay, and we'll first do this, then I'll move to article 20, right? Now there are two things. One is strike, second term is band. First let's understand what is a band. Can band cause almost a stoppage of work totally? In many cases can this be politically organized? Yes. Whereas you have strike. Now first thing is, are any of these fundamental rights? None. Okay, but a very important point that you will I'll make you write is, right to strike is not a fundamental right, but it is a statutory right. So agar if you have written in, if I have said that right to strike etc, तो वहां पे you will make उसको cut कर दोगे या पहले first we will write this, so now there is no confusion. Again I'll repeat, band is regarded as unconstitutional. Even the courts has said bands should be minimized, but despite that do you see bands happening sometimes? We see bands, chakka jam etc, ki sab band kar denge etc. This happens. This is very much unconstitutional, we can say. It is not supported at all. Whereas specifically if I look at unions or trade unions, they can peacefully strike, they can do so. So people who are working together, and that is supported by a statute, but it is not their fundamental right. They don't have a fundamental right to this. So if you've written this as a note, you will write one line, we go peaceful strike by workers, peaceful strike by workers is a legitimate form of protest. Peaceful strike by workers is a legitimate form of protest. Full stop, right? It is not a FR, it is not a fundamental right. It is not a fundamental right, but it is a statutory right. It is not a fundamental right. We are talking of peaceful strikes. So peaceful strikes by workers is a legitimate form of protest, right? Under the labor laws. And main thing, it is not a fundamental right, but it is a statutory right. First thing. Second right, bands are illegal and unconstitutional. Bands are illegal and unconstitutional. Bands are illegal and unconstitutional. This will be the final position that we will have. Okay, so while talking of, especially in this article 19(1), the specific sub case of C, you will finally read what we have written here now, right? So bands kya honge, because bands cause coercion, it affects the work overall, can be politically motivated, sometimes misused to cause nuisance, issues of law and order etc. So this is totally uncalled for, unconstitutional, coercive, everything I can say. Whereas peaceful strike for associations is present in their respective Industrial Disputes Act. That is allowed for, it is a statutory right. Are we clear on this? This is the most recent and the only position that you should remember on the difference between a band and a strike. Okay? Now let's come to, we have just completed our discussion on article 19. Okay? Now if I say, for example, which rights are only available to citizens, 15, 16, 19, 29, 30. But if I say which rights are available to citizens and foreigners except enemy aliens, बताओ. अब इसमें you have his huge list of rights. Yes or no? Here what will you exclude? अभी जो discuss किया, you will exclude that because you are saying citizens and foreigners excluding enemy aliens. So even 14 will be there. Yes, other rights, so 14 has to be there. And the other rights excluding which rights? 15, 16, 19, 29, 30. Right? Now, let's talk about Article 20. In Article 20, there are 3 keywords that we need to know. What does Article 20 tell you? इसमें just write down the name. Protection with respect to conviction of offenses. Protection with respect to conviction of offenses. If possible, you can make a table like this. Even if not, no issues. Look, I have the liberty of changing this. So I'll first write the names and then I'll draw a table. So what are we doing here? First, what it means. If there is any exception, etc., we will write it in this manner. The very first term that is written here is no ex post facto law, right? What are we talking about in this overall heading of Article 20? Protection with respect to the conviction of offenses. अब देखो, what we are saying is ex post facto law. What is the meaning of ex post facto? Chalo, ex post facto means something which is done on a later date, right? So here, if somebody is to be convicted in some sense, right, the law cannot be कि you go far back, right, and let's say you go 20 years back and let's say then somebody is convicted for that, right or no? But this cannot be absolute. Can all the laws be applied ex post facto? Can all laws be applied ex post facto? No, because this will also violate the principles of natural justice. Yes or no? So there are certain safeguards here. Okay, so when I'm saying no ex post facto law, can you tell me a law which can be applied ex post facto? Very good. Taxation. Okay, even from a back date, a recovery of taxes can be done. Can that be done? So taxation, for example, can be done even ex post facto. Okay, so in the first part, write down. So here we want to have is the explanation, and if there is something which stands out, for no ex post facto law, right, no person shall be convicted. No person shall be convicted no person shall be convicted by applying law backwards. No person shall be convicted by applying law backwards. Okay, so here, right, applies only to, it applies only to, in this section you'll write it applies only to criminal law, but not to civil or tax laws? Main चीज ये, this is very important part. Normally when you think of ex post facto, this is the nuance you may not know. Now I want to ask you a question. Can this apply related to preventive detention? अब सोचो, preventive detention. तो इसमें it does not apply to preventive detention. Does not apply to preventive detention, right? But main thing is it applies only to the criminal laws. It does not apply to civil and tax laws, right? What is the principle that we have seen is no ex post facto law. Up, this is the term you will understand. No double jeopardy. What is the meaning of double jeopardy? Chalo, for a single crime, you cannot be punished twice. That is the essence of it. Does it apply also all the time? Socho. Does it apply all the time? What is the exception, or where does it not apply? Yes, department or let's say some administrative task or actions where there can be, let's say, multiple points which can be an offense. So in the, what is the principle of no double jeopardy? That one should not be, chalo isko likh lo, right? No person shall be prosecuted. No person shall be prosecuted and punished for the same crime twice. No person shall be prosecuted or punished for the same crime twice. Same crime twice, right? अब इसमें where is it not applicable is what we will write. तो इसको लिखो. It is not available before departmental. It is not available before departmental and administrative authorities. Departmental and it is not applicable here, which means it is only applicable for that judicial verdict. So one is no ex post facto law. One, there is no double jeopardy. Third one, no self incrimination. There is no self incrimination. No self incrimination. Here you will write no person shall be the witness of his own case. No person shall be the witness of his own case. They will not be the witness of their own case. But for example, if the police asked them to submit any samples, would they submit it? They have to submit it, right? So in this case, you will write blood samples, signatures, thumb impression, blood samples, signatures, thumb impressions, production of material objects, are not covered. They are not covered. Now these are also some basic, let's say, protection that is given overall. ठीक है? किसमें? ईडी का, सॉरी, एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट. हाँ, उसमें वो विच पार्ट? for enforcement? Normally, I think it should not. Normally speaking, that you are saying that you will make yourself a witness against you. I don't think so. Let's check. Hmm? Chalo, I'll have to see this once, right? Whether that is in principle, let's say the principle kya keh raha hai ye, that is why certain testimonial confessions, etc., they are not getting the due weightage. Okay, so self incrimination, by the way, there is no self incrimination by this principle, but chalo, that is a part I'll check once. Anybody who exactly knows this part? नहीं, ideally speaking तो नहीं होगा, but वही तो, इसीलिए in many cases, in fact आपने सुना भी होगा, sometimes these confessions etc. are not admissible in the court. The testimonial confessions etc. there. पर PMLA में और भी ज़्यादा nuances है. PMLA में, especially if I talk about the bail provisions, are very strict. PMLA is then very complicated. Provisions are there. इसमें I think even just know the terms. 3 terms are there. One is no ex post facto law. Second is no double jeopardy. And third one is no self incrimination. I think these 3 parts you're able to understand. Now the more important article, let's have a look at. Article 21. What does Article 21 tell you? Main thing is life and personal liberty. Okay. Now, there are 2 cases, the A.K. Gopalan case and there is the Menaka Gandhi case. For which term do you remember Menaka Gandhi case? Isme we will see how you have given a broader ambit to Article 21. Okay. We will see very shortly 2 terms. One is procedure established by law and one is due process of law. But let's first understand the distinction between 2 things, right? This will give you a more restricted, or I should say a narrower interpretation of Article 21. This is a wider application of Article 21. Okay. In fact, if you just know this, you will understand the whole part. Restricted or narrower. Now, related to this, I'll tell you 2 terms. First, see the terms. Later on, I'll connect it to these 2 cases. First term, procedure established by law, and one term is due process of law. ठीक है, अब इसको let's understand it. There is the law, and to create this there is a process or procedure that is mentioned. If you have followed the process, you deem the law to be correct, fair, reasonable, whatever is it. But I am asking you, does this guarantee that the law in itself will be just, fair or reasonable? There is no guarantee. इसको understand करने के लिए, for example, if I tell you draconian laws like let's say Makoka, TADA or POTA, Prevention of Terrorism Act, okay, Narcotics Act, certain acts, these are very draconian powers, right? They have been criticized. They followed the process, but in following the process, the issue was they were not, 3 words you'll remember, they were not just, fair. So merely following the procedure is no guarantee that you will adhere to principles of natural justice, yes or no? So according to you, procedure established by law, is it a wide interpretation or is it a narrow interpretation? It is a narrow interpretation. So in the initial part, we said that in India, Article 21 refers to procedure established by law, narrow interpretation. But if I go to due process of law, which means even if you're going through the procedure, you have to constantly check, is it just, is it fair, is it reasonable? What this will do, this will increase, this will widen the scope. Second, this will see both means and ends, right? If yahan pe you are only seeing the end, but you, let's say the means getting compromised, the procedure may not be the most robust one, just that the procedure is there. So due process law ensures continuity between means as well as ends, and this wider interpretation was also seen through the Menka Gandhi case. So when I look at Article 21, and by the way, it is not just the Menka Gandhi case which has given it a wider interpretation. Almost there are so many recent cases which have given a wider interpretation to Article 21. Can we agree on this? So when I'm saying protection or life and liberty, it not only includes the due process of law, but let's say if I say MC Mehta case, it includes right to clean air. Puttaswamy case, right to privacy. MK Ranjit Singh case, right to fight against the adverse effect of climate change. In this act, right to fight against adverse effects, it adheres to two articles, Article 14 and Article 21. These are very wide interpretations. If you think Anuradha Bhasin case, how many of you recall? Internet access. So what are we seeing? This expanding scope of Article 21, right? Abhi tak how many of you have written till here? Right? Now write इसी में लिखो expanding scope of Article 21. Just be aware about A.K. Gopal and Menka Gandhi. This is the very easy way to make a table. आप देखोगे तुरंत आपको याद आ जाएगा. This is why I have made it like this. Okay. A.K. Gopalan, Menka Gandhi, procedure established, due process of law, very easy to understand. Now you move to expanding scope of Article 21. Just a few articles I'll tell you that you can write here. First write MC Mehta case. MC Mehta case. Put a dash and write right to clean air or clean environment. MC Mehta case. Second, you can write the common cause case, or I'm just writing what is this? Right to die with dignity. Yes, Puttaswamy case is what? So this is of course related to Article 21, right? Whenever there's a mention of right to privacy, I will again and again tell you EU had released GDPR. Second thing, in India, there's a very famous committee related to this. This will be something extra which we are writing. There was a Bean Sri Krishna committee related to data protection, and in fact it is the work of this committee later on which helped us in Digital Data Protection Act of 2023. Related to right to privacy, we also have something known as Chris Gopalan committee. It also tells you something known as NPD, non-public and non-public data. So Chris Gopalan committee also has or addressed these aspects. Chris KRIS Gopalan committee, NPD here is non-public data. So data can be classified into public and non-public data. It talks about that. BN Sri Krishna committee, very important. EU came out with GDPR, General Data Protection Regime, has been asked in pre, has been asked in pre and mains, has been asked in mains, has not been asked yet. Now, case putta Swami is what? Right to privacy. Ab ek cheez. How many of you followed the electoral bond scheme verdict of Supreme Court? Right? Ab dekho, what did the Supreme Court say in electoral bond scheme? The electoral bond scheme, there are two things. You will again understand this. Electoral bond scheme, there are two things, right? As a citizen, let's say you have a right to vote. In a democracy, voting is very important. How can you vote and how can you make an informed choice? If you have information available. If the information is available, this is one. Now let's say the political party or let's say the candidate, what they say in their defense, that we don't want to make whosoever has given us, let's say, these funds, we don't want to make it public. Why? This is my right to privacy, let's say. So this is the right to privacy, they want to withhold the information, or let's say they don't want to disclose it under ITI for any other reason. Can you see a conflict here? Supreme Court, what did the Supreme Court say? The parties or candidates' right to privacy or withholding their data is inferior when it comes to citizens' right to information. Citizens' right to information is superior. So you have to know. And on that ground, one of the major grounds this was why electoral bond scheme was struck down. Now, in mains, UPSC also asked you a question on, they have linked right to privacy and they also linked maternity act, right? Ab dekho, we know PCPNDT act, okay? Now, when I say right to privacy, and let's say there's a child, we want to know who is the father, let's say, of the child, and the people who are supposed to give their samples, they say, I don't want to give the sample, I want to protect my right to privacy. Yes or no? Can this tussle happen? In this tussle also, it was also settled by the court that the right to know the biological parent, etc., will also supersede the right to privacy. And this question also in the mains they had asked you this particular part. So while right to privacy is important, and here it is not that you will make everything public, right? There have been certain very public cases of people who did not want it to be in the public for, let's say, certain ki hum iske, that this is a particular kid that they have. For example, I'm not quoting names here right now, but there are very popular cases. But here, what is the main thing? Who has the right to know? Let's say the mother, at least the child, so that the rearing and all the taking care of this can happen. This also is a very important tussle that you see here, right? So right to privacy, again the same point I want to make very clear to you, is not absolute. Right to privacy is not absolute. It is very important. Your right to, so again, let's say you have informational data, person's sexual orientation, all of that. So right to privacy is very broad in nature. It is seen to be a part of your fundamental right. Recall our discussion on dignity of an individual, preamble also. So right to privacy is very important. But can right to privacy be very absolute? Not necessary. And we have seen some practical cases where right to privacy will be, let's say, there will be, let's say, barriers to it. So let's put a Swami, very important case of right to privacy. Then maybe a couple of case also we can add. I think this case most of you will know here in the class. The MK Ranjit Singh case. Here it will talk about two things, even Article 14 and Article 21, and we are talking about fighting, let's say, the adverse effects of climate change. We also have this Anuradha Bhasin case. अच्छा, this case you will write freedom of speech and expression में आएगा. Anuradha Bhasin case, there is one thing. This is under the freedom of speech and expression, and it is also there in right to practice trade or business that you saw 19(1)(g). याद आ रहा है? So this basically is related to the internet. Anuradha Bhasin case. So freedom of speech and expression and the right to practice freedom of trade is protected under 19(1)(a) and 19(1)(g) of the Constitution. And in this particular case, the court had said these indefinite internet shutdowns will be unconstitutional. तो यहाँ पे 19(1)(a) remember, and even 19(1)(g). Okay, some of the cases that perhaps we can know. All right. Right. This is your Article 21. Now let's move to Article 22. In your right to freedom, this will be your last article. Article 22, right? What is Article 22 telling us? Sorry, बताओ. So yes, I was telling you about this Article 22, which is related to so here you just make a mention. Article 22 main, the name of this is protection against arrest and detention. Okay. Achha, we are writing Article 22, right? We did not write 21A. 21A add kar lo. 21A. Just before this, write 21A. Was this added? So here, remember, 86th Constitutional Amendment Act, a very important amendment act, right? इसमें देखो, state shall provide free and compulsory education to children. Free and compulsory education to children. Is there a time limit? Haan. So here the age is from ठीक है. We also have this RTE, right to education, right, 2009. Here this is the only thing you have to remember, 21A mein. Now let's talk about 22. In 22, what are we saying? Protest against arrest and detention. Right, usi mein there is an aspect of preventive detention. Main thing is it is about protection against arrest and detention. So normally, if somebody is arrested, should you know the grounds on which are you arrested, right? you have to be produced before a magistrate in a sufficient time frame. Yes, what is the time frame? 24 hours. But very good. Excluding time also, and also let's say you are arrested on Friday in the evening, and then you will be produced in the Monday. So excluding this. So when we say 24 hours, we are excluding this time. Okay. So you have to know this, and then of course you also have the right to have your at least legal counsel, etc., etc. This is in a normal case whenever you are arrested. But can there be a case of preventive detention? Okay. So there are two detentions. One is preventive detention, one is punitive detention. What is preventive detention? You are even before committing the crime, let's say the state has an apprehension, you are supposed, or there is going to be a heinous anything, let's say happening to security of India, one can be arrested. Yes or no? What is that known as? Preventive detention, right? What is punitive detention? Right, so after the conviction, etc., then you have a punitive detention. These are two separate things, right? Now in case of preventive detention, why sometimes is it in the news? अच्छा, let's say ठीक है, सुना है आपने सोनम वांगचुक, or maybe not just him, some people also, sometimes preventive detention is in the news, right? In this case you will have extended custody, right? Can this custody be further extended? It case, right, there is a proper procedure there. So here in this, only thing to remember here is, in case of a normal detention you have certain procedural safeguards, whereas in the case of a preventive detention the things become harsh, right? In the case of preventive detention, I did tell you who has the authority to make laws. The parliament will have the authority to make, but of course the state will also have the authority in the case of preventive detention. Okay, so first we will write a couple of lines for a basic detention and then we move to preventive. So इसमें just लिखो grounds to be informed. Three things normally will be there. Your grounds for arrest to be informed. In case of a normal arrest, you have three things. You should know the grounds, first thing. Second, right to consult and be defended by a lawyer. And third is to be produced before a magistrate, in under 24 hours, excluding journey and holidays. 24 hours excluding journey and holidays. Right? Now till here we understand. Now you have a very specific case of preventive detention. Okay, in preventive detention you will have more extended timelines, more problems will be there. So now write the heading preventive detention. Now can be detained for how many months? Starting, right? So likho can be detained for 3 months. 3 months. If it is to be beyond that, likho beyond that, second point, beyond that, the advisory board shall permit. Beyond that, the advisory board would permit and last is parliament by law can increase the period of detention. Parliament by law increase, parliament by law can increase the period, parliament by law can increase the period of the detention beyond 3 months without obtaining the opinion of of the advisory board. So parliament by law can do that. And lastly, what we say, who all can make a law in this case? Parliament as well as the state legislature can make a law with respect to preventive detention. Okay? So just quickly recapping it, in a normal detention, what do you have available with you? Ground for arrest, lawyer, third thing to be produced within 24 hours, excluding holidays and travel. Second thing, if it is a preventive detention, right? वहाँ पे क्या होगा? So three months. Can this be more than 3 months? Yes, if parliament by law does it beyond 3 months. Okay, so even that is correct. Okay. Yes. Sorry. No. Overall, if they increase it beyond this. Okay. Now, right against exploitation. So we've seen till 22. Now you have right against exploitation, the heading. Which two articles are there? 23, 24, right? Sometimes even they ask you 23 and 24 and you get confused. What does 23 talk about? Any type of trafficking, right? And 24 talks about child labor. In child labor, they also mention, let's say there's a case of hazardous, etc., partially hazardous, etc. So here, these are very relatively easy, right? 23, prohibition of traffic in human beings. Prohibition of trafficking in human beings. Now here it is available against state and private. It is available against the state and the private. Okay. Second, right? It prohibits human trafficking. It prohibits human trafficking. Begar, B-E-G-A-R, human trafficking. Begar and forced labor. Now, is there an exception here? What is the exception? Yes, the state can ask compulsorily people to render some service. So here just write the exception. The exception is very easy to understand, right? Compulsory service for public purposes. Right? Compulsory services for public purposes. Now we go to Article 24. Article 24. Now here prohibits employment of, this prohibits employment of children below 14 years in hazardous industries. So below 14 years in hazardous industries. Okay. Now, does it totally prohibit child labor in a non-hazardous industry? It does not, right? So ये भी लिख सकते हो, and again that is something that we often see outside, right? So does not prohibit child labor in non-hazardous industry. And for your reference, just write down this is a Child Labor Act of 2016. The Child Labor Act of 2016. which prohibits all kinds of employment. It prohibits all kinds of employment. Right, prohibits all kinds of employment. Okay, for children below 14, 1-4. For children okay. Now the freedom of religion. Here we start with Article 25. Article 25 talks about the right to profess, propagate, and practice religion. It also talks about freedom of conscience. Right, the conscience is there. Two things it say: freedom of conscience and PPP, practice, profess, propagate. Does it allow forced convergence? So practice, profess, propagate does not mean forced convergence. So these are the two things you will write. First write conscience, conscience plus PPP. So there is a right, there is a conscience, and PPP means what? Freedom to profess, practice, and propagate. Profess, practice, and propagate, right? And what one was conscience. Next thing, no forced religious convergence, no right to these conversions also. Now in this, if you're practicing it, professing it, can there be reasonable restrictions? Like an example, right? Public order, health. So there will be certain, let's say, restrictions in this regard. Okay, so let's say again common examples, like if there is a, let's say, very, let's say, loudspeaker blaring almost at 1 a.m. So it cannot simply say that we are having a certain religious act. So there will be certain restrictions. You here just write RR, put a dash, reasonable restrictions, public order, morality and health. Public order, morality and health. And health. Public order, morality and health. This is 25. 26. Religious denominations can manage their own affairs. They can manage their own affairs. They can again establish their institutions. Okay, so for example, you can have Shaivites, Vaishnavites. For example, when I say institutions, do we see creation of mutt? Mutts are created sometimes. Okay, in Shia and Sunni, they have their own ways to manage affairs and institutions. You can have Christians, in that again Catholics, Protestants, they can have their own affairs and they can manage their institutions. Can I say this? Right, this is simply they can manage their affairs and they can establish institutions. Okay, now Article 27. So here, acha, in this case, if you have space for religious denominations, even Supreme Court has said what are the conditions to be considered as a religious denomination. So here I'll just tell you three things what the Supreme Court has said. to be considered as a religious denomination? First one, system of belief. There should be a system of belief. Second, a common organization. And third one is a distinctive name. A distinctive name. So system of belief, a common organization, and a distinctive name. These are the conditions to be considered as a religious denomination. Again, if they have very similar names, etc., then they cannot say we are a separate, distinct religious denomination. So the name should be very distinct. In many cases, sometimes the same organization will keep on creating their own mutts, okay, or any other institution for that matter. So main thing is they say to be recognized as a separate religious denomination, you should have your own distinct name. But all the three conditions are there, right? Now, Article 27 is related to which aspect? Tax. Okay, so write Article 27, just one line we'll write on this. They go freedom from taxation for religious institutions. Freedom from taxation of religious institutions. Freedom from taxation of religious institutions. Right? Freedom from taxation. Ab batao, is this absolutely correct? Or is there a nuance? Are they taxed? No. But can a fee be levied on the service they provide? Ye important hai. So you write, however, a fee can be levied. However, a fee can be levied on the services they provide. So what if I have to repeat my point? Does it stop a tax? So no taxation is there, but that does not mean the fee cannot be levied. Fee can be levied for the services that are being provided. Okay. The last we come to is 28. What does 28 tell you? Here we'll talk about religious instructions. Now here we will see different cases. If an institution is wholly owned by the government, will it have religious instructions? No. If it is funded and managed by the government, will it have religious instructions? No. But it is privately owned and managed. Can it have religious instructions? It can have it. Okay. This is the only crux of this. So in Article 28, you can just write wholly state funded institution, wholly state funded institution dash लिखो no religious instruction, no religious instruction. Then write aided by the state or managed by the state, aided or managed by the state. What would happen here? Same, barred, which means stopped. So religious instruction not allowed, barred. Barred, B-A-R-R-E-D, barred means to, which means it is stopped. Barred, right? Now private, come to private. If it is private, will it be allowed? Will it be compulsory? No. So लिखो allowed, but not compulsory. Okay. Now one more thing is there before I move ahead. After talking of this religious instruction, see, in any of the, let's say, these institutions, there can be two things. One, they will have focus on basic modern education, right? But they can also have religious instruction. So we are only considered or talking about this aspect. We are not talking about the above aspect. This they are allowed to do so. But in this case, and when you read this, also keep in mind with the secularism that we have said, the state has no official religion. So if an organization happens to be totally owned or funded by the state, it will not impart the religious education. But that does not mean the modern education or the other parts will not be allowed. That is going to be allowed anyways. Okay, that is there. Overall, there is also one more thing that you should know. One more doctrine I'll now tell you. This is, I think some of you would already know it. Doctrine of essential religious practices. Okay, it is this doctrine of essential religious practice which tells us, or which at least tells, what is the most essential part of the religion. Okay, so in some cases people have said, let's say a particular, let's say even in the case of triple talaq, or in some cases sometimes it is said, is it a core fundamental part of the religion? What is the test for this? Essential religious practice. If something is the core part of the essential religious practice, then we can say in that matters the state would not intervene, or let's say the state will allow it to happen. That is the essential religious practice. But if something is not an essential religious practice, in those matters, and let's say for that many regions will have certain regressive practices, the state can intervene in that matter. Yes or no? We already know the intervention part. So many times the moment states try to intervene, somebody can say, bhai, this is a very core belief, or it's a core cultural practice. For that there's a test for essential religious practices. So many times when we discuss this, oftentimes it comes in news. Okay, so इसमें just लिखो dash करके, court tests in ERP, the court tests what is essential. The court tests what is essential to a religion. The court tests what is essential to a religion. Okay. Now we have article 29 and 30. What these articles are cultural, right? These are available only to the citizens. So we have seen 15, we have seen 16, we have seen 19, and now we are seeing 29 and 30. Okay, first लिखेंगे only available to citizens. Only available to citizens. Only available to citizen. Now write article 29. So here write three keywords. देखो, protect language, script, culture. Protect language, script, culture. Now I want to ask you, is it available to minority? Is it available to majority? Very good, right? It is available to both. So many times we say these are available to minority. The point is, first of all, even how you classify minorities is very subjective, number one, right? Second thing is, any, let's say, part when we saying it is there for any citizen, even the majority, if they want to set up an institution and to safeguard their language, culture or script, they can do so. So here likho second, right? It is available to both minority as well as majority. Available to minority and majority. This is your article 29. Then article 30. Right, you got rights of minorities to establish. Rights of minorities to establish MEI, minority educational institutions. Right of minorities to establish minority minority educational institutions. Now here you write state can regulate. In this case, in the minority educational, state can regulate standards, health and excellence. State can regulate the health, the standards, the excellence, but the state cannot destroy the minority character. The state cannot destroy the minority character. The only thing remaining here is to which types of minority is this given. There are two things. Batao. So here, right, it is available to religious, and underline this, available to religious and linguistic minorities. It is available to religious and linguistic minorities. Okay. Now flip your page. First we'll do Article 32. After that we'll do 31 A, B, C, and then the last remaining 33, 34, 35. Okay. What is Article 32? Right to constitutional remedies. So just above the table, right? Article 32, right to constitutional remedies. Right to constitutional remedies. Now here put a dash and write Dr. Ambedkar called it heart and soul of the Constitution. Heart and soul of the Constitution. Now you have 5 names: habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, certiorari, and quo warranto. Okay, you have a very simple table in front of you wherein you have to. So one is, for example, we'll write what it is, what is the locus standi, okay, and available against. Now amongst all of them, which one is available also to private, or also available against the private? Habeas corpus. Okay. Now when I say habeas corpus, let's start with habeas corpus. What is the meaning of habeas corpus? To have the body. So इसमें लिखो, meaning लिखो, to have the body. In habeas corpus, one is to have the body, right? Second one, what is the table? Locus standi. Acha, you have a meaning here. What is the meaning of locus standi? Let's say the aggrieved party, can I say, who can apply overall? And let's say some other details if you want to add here. Now, in case of this locus standi, does it apply? Batao. Because anybody can file this, right? So here what you will write, it does not apply. It does not apply. Okay, so what is the meaning of habeas corpus? To show me the body, to produce the detained person, etc. That is the meaning. There is no locus standi, which means not just the aggrieved person, or anybody else on their behalf can also do this. Now the last heading that is there is against, right? So इसमें, right, private or public, both. तो दोनों के लिए है. It is private or the public authority. It is applicable, and underline private, because in other sections which we see, you will not see this. Now let's come to mandamus. What is the meaning of mandamus? We command. Now, mandamus, when I say we command, does it mean to do some activity? And when I say prohibition or this, so that means to do activity or to stop the activity? To stop, right? So in the case of mandamus, right, we command slash get the job done. We command slash get the job done. Now here the locus standi will apply. Okay, so locus standi, it applies here. In all other cases it will apply. Now, so one is it applies. Now it is available against, so right, against the public official, okay. So can I use mandamus for a private authority? I cannot use it. So there are things where you cannot use it. Now come to prohibition. I think third word is prohibition, right? Now prohibition, if you just simply go by the meaning here, prohibition is to forbid, to stop, to forbid, right? And you can also write to stop the lower. Who issues it, by the way? Issued by a higher court against a lower court. And why is that done? Right. So it's a simple line for your reference. So a higher court issues it to a lower court to prevent the latter from exceeding its jurisdiction. It is issued by a higher court to a lower court to prevent the latter. You know the former and latter? Latter means this one, right? To prevent latter from exceeding its jurisdiction. To prevent the latter from exceeding its jurisdiction. Now, who can you issue this against? Can it be judicial body? Can it be quasi judicial body? Right? So likho against judicial and quasi judicial body. Against judicial and quasi judicial body, but not against administrative. So against judicial and quasi judicial bodies, judicial and quasi judicial, but not against. So it is not against administrative, okay, not against administrative bodies. This is which one? Prohibition. Now you have certiorari. What is certiorari? So right, to be certified, meaning to be certified or to be informed. To be certified slash to be informed. Now what is being certified and what is being informed here? So here, right, transfer a case due to or instead of transfer you write a better word, cut transfer, likho quash the order, quash the order, main चीज इसमें simply it quashes the order to quash the order passed by the lower court. And when I'm saying court, it can also be a tribunal. In both the cases, it can be a lower court or a tribunal. So in this case, it is issued by a higher court to a lower court, right, or a tribunal. And main thing is to quash the verdict, passed by the latter. Right? Now, before we move ahead, you need to know the difference between prohibition and certiorari. What is the difference? If you just read this, do you understand the difference? What happens in a prohibition? Yes, it is done in the earlier stages, and certiorari is done when after the verdict etc is passed. So this is the fundamental difference between prohibition and certiorari. So as a note, write somewhere, note, इसी के नीचे, टेबल के नीचे write a note. देखो, prohibition is issued before the final order is passed. Prohibition before, and certiorari में लिखो, it is issued after the final order has passed. So before and after. So the difference is in the stages, right? So prohibition में what happens? Before. Certiorari is after, right? Last come to, acha, here also लिखो, only against judicial and quasi judicial. Judicial and quasi judicial, and not against administrative. Not against administrative. अब जहां लिखा है not against administrative, उस पे put a star mark. In case of certiorari, the Supreme Court in the recent times has said it can also be used against administrative, right? So here almost major things are same in prohibition or certiorari. First thing is, prohibition mein it is happening before, in certiorari it is happening after. In both the cases, it is available against judicial and quasi judicial bodies. In both the cases, normally it is not available against administrative, but in case of certiorari, in the recent times, Supreme Court has said it is even available against it. So यहाँ पे I am writing, or I am putting a rider that Supreme Court has said. Okay, so it's not that it was already available, it is just that in the recent interpretations the Supreme Court has said. So you can write one line, Supreme Court has said that certiorari can be issued even against administrative authorities. It can be issued even against administrative authorities. Even against administrative authorities. Okay. Last, let's come to quo warranto. In the exam, because see, all of this detailing is already there, and not just that, in normal books you'll also find this line. So here, if they make the statement very ambiguous, they would have to drop the question. This you also know, because now if you see the recent notification, अच्छा, talking of notification, I think some people in the comment were also asking, sir, class तो ठीक है, but form कब भरना है, right? Because filling the form is also a challenge in itself, right? So talking about this, when the moment exam ends, you will again have a short window of representation. तो अगर ऐसा बवाली question आएगा, so people will present both the sides to it. So don't worry on that front. Okay? That is why I think somebody asked when I mentioned that, acha, somebody also mentioned that in Article 12, does it also include judiciary? So when judiciary is performing the administrative role, in that it is considered to be the state. Otherwise, it is seemed to be an independent entity in that sense, right? So these kind of fine questions, if they ask you, they have to mention the context. In polity, etc., on any topic, if they don't mention the context, the answer will change, right? Okay. So earlier there was a trend when UPSC never used to drop questions, but in the recent times, not only are they dropping questions, but on certain questions they are also giving some alternate answer, right? So let's come to the last one, quo warranto. If you see quo warranto, if you say quo warranto, it means what? By whose? By which warrant? So what is the meaning here? By, so here you can just write down by what authority or warrant. By what authority or warrant? Why is this? Why is it there? Any idea? So let's say if there is somebody who's unqualified and somebody holding that office, so you want to prevent unqualified people from holding the office. Okay, so here if you want, right, prevent unqualified people from holding the office. Prevent unqualified people from holding the office. Here also locus standi is, does it apply or not apply? It does not apply. Here also it does not apply, and the first case it does not apply. So habeas corpus, the locus standi does not apply. Here also quo warranto, the locus standi does not apply. It is available against any public authority. Likho, any public authority, unqualified. Any public authority. Now, we were talking of constitutional remedies, Article 32. What is the good part of Article 32? So we saw today, any of, let's say, the fundamental rights which are violated, somebody can go for a writ jurisdiction here. Talking of writ jurisdiction, the only thing to remember after this, you also just write somewhere 32 versus 226. 32 is related to the fundamental rights, will be taken up by Supreme Court. 226 is related to it is related to High Court. Okay, but which rights are there in this case? So we say you have a very broad set of rights here. Okay, so pehle for 32 you write में one is likho, for one can approach Supreme Court for enforcement of rights. One can approach Supreme Court for enforcement of, not, don't write rights, write fundamental rights. Okay, so Supreme Court and fundamental rights. Now 226 mein High Court can enforce what? Both. It is wider in nature, so it can even enforce this, let any other. So here you write it, High Court can enforce fundamental rights under part 3 or for any other purpose. Main cheez hai any other purpose. So what I will write this as FR plus any other purpose, which means which is wider. This is wider. Right? This is wider. So even for FR you can go in. So normally what happens, if people directly want to go to Supreme Court for the violation of fundamental rights, Article 32 is itself a fundamental right, and you can use it to go to Supreme Court. Otherwise, for the writ jurisdiction, we have Article 226, okay, which is wider in nature, and this is what you have to remember. So 32 versus 226, what is wider? 226, because it is saying for any other purpose. It also includes High Courts. I hope till here it is clear. Now we are left with the last remaining parts. अब इसमें लिखो 33, 34, 35. So 32 we are done with. Come to 33. 33 इसमें देखो पार्लियामेंट, 33 में पार्लियामेंट कैन रेस्ट्रिक्ट फंडामेंटल राइट्स, 33 में देखो पार्लियामेंट कैन रेस्ट्रिक्ट फंडामेंटल राइट्स फॉर, put a dash, for armed forces, paramilitary, police, for maintaining public order. Okay, इसमें for your reference put a star mark somewhere and write even though police is a state subject, even though police is a state subject, but under article 33 parliament can restrict the fundamental rights of armed forces, as simple as that. Parliament can restrict it. Okay, for these armed forces parliament can restrict. That is just one thing you will remember. Parliament can restrict, parliament can abrogate the fundamental rights of armed forces. We've seen some examples. Okay, restrict or abrogate. Okay, now here just a point, the members of armed forces also include, likho, members of armed, how many of you have seen border, the older one, previous one? In that, if you recall, that there was a very famous cook, Kulbhushan Kharbanda, for example. So in this case, even other members, all of that, they, in fact, he was also wearing that uniform, if you recall, even they will be considered as member of armed forces in this case. Okay, so even cooks ho gaye, carpenters, in all of that, it will be applicable. So here, just for your reference, right, members of armed forces also include other service providers. Members of armed forces here also include other service providers to armed forces. To armed forces, right? Now come to 34. Members of armed forces also include other service providers to the armed forces, like cooks, carpenters, etc. So when I say it can restrict it, it will restrict it for all. Okay, now 34 talks about martial law. Okay, has martial law been defined anywhere? It is not defined. Okay, so right, article 34 likho, provides restriction, it provides restriction on fundamental rights, it provides restriction on fundamental rights when the martial law, when the martial law is in force. ठीक है, इसी में just write, see martial law लिखो, not defined in constitution, martial law not defined in constitution. Second, inspired from Britain, inspired from Britain. Third, right, martial law, what is the meaning of martial law? The civilian administration is run by the military. So three things you will remember, it is not defined in the constitution, inspired from Britain, and third thing is the civilian administration is run by the military. Up first you come to the table that is there, martial law and national emergency. Okay, now when there is a martial law, what happens? First point and the only major point to remember, it affects only fundamental rights. If martial law is in place, it affects only fundamental rights. Now come to national emergency, likho, it affects FR, FR comma C dash S, which means center state relations. National emergency may it impacts fundamental rights. Next, center state relations. Right. Second point, in martial law, it suspends the government. It suspends the government and ordinary law courts. It suspends the government and ordinary law courts. It is suspending that. Okay. It suspends the government and the ordinary law courts. In national emergency, right, it continues the government. In national emergency, it continues the government and ordinary law courts. It continues the government and the ordinary law courts. Last thing, it has no provision in the constitution. Martial law mein it has no provision in the constitution. No provision in the constitution, but of course for national emergency, which article do we have? 352. We have elaborately mentioned this. So what you will remember is overall from this, that martial law ki case mein, what is the main essence of martial law? First, it is not defined, inspired from Britain. Civilian administration is done by the military. Okay. And the second thing is, in this case, the ordinary courts, law courts don't function. The government does not function, but it actually functions in the case of national emergency. In national emergency, you have it affects the center state relations as well, and it also impacts the fundamental rights, but it is only the fundamental rights which are impacted in the martial law. Okay, this is 34. Now come to 35. Just let's do this and then we'll discuss 35. इसमें just write parliament only has the power. Parliament only has the power to make laws. Parliament only has the power to make laws, to give effect, to make laws, to give effect to certain fundamental rights. Right? अब इस पे लिखो, first लिखो example article 16. Now, can residence be made a certain condition for employment? We saw, let's say in the Andhra Pradesh, who has the power to do so? Parliament has the power. So one example. Second example, article 33 we just saw, to take away FR of armed forces, who can do so? Parliament by law, that is article 33. Okay. Then if Parliament has to make a law for punishing of offences, be it article 17, be it article 23, be it article 24, it is Parliament who is doing so. So ultimately power kiske paas hai? Parliament. Okay. There is only one article where even the state has the power to make laws. Which article was that? 22. And in that, let's say when we were discussing about preventive detention, not only a case of normal arrest. Okay, it is the case of preventive detention. Okay, till here you are able to follow. Okay, I think the only remaining things now are 31A, B and C. You write it somewhere, you can fill it later. Let me now move to the next part. Now we have, now when you try to revise it, we have spent almost time on each and every article. Now when you revise your FR, fundamental rights, it should not take you enough time. Okay? If time permits, I'll tell you how to revise the entire FR section in 5 minutes or 6 minutes. But let me first complete DPSP and fundamental duties and amendments and this a couple of topics, just a couple of topics. Okay? Chalo, now let's come to DPSPs. Directive Principles of State Policy. No, 31 was deleted, but 31A, B and C I have not told you. Usko just put a dash, 31A, B and C. Now, this is actually a very short unit. The entire DPSPs are there in one page. In DPSP, I will tell you the kind of questions they have asked you. Okay, one type of question is the overall role of DPSP, right? What is the role of DPSP? First of all, of course, if fundamental rights are negatively worded, these are, so just likho positively worded. Positively worded. We're talking of DPSPs now. Right, Article 36 to 51. 36 to 51, which is the part 4. Next, inspired by Irish, inspiration is Irish Constitution. They are inspired from which of the government's document? सोचो, जैसे preamble में we saw objective resolution. Similarly, for DPSPs, instruments of accession. Okay, so right, instruments of these are basic simple points that can come. Instruments of accession, right? Instruments of instruction, etc. Instruments of, right? Now, Acha, don't write instrument of accession, write instrument of instruction. Instrument of instruction of which act? Right, of Government of India Act 1935. Okay, now, are they said to be novel features? Who would say this? Novel features? Dr. Ambedkar. Now, when I look at the DPSP, at least two things you will definitely remember. One, it is said these are fundamental to, and they mention the cause of welfare state. Okay, both things they will mention. One is fundamental to governance and welfare state. Where are this? I'll just show you the articles also. Now, 36 we can ignore. When you look at 37, principles, etc., etc., see, it is written, they shall not be enforceable by any court, but the principles are fundamental in the governance of the country. Main चीज ये है, तो जो हमने लिखा ना fundamental in the governance, right? Article 37. Article 31 says these are fundamental to governance. 38, welfare. 38 will talk about welfare. Okay, now a couple of more keywords we'll write, and then the only major question that will come, which is very factual in nature, has been already asked. Which DPSPs have been introduced by amendments? So isme I will tell you amendments and the DPSP, and we'll make a simple list. If you remember that, major work is done. The second thing overall remaining is to then have a simple reading of your DPSPs. Okay, so next point you write, are they justiciable, non-justiciable? So non-justiciable, they are non-justiciable, but still they are fundamental for governance. Now one question remains, why are they non-justiciable? Simple, the idea was that during just after independence, the state had limited resources. So it was thought that over a period of time, when the state has more resources, later on they will become enforceable, but that never happened, right? So abhi main cheez is because of lack of constraints, and the state had very compelling objectives, they could not be made enforceable. Fundamental rights focus on political equality, they focus on socio-economic equality. तो डीपीएसपी में हम सोशियो इकोनॉमिक इक्वालिटी, सोशल जस्टिस, वेलफेयर स्टेट, मिनिमाइज द इनइक्वालिटीज, दैट इज something that we often talk about, right? The social economic aspect you will keep in mind. Now write the heading, and this is the most important part. Exam se pehle this is the only thing you will remember, right? DPSPs introduced by amendments, right? DPSPs introduced by amendments. Introduced by amendments, okay? And in fact DPSPs are here with us only. सबसे पहले देखो 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, right? And this has introduced how many DPSPs? Any idea? 4. Okay, so लिखो 42nd CA-4. I will just mention the article to you which has been introduced by 42nd, then I'll tell you for other. So इसमें there are 4 articles. First one you write Article 39. Okay, no, Article 39A is also there, but Article 39 पहले लिखो Article 39. Okay, and in Article 39 just put a dash, लिखो secure opportunity for healthy development of children. Secure opportunity for healthy. Do you see this one? So to be more specific, write 39 and in the bracket mention this one. F, healthy development of children. Okay, first. Second, write 39A. Second one is 39A. What is 39A? So justice and free legal aid. Justice and free legal aid. All these are introduced by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. सबसे पहला कौन सा था? Healthy development of children. Second one is justice and free legal aid. This is Article 39A. Third one, थर्ड लिखो 43A. ये देखा आपने? 43A was asked by UPSC once. Participation of workers in the management. Participation of workers in the management of industries. 43A. Participation of workers in the management of industries. And then come to 48A. Fourth one is 48A. 48A, protect, improve environment to safeguard forest and wildlife. और ये वाला 48A is very similar to your fundamental duty. So you should exactly know what is mentioned. The state shall endeavor to protect the environment and to safeguard forest and wildlife. This is Article 48A, added by which amendment? 42nd. So सबसे पहले 42nd amendment added 4 DPSPs. Is this clear? This is the very first thing. Second, right? 44th amendment. 44th amendment is which year? 1978. Here you write, because state to minimize inequalities. So 38 clause 2, state to minimize inequalities in income. State to minimize inequalities in income. इतना याद रखेंगे, state to minimize inequalities in income. Okay, बाकी तो of course status, facilities, opportunities. This is 44. Now, are there any more DPSPs that have been added? There are 2 more. Third लिखो 86th Constitutional Amendment Act. 86 Constitutional Amendment Act. Right, Article 45. अब इसमें what is we are going to write is very important. लिखो 86th, इसमें लिखोगे it changed the subject matter. It changed the subject matter of Article 45 subject matter of 45, and here you can write it as state to provide early childhood care, state to provide early childhood care and education for all children until which age? 6. Early childhood care and education until they complete the age of 6 years. So ये जो text है, this text was modified by which? 86. So 86 में I am not saying 45 was added. What did we write? This was changed. If they want to go into this, let's say, because see, if you see earlier क्या लिखा हुआ था? Until the complete age of 14 years. Now what is the text? 6. There is a change. Okay. So 45 was not added, but 45 has been modified. 86th Amendment Act so has introduced two changes. One, Article 21A in fundamental rights, and second one you are seeing in DPSP, Article 45, the subject of matter has changed. Now come to last one, 97th Constitutional Amendment Act. 97th Constitutional Amendment Act 2011. 2011. So here you write professional management of cooperative societies. Professional, it is not mentioned here. The article is actually 43B. It is not mentioned here. It should have been here. 43B, professional management, because 97, if the article is 97, what will it talk about? The cooperatives. Professional management of the cooperatives, the cooperative societies. Professional management of cooperative societies. Now, professional management of cooperative societies, Article 43B. Okay? Now, one thing to remember, this, whenever you revise DPSP, my sincere advice is you first revise which have been added by which amendment. Prelims ke liye this becomes very important. First thing. Normally, if you read your books, you will find liberal intellectual, you will find Gandhian. Now, is that actually mentioned in the Constitution? No. This is simply a way to classify. It is not there in the Constitution. Right? What are three classifications that you normally see? One is liberal intellectual, which will be very much management of workers, okay, modernization. There are Gandhian principles. Any example of Gandhian principle? Let's say somebody said Article 40, right? And what was the third one? Certain socialist principles. But remember, this classification is not present in the Constitution. Constitution में इसी तरह से randomly the articles are arranged, which is also sometimes a criticism. One major criticism is these are simply wishes. There's nothing that is there which is to enforce it. Yes or no? Second issue, which is also there, which is mentioned here, is the classification is not very scientific. This is also a challenge, right? So isme, I think that is the first thing to remember. Second thing likho, just remember that you have three classifications: liberal intellectual, Gandhian, and socialist. But write it somewhere. This is not mentioned in the Constitution. So in books you will see this classification, but it is not mentioned in the Constitution. But a question based on this can still come, that which of the DPSP has a Gandhian influence, right? So when you see it, for example, if I look at Article 40, because Article 40 is talking about panchayats, I will take this up, right or no? So even this part can be highlighted. So classification of DPSPs, is it mentioned, not mentioned? It is not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution. Anywhere, kahin bhi nahi hai. ठीक है? So fundamental to governance, etc. You have seen all of that. Okay. Now, Can there be directives outside part 4? तो लिखो directives outside part 4. Directives outside part 4. First, right? First is something we've already done, right? Article 335. You will tell me 335. Efficiency in administration. You write efficiency in administration. I'll read out what is there. Claims of members of STs and STs shall be taken into consideration without compromising efficiency of administration in public employment. The claims are there, right? So the only keyword that you will write here is efficiency in administration. Second, right? Article 350A. What is 350A? देखो, instruction in mother tongue. Instruction in mother tongue at the level of primary education. Mother tongue at the level of primary education. Primary education. Third, right? Article 351. Article 351. लिखो, mandates the union to promote spread, spread and develop the Hindi language. 351. Acha, what is Article 350B? Special Officer for Linguistic Minorities. So 350B hai. 351, I am again repeating, mandates the union government to promote, spread and develop the Hindi language. Okay. If you see all the types of questions on DPSPs, they have not gone beyond what we have done. Here the best thing would be again to reflect and just read this through. Isme bhi we've already seen 97th, we've seen 86th, we've seen 44th and we've seen 42nd. We've seen the DPSPs that have been added. Classification is not the part of constitution. These are non-justiciable. We know why. These are influenced or inspired by the instruments of instruction, Government of India Act 1935. This we also know. At which part, etc., that you all know. Okay. Now, what is Article 51? Whenever I say 51, people will say fundamental duties. It is not fundamental duties. अब देखो, steps to separate judiciary from executive, is it related to separation of powers? Can I say this is Article 50? Obligation of the state to protect every monument or place or object of artistic interest of national importance from spoliation, from signs that people leave, right? Disfiguration, destruction, removal, disclosure, export. This is related to, again, it's an obligation, Article 49. Article 48, environment, but was that in the original? No, this was added. 48A was added by which amendment? 42nd, okay? The more you revise it, the better, because right now you will not be able to remember everything, because 4 are by 42, 1 is by 44, 86 has just changed the scope, and 97 has added 43B. Okay, keep that in mind. Now, state shall handle, this is 51, promote international peace and security, maintain just and honorable relations, respect international law, encourage settlement of international disputes by arbitration. In governance, you read this term arbitration. In fact, you read about arbitration, mediation, conciliation. This is also known as ADR. What is ADR? Alternate dispute resolution, right? कहीं पे अलग से लिखो ADR and read about all the three: arbitration, mediation, conciliation. Now we are aware of the Ram Janmabhoomi dispute. Which out of the three was also involved? Arbitration, mediation or conciliation? This is a very popular example. Arbitration, mediation or conciliation. आप बहुत जल्दी आंसर चेंज करते हो। अच्छा चलो, हाँ, so this is a very popular example. I just want you to look it up. ADR is alternate dispute resolution, arbitration, mediation, conciliation. Right? Read about it. Has not been asked yet, but still that can be a potential question. So the Bare Act or the basic articles of DPSP you should know. ठीक है, अब इसमें what is also in the news is this Article 44, Uniform Civil Code. I'll have a small discussion of this in the next class. Now let's come to fundamental duties. FD में nothing much is there. देखो FD में what have they written, which term? First thing तो यही है. So first write duty of every citizen. Duty of every citizen. Okay, अब now you write Article 51A. Part is what? Part 4A. And the source is what? USSR. Part 4A. Article 51A. Source is USSR. Now Swaran Singh Committee. It had recommended initially 8 fundamental duties. Acha, one question. Fundamental duties, were they already always present or were they added? They were added. By which Constitutional Amendment Act? What is second one added it? Now, when it added, how many were added? Now, why am I writing this? This will also tell you, not even Swaran Singh Committee did not recommend 10. ठीक है? 10 were added. इसके बाद one more was added, which is very obvious to you. Parent or a guardian opportunity for education between the age of 6 and 14. Any guess which act would have amended this? 86th. Ab, if I look into this, right, there are some of the duties which are very confusing. Just read this one. To protect and improve natural environment, including forest, lakes, rivers, wildlife, and to have a compassion for living creatures. Now, in the DPSP, which 3 keywords are there? In DPSP, you have 48A. 48A में is the word environment mentioned? Yes. Is the word forest mentioned? Yes. Is the word wildlife mentioned? Yes. तीनों है. That is what creates the confusion. But lakes नहीं है, rivers नहीं है, and compassion is also not there. Right? So of course living creature is also not there. For भी नहीं है, right? And even have is not there. Okay. So the point is, this is correct. But you have to see the which are very close. In fact, this is very close. One more thing which you can confuse is this and the preamble. To uphold the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. This can be also confusing. So इसमें क्या होगा? And these are, again I'm telling you, I will say it, but a very high chance you will again ignore it. It looks too easy to do it. So लगता है चलो last में एक बार we'll have a look at. But then there are so many things piled up for last that they never get time. So here, when you read it, you yourself write some things. Achha, this is important, this is there. Now to strive for excellence is also fundamental duty. And this is also why this is very much ambiguous. Or let's say you, excellence is something else, maybe for me it's something else, right? Are these fundamental duties justiciable, enforceable? They are not. Now, why were fundamental duties added? To promote a civic culture, right? To promote although the word civic sense is also not far away from this term, to promote civic culture, right? And again, the main idea is if the people have had rights, they should also have duties. And you can also understand the time that was there in this, right? Just emergency in 1975 and then the same time. So a lot of these were added. Now right to vote, is it a fundamental duty? Many times you will see this in your test series. It is not. It is not a fundamental duty. Is it a fundamental right? It is not. Okay? So keep this in mind. So again, scientific temper, this is again something you will have a look at. Okay, so this is one. Flip your page. चलो लास्ट एक बार देख लेते हैं अमेंडमेंट, शॉर्ट सेक्शन है, ठीक है। आज तो ऑलरेडी बहुत जल्दी हो रही है भी। सॉरी, पॉलिटी तो आई एम टोल्ड एवरीबॉडी रिमेंबर्स एवरीथिंग इन पॉलिटी, तो आई थिंक ये तो रिवाइज ही हो रहा है, बिकॉज देखो आगे फिर सी वी हैव टू पोर्शंस, वन इज अमेंडमेंट, वन इज बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर, आफ्टर दैट व्हाट इज द नेक्स्ट पेज? नहीं नहीं, आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग। हाँ अच्छा, emergency provisions I'll do in the next class when I do center state relations with you. After that emergency makes sense. ठीक है, now if I'm looking at amendment, ठीक है, yeah, just a minute, I need 1 minute break to have some water. Yeah, what we can do, I think we can start from the next class, but just wait for 2 minutes. I'll just tell you what are the topics we have done and again how to revise it. People online also, just a minute. Achha, I think my phone is off. Achha, see, so today, just to give you a recap, we started with political theory, right? And with my experience, again, I know many people may not be very sound with political theory. What is your experience right now? Able to understand political theory? But if you have any other doubt related to any concept of political theory, which even I have not taught you, you are more than welcome to ask. ठीक है, पहली चीज। अब what will you do? You have a very short time of tomorrow, Sunday. तो एक तो ये है कि you will quickly go through this. अच्छा, did you understand new things today? कुछ समझ में आया नया? अब what is remaining? We will go even for executive. There is nothing that we will miss in the class. Executive, हर चीज, president, vice president resignation was in news. By the end of day 2 and day 3, all these things will be at your tips. पहली चीज, many times people have a difficulty. How many of you have a fear of parliament chapter? बहुत लोग ने हाथ उठाए हैं, ठीक है। And in parliament there are so many nuances, committees and how to remember and ratta and this and that. So that also we will be covering very holistically, ठीक है। अब let's just settle down for 2 minutes. पहला देखो, we saw political theory first. अच्छा, बात भी कोई बात नहीं, so that is the first topic that we had done. Second one we had seen was making of Indian Constitution. In the making, what you will have to do is what? Major and minor committees. Just go through the names. Otherwise, no need to remember which party won how many votes. In the books also 5-6 pages are only for that. They have not asked you questions on this, right? Then, sorry, those numbers the names I've told you. For major and minor you can do that. Salient features we have done, and in salient features now when you revise, every term that you have written you will cross check and have a good reference of it. Schedules is a factual part, but now you understand why we have done this also. Okay, so right from 1 to 12 now you have a basis. Preamble may hardly there is anything which is untouched. Every part we have covered. Union and its territories, now you get some clarity. Addition, ceding, this and that, when the amendment has to happen, and some factual details on states and their parts. Even citizenship. Achha, tell me, before this, were you doing citizenship in some detail? Yeah, you was just going through it. Achha, skipping. So now what we have done, but in case somebody wants to read up, this will be your homework. Citizenship Amendment Act पढ़ लेना. NRC I've asked you to read. I've asked you to also read about Aadhaar and the proof of citizenship. Right now, FR is a very detailed section that we had done. ठीक है? FR में we have seen certain doctrines. First, understand your objective is randomly if somebody asks you, पीछे let's say the shirt with Puma, Article 23. Article 23. बताओ भाई, चलो आपके आगे आर्टिकल 27, आपके आगे आर्टिकल 33, नहीं आप कोई भी बता दो, चलो 3 blanks, आर्टिकल 35, ठीक है, बच गए, ओके। चलो ठीक है, द पॉइंट इज, द मोमेंट आई आस्क यू आर इन अ स्टेट ऑफ शॉक, यस, नो नो, अरे दिस हैपेंस विद एवरीबॉडी, दिस इज नोन एज रिकॉल। द पॉइंट इज, इफ यू रिकॉल, बचपन में आप कैसे पढ़ते हो, नोट्स देखे, यू हाइड हाफ अ पार्ट ऑफ इट, this you have to do again and again for the subjects, not only for polity. For example, polity, of course, there's a lot of concepts, but even for your basic current affairs environment, you have to do recall. I can just change whatever I've asked you in environment, मेरे पास पूरी list है पूछने की, point is that, right? The point is, as much a class is important, equally important is आप याद कैसे कर रहे हो, right? All of us have a capacity to chew, but a different capacity to digest, वो सबका अलग है, right? उस पे काम करना है. If I've used any anecdote which makes you laugh or it makes you cry, अगर याद हो रहा है अच्छा है, or you use your ways to do that, ठीक? Because I would want, and at least you should also want, the time we are spending should be of value, हाँ है ना? ठीक है, ये करेंगे. You go through this, that is the fundamentalized in a lot of detail. Now many times while I'm speaking just out of memory, it may have happened, कोई किसी act में हो सकता है 1971 का 2 हो गया हो, 1 हो गया हो, you bring it to my notice. The moment the second class starts, I will correct it by chance if that is there. Similarly for the people online, or let's say somebody is watching this on YouTube, because it's a very long class, I've had to give you out so many acts and amendments, etc. It can be a human error. If that is there, you bring it to my notice, I'll correct it or mention it if that is there. इसको अच्छे से करेंगे. In fundamental rights, what you have to write down 31A, B, C, ठीक है. DPSPs we have done. When we meet, या चलो I'll give you a homework. चलो, right to marry कौन सी right है? गलत है ये. Right to marry, I'm just saying the word right to marry. The moment I use this in the class, everybody almost has a smile. Now there are two things. First is right to marry, लिखो कहीं पे, लिखो right to marry. Second लिखो right to marry a person of your own choice. And now you find on this. Abhi, I've just given you two statements. When we meet in the Monday class, I will start with right to marry. Okay. Second, I will do UCC. Some of the current developments I'll tell you. And then we move on to amendment. A very short section, because most things we have done indirectly. In amendment, I'll be telling you simple majority, different types of majority, Article 360, 368, special majority, and so please keep the voice down. Okay. And then you have basic structure. In basic structure, we will remember the cases, what has happened, to the level that whatever kind of question they'll ask, you'll be able to solve it. Uske baad, we go to center state. We do center state. We also do interstate disputes. We do emergency provisions, executive. These are the major sections. And then we go to the section on legislature, parliament, parliamentary committees, etc., etc. These are the major parts. Okay. So just small homework I've given you. You try to do that. Okay. We'll end the class for now here. Okay. If you have stamina, we can still do the MCQs. If I know सब लोग कहेंगे बस चलो ठीक है. Okay, we'll end the class here. Thank you so much. Sure, I can also start the class, next class, directly from the MCQs also, right? That can help in the revision. 15 MCQs also. Okay.